푸싱이 잘 들어가지 않는
그런데
상황.
생각보다 포킹을 너무 잘 맞추고
예.
있거든요.
근데 이 정도 체력 깎아놨으면
자, 에어번도 들어가고 하지만
스위치만
엠마
한번
변이.
살면 돼요.
그렇죠. 자,
안
밥석살
긁혔고요.
쇼이치로 반말살 막.
하드 이스킬 안 맞았어요. 이스킬 안 맞은 거 큽니다.
자, 민 쪽으로 들어가서 카티아 못 잡, 카티아를 잡아내지를 어떻게 하면
빈이 죽질 않아요.
조이치 이스킬 이것만 맞았으면 카트 그대로 잡을 수 있었던 거죠.
자, 인사이트와 제천 사이버즈의 대결. 이거 그래도 여차하면 빠져나가면 그냥 갈 수 있는데 여기서 빠져나갈 생각이 없죠. 그렇죠. 레벨 스템 보면
근데 니키가 크게 돌아요. 니키 크게
네.
돌아요. 이거 니키 찾아야 됩니다. 니키 못 찾으면 거리 주고 그대로 가요.
자, 변.
니키 뒤로 크게 돌았거든요. 이거 반응이 되나요? 자, 가드했거든요. 자, 마이크로 피했습니다. 자, 여기서 수아가 에어본 나는 걸 레벨로 피했어요. 자, 넉백 했는데.
자, 강군 궁극기로 일단 밀어내는 판단까지 너무 좋은데요.
레볼루.
크릭도 있기 때문에 루미를 웨포?
자, 이거 날아가면 오히려 지금 타이밍 좋거든요. 지금의 오히려. 자, 여기서 기회 봐야 돼요.
여기서 이거
무조건
하나
잡아야 되고
잡고
이러면 2대1 봐야 되는데 충분히 볼만하죠. 자, 그래도 칼라가 왔습니다.
군과 자 들어가는데 엑스클루시브를 한번 빼내고 JCP가 들어가면서 한번 자 치우드로드로 버텨봅니다만 쉽지 않고 오 도발.
아이템 밸류 차이가 쉽지 않아요.
자,
자.
오히려 앞작사를 쓰면서 빈틈 선수를 노리고
와
있는데요.
군과 아디나만 잘하는 게 아니라 칼라도 굉장히 높은 숙련도를 보여.
소모전을 하다 보면은 결국에는 인원수 손실이 나는 팀이 하나씩 꼭 생기거든요.
네.
그래서 거기서 저 안정피를 중요한데 자 블링크 뺐습니다. 일단은 그래도 아스트라버스 남아있죠.
다시.
여기서 이스킬을 막 뺐어요. 자, 이거 들어가면 하죠.
이러면 가야지. 인사이드 안
이거
달려.
와,
블링크까지 써줬고요.
오디세이 빈틈으로.
자,
이러면
체크메이트.
잡았고요.
인사이터 또 다시 정리하고요. 지금 7킬이지만 여기서 1호는 자 일단 조금 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 하지만 여기는
그렇죠.
일단 다 나와요. 노스페라투, 혈색 반월 그리고 훈련 비표까지가 다 나와 있는데 신고가 여기서 맞고
제스피 먼저 성공을 걸었어요.
이걸 그냥
양건부터 잘 썼고요. 자, 이러면은 와,
그렇죠. 살 마무리까지.
이러면요 3대2 구도 그리고 병
네.
선수의 체력도 많지 않습니다.
자,
아카츠키가 승기 잡을 것 같은데요.
칼라의 근거리 조련 들어갑니다.
자 근데 혹시 수완이가 혹시 어려워 보이네요.
그렇죠.
예.
아이템 밸류에서도 차이가 나기 때문에 자, 이렇게 싸움이 좀 미뤄지고 있는데 이거 JCP 선수 과감한 판단 내려줬습니다. 너네가 콤보로 맞춰서 올 거야. 난 1대1로 죽여버려 하니까
그렇죠.
상대방 입장에서 뭐 할 수가 없어요.
그의
그래요.
플레이이 뭡니까? 적을 찾는 피오라거든요.
자 결국에는 이렇게 연하 선수까지 정리가 되고요. 남아있는 병 선수만 잡아낸다면 아카츠키 17킬 체크메이트 가능합니다. 자 3대1 구도 병을 잡아내는 아카츠키 결국에는 17번째 킬과 더불어 12점의 랭크 포인트인데요. 자 이쪽은 우성 유니버와 더불어 인사이터입니다.
그렇죠.
쇼이치가
이제가
잡히고 이쪽은 자 연하를 잡아낼 수 있을까요? 변이 그리고 마지막
아, 근데 좌우좌우 무빙이 너무 좋아요.
안 잡히는데요.
아, 그래도 일단 잡기는 했습니다만.
자 그래도 여기는 2대1 구도기 때문에 엠마가 뭘 할 수가 없습니다.
자, 그래서
그리고-
여기서 이긴 거 좋은 게 또 늑대에서 운석이 나왔었기 때문에
그렇죠.
자, 사실상 오브젝트 교전에서
자,
이겼다라고
치고.
볼 수도 있고 변이 이후에 콤보
이거
좋아요.
지금
근데
뭐 잘못하다가
연하가 와서요. 자 일단은 뭐 그래도 아직까지 1차
이후에 킬까지 좋은데요. 이거는 좀 힘들긴 합니다.
예,
그렇죠.
그래도 잘했어요. 킬만 이제는 3명이 다 있는 상태에서 에포메이션이랑 또 싸울 수도 있을 것 같습니다.
그래서
리그리가 들어와서?
일단은 도발을 오히려 레오나드 살짝 걸어줬었고요.
네.
자, 라쿤 선수가 안쪽으로 들어가기 힘든데 자, 그래도 잘 빠져나왔습니다. 김준 선수
서로 큰 피해는
자, 스택 쌓아놔요.
없지만요.
자, 이거 에어본 조심해야 됩니다. 빈틈
네.
들어가요.
도발 들어가고요. 여기서 변이.
하지만 오, 에어본 타이밍에 변이 잘 걸었고요.
그렇죠.
솔치. 자, 공격기도 잘 긁었습니다. 빈틈 살 수 있나요? 자, 빈틈은
빈틈?
살았고. 아, 네,
변이.
자, 변이
때문에
마무리.
아무것도 못하게
리그리.
만들었어요.
자 8번째 킬 만들어내고요. 진짜 각 보나요? 에고이즘.
그리고
현재 킬이 없어서.
이거
예?
위도 지금 위험한데 인사이트
다시 내려옵니다. 그렇죠. 인사이트 보고 저건 아니다 싶어서 다시 공장으로 내려.
근데 이건 안 돼요. 자, 제이시피 선수 이거 질세가지고 그대로 녹아버릴 수 있거든요. 한 턴만 버티면 돼. 버티질 못해요.
아카츠키 강력합니다. 결국
이거 인사이터 맞붙게 될 텐데 역시나 양건무기 스킬, 마이 궁극기 이 두 개가 있기 때문에 자, 이거 하나씩 빼는 게 일단 과제가 될 것이고요. 오, 자, 먼저 마이 일단 노리는데 성공은 했어요. 그래도
자,
마이였기 때문에
그렇죠,
버텼고.
자 그리고
가드, 강화 이
너무나도
두 명
강력한데
맞췄고요.
인사이터 자 그리고 플레오 들어갑니다만은
와,
자
야,
오디세이가요
이거는-
끝나지 않아요. 오 그래도 한 명은 자 연하는 잡아냈으니까 혹시 뭐 이거 모르고 분거가 살아있어서 모르거든요.
그렇죠. 불가 살아있는 건 몰라요.
안 살아서 몰라요. 자 체크메이트
그래서 내려
들어갑니다.
찐거 먼저 해주고
자, 근데
끝까지
여기서
맞춰줘요.
정말 혁신적으로
자,
맞춰줍니다.
니키는 빼는데요. LAD 선수의 마이가 들어가게 되면요. 자, 도발.
가드
자, 킥
했습니다.
들어와서. 그렇죠. 자, 이거 프로모션. 키는 빠졌지만. 자, LAD.
날라가도 잡힙니다.
그렇죠.
근데 이거는 진짜
자, 3대3 구도입니다. 데스파 그리고 인사이터. 일단은 킥이 훨씬 많은 쪽은 인사이터고요.
자 가드 장전 바로 Q 장전 들어갈 준비하고 있었습니다만 일단
한
바로
번씩.
들어가지는 않았고요. 이거 확실하게 이제 같이 맞는 각을 최대한 피하기 위해서 지금 퍼져 있는 모습이 보이거든요. 완전 뒤쪽까지 쭉 빠져 있는데 자 병 선수 들어간 거 일단 자 블링크로 한번 피했습니다. 그리고 앞쪽에 자 이거 연하 선수를 먼저 잡는데 성공을 했고 2대2 교전. 자 이러면은 이거 많이 살아 있어서 자 일단
그렇죠.
리오가 킬각 볼 수 있어요. 피하기만 하면 됩니다.
자, 반말사 그리고 민의 리오.
자,
이거 니키궁 없어요. 니키궁이
그렇죠.
없기 때문에
그 사이에
확정적으로
무력화를
맞출 수 있는 건
맞아야
없습니다.
자, 민 포킹 좋은데요. 포킹 좋은데요.
좋아요. 자
자.
반말사도 비벼주는 거 너무 잘하고 있습니다.
시간을 벌어보려고 계속 돌고 있지만요. 자,
자.
민 선수도 이거 알고. 자, 다른 쪽 들어가죠.
휴식 못하게 막아야 되고요.
그렇습니다.
이거 니키 궁 돌면은 자 아직까지 마이궁이 없는데 자 서로
자,
일단
이제
중요한
체크메이트
궁극기는 다
들어와요.
돌았어요.
체크메이트 들어와요.
그렇죠. 다 궁이 돌았다고
그러면
사실상 봐야 돼요.
HP 채우고 2대2 재교전 봐야죠.
자, 이러면은 인사이터에게도 기회가 생겼거든요. 자, 그래서
서로 순간적인 카이팅각. 와 근데 뒤쪽까지 깔끔하게 빠져 있는 거 아주 좋습니다. 이거 마이는 한 턴 참을 수 있으니까 뒤쪽까지 쭉 빠져 있는 거고. 자 니키가 안쪽까지 들어가서 국술하는 거 절대 걸어야죠.
그렇죠.
그리고
어차피
시간도 많거든요.
시간이.
자 이거 판단 좋습니다. 마이는 아직까지도 궁극기가 살아남아 있고요.
자, 그래서 여기 갑자기 이렇게
근데-
터뜨려버리면 역전.
자, 근데 마이궁을
안
못
돼, 안
썼어요.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It has been about a week, and you know what that means. Last week was week 1 of Eternal Return Masters Season 7, Phase number 1. We are now back with week number 2. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight. My name is Shubi Senpai. I still exist in the basement. And over in the basement with me today, I got a little bit of a buddy that is also going to be joining me like usual. Super, how's it going?
How's it going? How's it going? It's great to be here, Shuvi. And we are on to Knockout Stage 3 and 4 for today. And then tomorrow we're going to get to Knockout Stage 5 and 6 and then the finals on Sunday. Very excited, but I just want to talk about, the intro. The intro is so cool. Like, it always gets me hyped up. Especially this season, like so much budget has went into that opening, and yeah, it's just really, really nice to look at.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think the music in the background was actually kind of banger, and the fact that we're kind of getting figurine-looking graphics, right? The 3D rendering of some of these characters inside of the intro is really, really nice. You're absolutely correct. Let's go straight into what we're actually going to be seeing here tonight, though. For the left side on the schedule, if there is a lot of words over there, you guys are confused, don't worry about it. We are on day number 4 today, which as Superior mentioned, it is going to be Knockout Stage 3 and 4 tonight. You guys were here last week, and you heard our news about the fact that it's 2 hours later than usual. Well, you are here at the right time. You didn't spend 2 hours looking at an offline screen. Congratulations for that one. So today we are here for Knockout Stage 3 and 4. You can see the point matrix over on the side. It is different than last week. You're right. Why is that so, Super?
Because we are going to be playing on the current patch now, it looks like. So that means we are going to be having day 2 wipes. So yeah, that's kind of why they had to reduce the points for placement, because there's not going to be as much point inflation anymore.
Absolutely. So make sure you guys remember today it's gonna end at night number 1, right? So if anybody gets confused in the chat, hey, which patch are we playing on? Oh, what's going on? It's the current patch. We're on 1.45. Today's format, here we go. We have done a couple of things already on this section. We have already taken care of the group stage over on the far left side of things. Knockout stages 1 and 2 are over. So we've already lost 4 teams overall in the entire phase number 1. We are down, let's see.
We lost 8 teams.
Somewhere around 24, I think it was around, right?
Yeah. We haven't lost 4 teams, we lost 8 teams, right? Because Knockout Stage 1 and 2. So now we are... Actually, no, wait. Oh, no, because... Yeah.
I think it is. I think the math works
Eight
out
teams,
like that.
8 teams. Yeah, okay.
So we should
We are
be
on
down to
knockout
about
stage
24.
3. Yeah, 24 teams. So after today, we are gonna go down to our 16. So that is going to be, you know, our top 16 for our placement points and prizing. So these teams are definitely gonna have to, you know, fight tooth and nail to try to get into that top 16 spot.
Indeed. So what are the player teams that are going to be playing tonight for knockout stage number 3? We see the teams that came up from stage 2. It's going to be Insider, Demon Drive, Puzan Vespa, and Akatsuki. A very, very hard-fought battle it was last week. They're going to be joined by our 5th place teams from the group stages, Rabbit Apple, Molunyu Nunchi, Always Incheon, and Seongnam Rocks. The top 4 from this group will be joining knockout stage number 4. We'll be talking about that later down the road when we get there. But before we start, I just want to put a little bit of a disclaimer. So we are live right now, but just for clarity purposes, not that many people are going to care, but the clean feed usually has a 3-minute delay put inside of it, but we had to manually put a 3-minute delay because they didn't put that on today, so that's why we're able to be live. It's a bunch of jargon that you guys don't need to worry about too much, but I'm saying it just in case as a precaution. Later down the road, I did my due diligence. The stream itself on our end is going to be 3 minutes delayed, so you and I are live, super. People in the chat, you guys can talk to us. We're right here to witness it.
But I mean, I would say it's usually normal, right? Like,
yeah.
It's basically the same thing. It's just, but yeah, I'm very excited for today. I wonder if we're going to have any meta swaps just because, you know, we did have, you know, some character adjustments on, you know, the current patch. Maybe we'll see more mages coming out. Maybe we won't see, you know, that's dominating Yusina and Kali that we saw, you know, in the previous weekend. And, you know, augments as well, right? Augments and tactical skill choice is always great to see, you know, what these teams are running, if they're going to be on that Soul Stealer, if they're going to be on that Protocol. You know, a lot of Eternal Return to watch for this weekend.
Yeah, and another thing I think should be available starting today is going to be Istvan, probably,
Oh,
because
yeah.
we are on the new patch. This character has been terrorizing my graphics because I cannot tell what the heck is going on my screen when that guy is on the screen. I got clones everywhere. He's flying from all over the place, dashing from all over the place. He's got knockouts. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
It'll be fun to watch.
He's a pretty interesting character because he was really strong on his release, but then, you know, that's kind of usually how it is. And then, you know, they tone the character down. And then, you know, a lot of people stop playing the character once he's released into rank. So I'm very curious to see, you know, if this character is going to be picked up. Personally, I don't think we're going to see any Istvan for today in competitive play, especially just because he's also a really new character. When the character is just released into the competitive scene, teams are kind of hesitant to pick him up just because, you know, he is, or they're not going to have, you know, as much practice on that character.
Yeah, and if I'm going to be real with you, there is a part of me that also kind of thinks that Istvan is a little bit more of a glass cannon style of what Aiden kind of provides, because he does a lot of really good damage in the same way that Aiden does, but he doesn't have the nearly consistent amount of crowd control as Aiden does with Dissipation and Electrostatic Surge. So there is a part of me that kind of makes me wonder whether or not he's going to be able to fit into a lot of these comps, because a lot of these melee characters that most of these teams have been running, it's either you're just going full on something like Arda double frontliner that also has a lot of crowd control, you're playing a frontliner tank that has a lot of crowd control, you're playing a frontline bruiser that has a lot of crowd control solo, typically if that is going to be the case. Istvan just doesn't kind of give me that vibe of being able to solo tank a lot of things right now, unless there's some kind of builds that are being investigated. So you're right, I don't know if we're going to be able to see it, but that is also what we said about Justina last season after her release and her availability during ERM. So you never know, right? It will be really nice to be able to watch Istvan because he is very flashy.
That is true. We did see a Justina coming out. I think the second she did end up getting released into the competitive scene. I think it was Team Otherworms who did end up picking her up, but I think Istvan, you know, I haven't really seen too many teams, you know, practicing with him, but yeah, he does fit that, you know, hyper carry melee role that, you know, we don't really see too much of, I would say, in the competitive scenes. You know, more typically of that front to back type gameplay. We do see the dive team comp sometimes, so maybe we will see him coming out for today.
Yeah, I would assume if we're going to see something like that paired up with something like an Arda and then somebody with a lot of good DPS, but what is it? Crowd control on the side. Maybe something like a Piolo if people are able to manage it, or even something like a Fior as long as they're able to lend every one of their Fenties. Something that has a lot of disruption and something that can take a lot of focus away from this fun. But let's take a look at what's going to go on, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to start going into game number 1 of Knockout Stage number 3 tonight. A total of 8 games we're going to be seeing today, 4 for Knockout Stage number 3 and 4 for Stage 4.
It looks like we do have the Yusinas being locked in once again. But we see a band. It's going to be that Yusina Kadia, you know, that I've been talking so much about. But 2 teams are already going to be locking that in here. Are going to see the Luke coming out for Karmis. I think this guy is the Luke player in Korea. So, we are going to be seeing the Esteban coming with the Camilo as well. So it's just going to be a triple melee comp. Looks like they're going to try, you know, outstanding, you know, some of these teams.
Yeah, and look what I said, right? It's Isfan, and then paired with 2 melee characters that's able to either do a lot of crowd control or take away a lot of focus. Now, this one is going to be a little bit more on taking away focus from the Isfan, because the Camilo as well as the Luke is going to be pulling a lot of attention, which does allow the Isfan to kind of do what he wants for a good amount of time. So I'm really excited about this new comp from Molun Yununchi. It's going to be really fun. The Isfan debut in Eternal Return Masters on the first game he's available. MLN, thank you so much for letting me see it.
Yeah, and we are going to be having Luminal on that signature Shuichi, gonna be supported by that Lenny and that Mai. So it's all gonna be it's all, the fate of Always Inchen's you know, game is it is gonna be resting on Luminal there.
Yeah, we missed it a little bit during the group stages, huh? We weren't able to see it, but this time around we are going to be able to see it straight off from game number 1. I do have a strange feeling that if it doesn't go too well in the first couple of games, it's going to be immediately swapped out.
yeah. That's my guess as well, is they are probably just going to sub him out if the Shuichi does not end up working. But I think in this lobby, because we have, you know, a lot of melee hyper carries, I think Shuichi, kind of thrives, and he's just able to deal so much damage to them. So we'll be able to see, you know, how it does end up working out for Team Always Inchin.
Yeah, hey, on the bright side as well, this was a team that actually managed to deal with the menace that is going to be Team Insider pretty well during Season 6 as well, with this exact same composition. So I think there's a possibility it might be able to do pretty good. It's the lobby dynamics.
Yeah, because they do have that Mai pick. The Mai is going to be able to, you know, counter the combo as long as they're able to not get one-shot by the Nikki Adela. I think Luminal can, you know, look and just, you know, completely solo the Team Insider's team.
Indeed, guys, let's go. We have waited a week for this, and it is time to begin. Here we go. I'm also really excited, by the way, about O3CU on team, what is that, Rabbit Apple, because this player during the group stages, he's a new player, right? And you haven't seen him before. I haven't seen him before, unless it's a new moniker for a player that we've already seen in the past. I don't know if it is, but this player showed us a lot of aggression with this bow style in the Dean last week during the group stages. I want to see that again today, especially in a lobby like this, where you have team compositions like Molun Yununchi, where you make one small mistake as a backliner, you're going to get instantly blown up just like that. You have teams like Sylvia and the Yumin. You make one mistake, you're never getting away from that. Oh my god,
there's a lot of people here down in hospital. Looks like I think we have a team already grouped up. I think it is going to be Team Busan here. We did see them group up pretty often on the weekend, so maybe I'm going to try looking for some early game aggression here. There is still wipe prevention on day 1, so probably going to still see the same amount of aggression in the early game. Once it gets to day 2, though, once the objectives are going to spawn in, I think we're probably going to see a more slower game. But yeah, looks like it is going to be San. Just going to get caught out here. Just going to finish his crafts, and the kill will go over to Team Busan there. On the top side, though, Curie already getting caught by Team Akasi. Akasi looking for some more. Looks like both teams are just going to back away.
Yep, it's once again the eastern side of the map. It's going to be a fiesta once again inside a cemetery, as well as 3 teams sitting inside of the zone is going to try to fight it out, although it's going to be Akatsuki eating the most of brunt of it, as the Astro Burst is going to knock down JCP. Yoonhyung in a little bit of trouble himself. Boongwa's going to have to blink away from this. Can he get the kill on Desanti? Yes, he can. At least 1 kill in trade, but this overall favors Team Busan Vespa, as they will be able to maintain control inside a cemetery. Not exactly sure how much is left in there until we start heading into night number 1, but it's going to be pretty nice. Boongwa trying to catch out Curry. That is going to be the electric shift invested on top of it. Kadia should be able to keep herself completely fine. But this entire team is pretty split apart. Now rejoining the party inside a cemetery, are we still going to see more aggression over towards the eastern side of the map?
Yeah, it's always Cemetery and Hospital. It's always those 2 zones. It looks like, oh, here comes Ultimate, but a great buffer there from Karmis. Going to be able to get him on out of there, but immediately running into the team always in Chun. Karmas is going to be on the retreat here. Luminol is actually going to be able to use a White Lily to deny Karmas from getting away. And Inside is going to be able to pick that one up. I think always in Chun do want to look for it here. Luminol is going to find an angle. Here comes a taunt. Is going to connect onto the Adela, and the Seiko will end up falling here. Team Insider is just going to let him go.
Yeah, from the looks of it, Team Molyneux Nunchi is also relatively well prepared to be able to deal with a team like Insider. You're right, that buffer was pretty beautiful from Karmas. I need to see that more later in the game when it really matters though. It's these high pressure situations that you and I are here to watch, whether or not these players are acclimated for. But for right now, in a relatively low pressure situation, Karmas was able to show us something with the Luke. So hey, good stuff.
Able to buffer his ultimate over the wall. That was really nice there. Looks like Sangam gonna be able to get these bears. I think we might have a contest here. As actually, it's just gonna be Yusina from Busan just gonna hover as Team always in Chun. They're actually not grouped up. Luminol is a little far away, so Setting is gonna get poked down. It's gonna jump on out of there. Maybe gonna bait Luminol to find an angle in here. There's ultimate already invested from Yusina, so they're just gonna focus all their damage onto her, and she is gonna fall. Belzer is gonna fall very shortly here as well. Curry is stuck in a corner, so it looks like they are gonna wipe, but day one wipe prevention is still there. So Sangnam Rocks is gonna come back into the game, and Team Always in Chun is gonna be able to find 2 kills.
Yeah, it was really lucky for Luminol to also go on a little bit more of an offense in that situation, because it does allow the Mai to get away. We do know that I think with 1.45 they reduced the overall auto revive time, but it still sucks, right? That's not gonna change at all. So good stuff for Always in Chun. They are gonna keep themselves overall alive. Sangnam Rocks not really being able to have the leisure to do that kind of stuff. On the western side though, a couple players looking to fight it. Akatsuki, JCP, you are by yourself, my guy, and there's 3 people of Team
gets one,
but he still ends up trading one. He's trying his best to get away. The parry is there,
wow.
but that third Welta will lock JCP down. I will say though, 1 for 1 in a 1v3 situation on the Fiora, you take those.
Yeah, I think he aggroed the wolves as well, so the wolves were just eating him alive there. I actually think he could have got another kill, but yeah, unfortunately he's gonna cut short. But yeah, 2 kills, pretty good for a 1v3 situation. So I think if you're Akatsuki, you'll definitely take that. A lot of kills going around already, so the early game aggression is still not gone. Even with the new patch, just because, you know, it is still, or there is still, you know, that day 1 wipe prevention. So a lot of teams are going to be really aggressive. There is a clean sweep. It's going to connect onto the Zella, but a great pull to take him on out of there. And the return damage, though, that was so much damage there from the Esteban, just immediately chunking down the Nadine. So we'll be a 1-for-1 trade between Team Rabbit Apple and Team New Nunchi.
Yeah, this is the problem, as I said, right, with Istvan dealing with it. As soon as you're a backliner and you make one small misstep or they catch up to you, you will get blown up instantly like that. Now, it's a 1-for-1 trade, because you're right, the stun for, well, I should say the pull from the Sicilla did end up kind of taking the Luke out of factor when it comes to the fight, but then immediately the tension turns back over onto the Nadine, who was isolated. Down she goes. So in the end, it is a 1-for-1. Overall, I think these teams are starting to fight it outright. I don't really see any mistakes that are going on here, which is a really good sign off the bat for game number 1. Let's see how the bottom side goes though. Chinawa playing a little bit aggressive. He does have his team right behind him. The Sicilla over on the right side could get a really good flank on this, but JCP taking a little bit of punishment already. I think they're just gonna leave.
I think they know that Sicilla is actually gonna be completely isolated. They're actually gonna full send it on to them. I really like this play from the Sylvia. I think the Sicilla should fall here. Gonna try using the White Lily, is gonna be able to get it. So they will be able to get away. Now JCP is looking for an angle, but unfortunately he whiffs everything, and it is going to be him getting completely bursted down, and the Sicilla is gonna fall very shortly as well. So will be Team Demon Drive going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills, and they're going to be able to set up for that alpha in Chapel there.
Yes, sir. Up on the northern side, this is also going to be another alpha fight. Whichever team wins this will have advantage on that. It's going to be a lot of damage over onto Seiko. He's going to be forced to use a checkmate, taken down and isolated. Well played on the north side from Puzan Festival. On the eastern side, on the western side, sorry. Remember, there is no third alpha now. A good kill onto Saradabi. We're going to have Asuna running around. Molyneux Nunchi, this is a great comp that they're running, and with the amount of snowball they're having at the earlier stages of the game, this is going to be a pretty formidable team composition, even with all of these front-to-back comps later down the road. So good stuff to see them getting a good start. Pungwa trying his desperate tries to get away. He is completely isolated, but the kiting capabilities of Pungwa's Adina is insane. Sure, he doesn't have fuel, but there is the rest of his team to follow up and catch him down. Down goes Pungwa, 24 seconds of death timer, alongside Akatsuki. You lose Yoonhyung somewhere around the map as well. I don't know where that happened, but they're super isolated and split.
Yeah, great CC chain there by Demon Drive, getting that stall Q with the human damage there. A lot of damage, but a great double push in from that Marcus is going to lock out Demon Drive, and that is going to be Sangnam Rocks able to get a nice 2 kills. Fortunately, Demon Drive just weren't ready for the flank from Sangnam Rocks there. Sangnam Rocks picking up 2 kills. They're actually looking really strong there. Ooh, the taunt unfortunately just whiffing onto Seiko there, so yeah, Team Rabbit Apple just going to be forced to back away.
It's quite interesting. A lot of teams are seeming to get split apart from one another right now. Like in this situation, I know it's after a fight, but it still stands as Vector. Gonna be able to dodge out on death at least. Karmas about to get taken down too, because he's taken down below half HP in the blitz. 1's gonna miss, 2's gonna hiss. Never mind, that's not in the blitz. That's actually ballistic advantage because it was already used. Karmas will keep himself alive as well. The transition's actually not that bad. We do see the triple 4 score value for that team. Should be looking to get their next rotation of items in about 30 to 40 seconds. So overall, I think the pacing of this game so far has not been that bad, but we definitely can tell that a lot of these teams are still splitting apart, despite the fact that night number 1, that's when the team auto res is going to end. So is that going to be a bit more of a common theme for us tonight, or will these teams start focusing back up game number 2 and not split too much, because a lot of time has been lost from most of these teams losing members one by one.
Yeah, I think they're probably just looking for the split farm, once again, now that team fighting is going to be less prevalent in day number 2. Just trying to get as strong as possible. And we're going to have a flank by Team Nunchi here, but looks like all 3 members are actually going to be able to get away. But on the top side, it's actually going to be Busan Vespa going to lose a member, unfortunately, as a great third party there from Nunchi. They are going to be able to get that purple box as well. Fortunately, Busan, they are going to lose a member, and they're going to be stuck on the top side here. They're going to have to look for an angle to get back in and maybe try getting a save res.
Losing somebody at the start of day 3, it's the same as last week, the same as this week. It still sucks, right? Minus 200 for Team Busan Vespa. They did get a pretty good start at the beginning of the game, right? Tied for first place when it comes to kills overall at the moment, but that's not going to matter when you're still down 200 credits regardless.
Yeah, sniper shots are going to be used to, vision check the bushes there, make sure you get this res off safely, as New Nunchi is actually going to be pushing into Team Rapid Apple here. Can they look for an angle? And there is a Camilo. They are going to use the dash in forward. The White Lily is going to be invested as well. Isvan trying to look for an angle, but the damage in return from the Nadine is actually way too much. Great pullback as well. Great kite back from the Nadine. They are going to focus their sights onto the Camilo. They are going to be able to get the Camilo. Camilo's a little too deep. And Rabbit Apple just able to kite back so well, and Nadine just able to get so much value there. Just able to get the 1-up onto Team Nunchi there.
Karmas looked a little lost in that fight because he was wondering whether or not to go into the Nadine, but he missed the initial clean sweep, and because of the excellent monkey wire placed by 03CU, he was actually able to get himself to safety by the time it was Itfan on top of him. Karmas, you gotta keep track of this. He's gonna be able to chase you forever.
It's a Luke as well.
Oh no! Leon on the flank side, he's gonna be able to get the follow through. There's the ghost fire. It's gonna knock Karmas down once again. The Luke getting taken down. Minus 400 overall for Molu Nunchi. This Luke, man, the moment he misses clean sweep, it seems the fight is already over because he's just not able to get out of anything with these Yusinas, and Cecilla's running around.
Yeah, it's just like a little rough for this character, just because he's so like committal, right, and one-dimensional that like if you go in, you're like forced to go in, and he doesn't really have the escape aside from just camera hopping on out of there. But the distance that's made isn't really that long, so if you're getting chased by Yusina, you are basically dead.
Yeah, and there's nobody in that composition to be able to effectively lock somebody down, right? Usually there's somebody up in the front side that is able to crowd control rotate, like a Mai or something, to allow the Luke to get a pretty consistent clean sweep in, but that's not the case here. A lot of them are just building damage, maybe a little bit of tankiness here and there on the items, but it doesn't change the fact that there still is no setup. Yoonhyung walking up a little bit too forward. He is just obliterated, and the ball is going to be invested pretty early. Luminol just completely wipes the floor with Yoonhyung getting eliminated instantly off the bat. Pungwa and JCP having to run away from the fight. Senefine trying to chase a little bit further into red, but I don't know if they're going to be able to catch out this Adina, especially with the White Lily being in effect, but it does eat up so much timer on this Adina. They do not want to let this res.
Luminol jumping straight onto him!
the
Oh
stun
my
on the
God!
VLS as well. Rub salt in the wound. Down goes the second member of Akatsuki and just walking straight into yet another member. Bekto, he doesn't want to fight it because he doesn't have his teammates around him. He didn't know JCP was alone, so a bit of a breath of life for Team Akatsuki. But man, losing 2 members towards the end of night number 1. They only have 300 credits to their name overall. This is not a good way to start for Team Akatsuki.
Oh my god, Lumino with the perfect steering is able to land right on top of Bua's head there. So well played. Usually, you know, when you are trying to VLS it, you don't really get that perfect angle, but yeah, it was just great on there for Lumino there to find the perfect spots to get that stun. And then, you know, once a Shoichi's on top of you, there's really not much you can do as a backline mage.
Yep, this is rough for Akatsuki, but this is something that we've been talking about ever since last week. Their team composition doesn't really give you a lot of leniency when it comes to
Oh, they have the angle, they have the angle.
Yona on the backside, there's a bookmark already being proc. Checkmate gonna be invested early. That's
Oh,
a lot
wait,
of damage,
he's
and
dead.
Queen lands and obliterates O3CU. Asuna, the last one alive in just a moment as the pure rage uppercut just gonna follow through on the mine.
Wow.
Down she goes, a 2-for-0 for Team Insider. O3CU played it pretty well, but still, it's just gonna be a follow through from Seiko and a beautiful Queen to finish off the fight.
Seiko just completely soloing the Nadine by themselves in, you know, basically a 1v2 situation. That was so well played by the Adela, and that is exactly what you want to see, you know, from Seiko. We saw him last season, you know, just completely popping off in these team fights, and, you know, that's exactly what we're able to see today as well.
Indeed. Okay. Well, what are the options now for Team Rabbit Apple? They do have enough credits to get the res for the most part. 5 seconds left on Asuna. Akatsuki, they're still struggling, right? They have enough credits to get the res off. I think they were trying to go for the school one just now as well. But with a couple teams hanging around this side, they're just going to completely ditch that idea. Maybe hover still, because I do see them walking back down towards the south side of Research Center. It's going to be a lot of time these teams are going to invest to try getting themselves out of that south side. It is all closing, whereas Cemetery is where that wick line will spawn. I don't see really any teams in that area. It could just go into the hands of Molun Yununchi, which then is going to put another whole different type of flavor to this lobby.
Oh, it's going to be Team Always Interested actually going to use the VLS to summon, so Team Insider going to have to play a little defensively here because they should know there's another team nearby. There is going to be a red box spawning into Fire Station here, so definitely want to contest for this as Team Busan here is going to try taking it. Team Insider, they're going to try looking for an angle. Their nighttime is going to proc here, so nighttime vision is going to be available. Teams have to be a little careful as there might be another team nearby. Seiko having the Queen, going to get dodged out by the Justina. Here comes the Engage, there's a Soul Sealer. A lot of poke damage. Yuna getting chunked down to half HP as well. But nothing really going to come out of that as the box is going to be secured by Team Busan Vespa.
This is the one good part about running the Justina and the Kadia comp, right? If you're able to punish something like the failed initiation that we just saw from Team Insider, this composition will go absolutely turbo.
Wow.
And as I did mention, it's going to be Molun Yununchi picking up that wick lane. They're backing away from
They're going to send it, though.
They're going to try sending it, although it doesn't seem like everyone's on the same page. They just sent Byungjo to his death for absolutely no good reason. Blood sample still picked up. I think it was by the Luke or something like that, so they're still going to have access to it. But what the heck was that call? That seemed a little bit confusing. They were all out.
Yeah, they got the blood, but Always Incheon, I think Always Incheon was probably just too far in because I think the Mai was going to be able to just taunt them, so they just decided to sack one instead. I mean, if you saw their items, they're just looking so weak, so Team Always Incheon, they decided to pull the trigger instantly. Oh. It's going to be Rabbit Apple able to get the 1-up onto Team Demon Drive there, able to play the front to back really nicely. Estelle should be able to get away with their dash. The Monkey Wire isn't going to connect, and it will be Team Demon Drive. Unfortunately, going to lose 2 members. And you can see their items are really not in good shape here. They don't really have any way to call in. Maybe they're going to go to hospital, but... Ooh, oh, wait, they have the kiosk, so they are going to be able to get the reses off here. I don't know if Team Rox is going to be able to contest. Looks like they're going to use the VLS system to get on out of there as well.
And on the flip side, while Team Demon Drive is behind on items, they're still alive. That can't be said for Team Akatsuki as they were wiped during that entire fiasco on the southern side of the map. So that's really brutal for Team Akatsuki. Was struggling, and the Hyperloop for Team Demon Drive is just not good as they spawn right on top of Songnam Rocks. That's going to be a couple extra kills fed over to this team. Tongi should be falling in just a second as well. You are not getting away from a Justina. Down goes 3. Songnam Rocks on 11 on an absolute roll in their first game of knockout stages in Phase 1.
Yeah, this Bad Monk Steer, we had a really good pilot, Luminal, on the VLS. I think they just VLS straight into the hands of Team Songnam Rocks there. A little unfortunate as looks like they are going to be able to get that completely for free. Looks like Nunchi is going to try looking for an angle, and they still have the wick line on 2 members here. Oh, looks like Nunchi's actually going to use the White Lily to dodge out on the Sua Don Quixote there, but the damage and the burst damage is way too much. Karmas is going to be able to get away. They're trying to look for the Adela here. Adela is going to get chunked down to 1 HP. There is the ultimate. Going to try to keep them alive for a little longer. Actually going to change the focus onto the Nikki. Nikki's going to go down, but Yona's actually going to go in, and she will be able to get 2, and I think Karmas should go down here as well, and it is going to be Team Insider and be able to win that one out.
Seiko with a beautiful Night Fork is able to obliterate the health bars of Molyneux Nunchi. The fight looked so good for a second for that team, right? They were able to snipe down the Sua, and it looked good for a split second, and then Seiko says, nah, you're not getting away with that one. Triple stack land with the Night Fork. He's able to knock down 1, and then the follow through with the Queen to just seal the deal. Chef's kiss. No, not chef's kiss. I can't speak because it was so good. Chef's kiss from Seiko. Everything in that fight from the Adela was just so good towards the end, and that's when it matters, right? At the beginning you can mess up a little bit, but if you make it up with the performance towards the end of the fight, who cares? The result's still the same.
Yeah, like it actually looked really bad for them at the very start of the fights. You know, Seiko getting caught out, and then the Camilla almost getting the kill there, but a great turnaround, a great double, or I think you said it was a triple knockup, right? From Seiko there to completely turn the fight into their favor. We're gonna have a lot of teams converging here into Fire Station, so these teams have to be a little careful. There's gonna be Rock's gonna walk up here. Team Rabbit Apple is gonna take the building inside, and Team Insider is also in the area as well, so they should know there are multiple teams. Console Vision is in the side of Team Insider there, and they're actually gonna walk straight into the hands of Team Insider. They're gonna get locked up. Great CC chain there from Team Insider. Unfortunately, that's gonna be Marcus gonna go down, as Team Insider is gonna be able to pick up another kill.
Hold on a second, Super. Is that the evolution of Insider that I see? Did they go for the tank first instead of anybody else? Am I really seeing that?
Yeah, but I think that's because it was like a vision play, so they I mean, it wasn't really them going for the tank. It kind of walked into them, you know what I mean? So.
Hey, I'll still give it to them. Even if sometimes, I swear to God, in the past when Insider, even if it was a vision play, they just never went for it. They land a Queen onto the front line, they say, nah, we'll just wait for another Queen. But this time, they actually went for the Marcus, so I'm really proud of them.
Look at Rabbit Apple positioning here.
Side. We do see vision should be good enough for Team Rabbit Apple to know about this, but they're still going to go inside the fight, and then the Dean is just isolated. Down she goes, obliterated by the hands of Team Insider. Sardabi's going to have to completely book it, but it's already day number 6. It's just completely cooked for Rabbit Apple. Looked cool for a second again,
so Rox is coming up as well.
The timer for Songnam Rock's not good, but the burst damage on the Seiko's actually
the damage, yeah. They have so much poke potential and a lot of damage here as well, but Curry's gonna get caught here. And wait a second, San is gonna be able to get Seiko, and the third party is gonna be here for Team Rabbit Apple, so now it's gonna be a 2v2. San is gonna try killing the body, and he does end up getting Seiko there with his dying breath. Yona is gonna get locked up, and he dies as well. Sad is playing out of his mind. He's able to get 2, dodging out as well, kiting so well, but unfortunately not gonna be able to get anything. Rabbit Apple gonna lose their member, and it is gonna be Insider gonna be able to pick up another kill. But it is now gonna be a 2v3 into the side of Team Busan Vespa. It's gonna be Namai gonna get some timer back, and they should be able to get out alive. But yeah, 2v3 is gonna be kind of tough here. But I mean, Suaniki, if they take a final 1-shot onto the backline, it could be possible. Ooh, the kill actually went to Insider, so they actually do get more timer back.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's gonna matter too much. We've seen this style of 2v3 a lot in the times before, but I don't know if 10 seconds is gonna be enough for them to push.
Oh, and yeah, Leon's gonna push them back away.
It's not good. Duck dive comes through. There is no coordination on who they're gonna go for, but that's all right. They already did their job. The Insider in 3rd place with 13 kills overall.
You'll take that. You'll take that.
Oh, 100% you'll take that. Busan Vespa, on the other hand, 12 kills strong. They're looking for that 1st place spot with 15 potentially. Always Incheon playing a little bit quieter than Busan Vespa, although they still have 7. Not a quiet game at all for these players. Looking for 10 going into 1st place for game number 1. Can Luminal show it to us? This is the comp that it's going to be the real testament for. Can this Shuichi somehow get access to this double backline? It's going to be 10 miles away from this guy's mouse.
That is the problem, right? Team Busan Vespa, they have so much range to work with. They just have to space well here. But Team Ozinsha, they have zone control, so they're gonna actually have to be forced to push into the Shuichi here. So if Luminal can find an angle in and completely one-shot the backliners here, they do have that Leon as well for that peel. Looks like they're trying to focus Luminal, but a great taunt there. Actually gonna be able to lock up Yusina. is going to use the ult, and the Soul Stealer is going to be invested by both teams, so no Justina ult here, so there is free reign if Luminal can find an angle onto the Justina here. They're going to try looking for an angle, and great stun. Great pullback from the Spring Trap. Luminal is going to use the ultimate. Not able to get anything, but a great surf stuff is going to be able to get them out, out of there. Luminal should be able to get him, as they do end up taking them down. But wait a second, Min is going to be able to trade one, so now it's going to be a 2v2. But Luminal finds the angle back in. Luminal is going to get the daggers as well. There's the reset. He's going to get enough damage. He does! And Luminal is able to win out for his team. Oh my god. It might be a Luminal show today.
It is a Luminal show. Cinema. Absolute cinema from Luminal tonight. 10 kills in first place is how we are going to go. I don't think we are seeing a substitution tonight, Super. That is, my friends, the Shoichi X Factor GG's. The team always in Chan.
Yeah, that was just so well played by Luminal. Luminal just finding those angles to just go in and just, you know, do his thing on the Shoichi. Like, it is such a treat to watch.
Yeah, I feel like this guy's an AI at this point, man. How do you play Shoichi to that level? I swear, if that was me, I mess up from the first fight. I get pulled away from Ruthless from a Leon surfs up. I just give up, right? My hands go into the air. The keyboard's thrown out the window. That fight's not mine. But this guy, he understands his limits. That damage take over onto Justina, I think it was just barely enough to kill her. If it wasn't the case, I think it would have taken way too much time for Luminal to actually get the body down. And if that happens, you saw how quickly Seraphine fell down to Min. The Kadia is able to pump out damage so fast, but then he target fires the Leon down immediately, and then is able to somehow get enough cooldown rotations to jump on top of the Kadia and finish her off. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's not even... Yeah, exactly. It's not even just the damage, it's the range and like him knowing the perfect timing for his resets as well. Because I don't know if you saw, but you know, Leon walked up probably thinking Luminal was going to be on cooldown, but then Luminal just jumping right onto the Leon, resetting the dagger as well, and then having the reset to jump onto the Kadia as soon as he finished the Leon there. It was just perfect gameplay from Luminal.
I swear. Luminal is basically just Shoichi embodiment. This guy is Shoichi, and he proved to us in game number 1 why that is still the case. Really well played from Always Inton. Everybody else on that side too. Really good catch out. Seraphine did set that up initially, right? With the trumpet over onto the Justina, and then the perfect timing on the Spring Chop to catch her out. No time to dash away whatsoever. Just trumpet, spring. Hello and goodbye is what Seraphine said. This is the way that I really like it. Seraphine in the end has been the premier Lenny player for a long time now, ever since a long time ago we saw him with Sebi as well as Shinonome. I'm really glad that this player on the Lenny is able to get so much attention because of how he still plays. He's still playing the exact same as he did back then with Sebi and Shinonome, where he kind of goes a little psycho for himself, right? We're seeing the blue lock ego coming into fray for this Lenny player. He just sends it. He's just
he just goes in. He just goes in, gets the trumpet off, and then gets that spring trap. Like, he just sets up the his team so well. And yeah, I mean, all three of them are just playing really, really well with each other, and it's just showing. So, you know, great win there for Team Always Shun. I think I don't actually know if they outscored Team Busan Bespa, because Busan Bespa also had, you know, 13 points. There was a lot of kills in that game. Yeah, so it is going to be a little close, I would say, in the scoreboard, because there were like a couple teams with like 10 plus kills each. I wonder, you know, how that's gonna, you know, influence the lobby. Maybe teams are gonna be playing a more aggressive team comp, so they could try, you know, farming those early game kills.
Could definitely be the case, yeah, for sure. Considering the fact that we did end up losing day number 2, I still think that we did get a decent amount of kills. We saw a lot of fiestas happening inside of Hospital and Cemetery. As per usual, I always feel like I'm just repeating the same things over again when it comes to those two zones. But read them a week, guys. It happened again, yet again, in KR game number 1. It's just a common occurrence. Something draws these players to those two zones towards the end of day number 1. And the rest of the story just keeps going on. It's a chapter that is just repeating itself over and over and over. It almost feels as if I'm missing something if we don't see a Cemetery and Hospital Fiesta at the beginning of the game now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's always Hospital Cemetery. Like, both those zones are just so contested in the early game, and we just see so many kills being traded there. It's kind of almost like, you know, teams they just know, you know, that's those two zones are just the hot zones where you just have to end your build there, so you could try getting as many kills as possible.
Yeah, for sure. Regardless, though, still a pretty good game from a majority of the teams across the board. Every single team did have at least a couple of kills. Now, I will say for Team Akatsuki, I think there was a part of me that kind of wonders whether or not it was unlucky towards the beginning of day number 3 because they never really got to pick up the pace after one of their members fell down. Starting from there, 2 people falling down, 3 people falling down, and their team is out. I can't tell yet if this is a comp problem. We've already discussed that before with Team Akatsuki. JCP on the Fioras. He is on the two-handed sword, right? We did see the parry inside of R3 range to get the trade onto the, I think it was the Isfan for the 1v1, for the 1-4-1 and the 1v3. But there's still holes in this composition, 100%.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
I like their other team comp, that triple backline team comp with JCP on that hard. I wonder if we're going to see a swap back to that team comp because, having that hard on that triple backline team, I think is a lot more reliable just because, when you are a triple backline team, you are susceptible to getting dived and, having that hard ult to keep, all 3 members alive and having that, backline ADC damage as well to, try to deny any, bruiser tank or bruiser dive that's, trying to get onto your team. Being able to, burst them down and having that consistent damage is probably a lot better. But, I think they are trying to play for that pick potential with that Cicella Adina and that Fiora combo.
It's always going to be good, but if it doesn't work out, then you're going to have to change things up. After all, this is knockout stage. If you don't make it to top 4, then you will get eliminated. And we can also tell, by the way, that they struggled during knockout stage number 2 because of their position inside of the lobby. They're in the 8th slot, which means they ended 4th place in knockout stage number 2. A team like Team Akatsuki, where we have a lot of really top-tier players on that team, seeing them walk away in 4th place, just hobbling away barely after knockout stage number 2, it's not the greatest of signs of confidence that I'm seeing from that team. But let's take a look at what the results look like. It is a tie, actually, as a matter of fact, for Busan Bespa and Always Inchan, as they did have 3 additional kills over Always Inchan. We'll also net them in 1st place, because for now, tiebreaker doesn't matter at this moment, but it will give them the edge. 20 points for both of the teams. Insider with 18 and Songnam Rocks with 16. Every other team is sub 10. It's a pretty decent lead that Busan Bespa and Always Inchan has right now.
Yeah, I mean, but the top 4 teams here, it's really close. It's only 4-point difference. You could see, how many kills these teams have gotten. There's almost, I think it was 3 teams with 13 kills all together, and then, or sorry, not all together, but all of them have 13 kills exactly. And then the rest of the lobby, unfortunately, just not having, as many kills as the rest of the teams in the top 4 here.
For sure. Really excited to see what we're going to be going on into game number 2 for no bans for game number 2, ladies and gents. No Mai ban, no Justina ban, no Kadia ban, no nothing. No Cecilia ban this time around either because we only have 2 of the Cecilia players inside of this lobby. But we are seeing Jinha work considering the Arda in comparison to the human from the last game. Myungjo, yeah, I was going to say don't do it, man. 11 with that kind of composition. Listen, I wanted some setups, but I think 11 might be even more.
Yeah, 11 is not really a character we see often here, on the big stage for ERM, but there is good reason, right?
Yep.
Really one-dimensional, tank player who's
I like that,
just able to get dodged out easily. I do like their team comp, yeah. I do like the PLO and the Ekion here for Makdu and Minjo here. I think this is a pretty solid team. And they're gonna have another Luke. Oh my god. From Rabbit Apple this time.
Oh, okay, Sardabi, he's not opting for the Mai this time, but this is Sardabi after all. Sardabi on the Luke. It's been a long time since I've seen this. This player, by the way, Sardabi, this guy was originally known because of the Luke. Did you know that? A long time ago when Sardabi and KCW used to play together, it was the Nikki and the Luke that they were always playing with each other, but after a long time, the meta shifted and Sardabi also had to change something. So for people who were watching Eternal Return Masters for a very, very long time now, another blast of the passes, we are going to see Sardabi on his famous Luke once again.
Wow. Yeah, I think he's going to be on tank Luke because I think I saw him on the force field. So he's going to try, getting in that front line, going to try tanking up as much damage as possible to let, their backliners poke. But I don't really like a Luke frontline tank when you have these 2 poke mages. I think it's kind of weird, but I think he's just gonna try getting on in there, gonna try soaking up as much damage, get those heals off those Luke clean sweeps and W's, and we're gonna have to see if he is gonna be able to hold down the front line for his team.
Yeah, and I can already hear what the casters are saying right now for the Korean side, and I also know why the Observer is showing this. As I mentioned, there's lore behind this character for his Hardabi. It is a character that we have seen him find so much success on during his heyday on that Luke. I think he even won a tournament off of this thing or something like that. He is absurdly good on this Luke, but you're right, there are limitations, as you mentioned once again, although I will say that it might be slightly neutered by the fact that 03CU exists, right? Like, this guy does not play Bo Nadine as a poke character. This guy will just go straight into fights, probably will even join the fray with his Luke every now and then if he really wants to and is confident in the capabilities of his team fighting potential. But for now, it's still Hospital yet again. Saten will take the fall one more time too to Team Busan Vespa. It's the same story this time around for, unfortunately, Songnam Rocks. They're out on a member. Olununuchi losing out on a member 2, Tongye also falling down. It is just that game 1 Fiesta, or day 1 Fiesta I should say.
Questionable blink there for the Hard. Unfortunately, he's just gonna fall there. I think tried to look for an angle in, but just got completely one-shot by the side of Team Akatsuki there. Yeah, looks like the Nadine living on a thread, as it is going to be Team Demon Drive going to teleport on forward, and oh my god, we have a Fiesta here in Hospital. Looks like the damage is going to be able to get Seraphine there. Great damage from the side of Team Nunchi there, but a great ultimate in return, and we're going to have another third party. It's going to be Sangnam Rocks this time, and they're going to be able to clean everyone up. They're going to be able to get 3 kills. Fortunately, Baekhyun not going to be able to get Curry there, as it will be Team Sangnam Rocks, yeah, just able to clean up and pick up 3 kills for himself.
Listen, I know Baekhyun got buffed to 1.45, but you might have to buff that envenomization time or the envenomization cooldown, because he missed out on like 3 kills because his ultimate came up maybe half a second late in that fight. So, real brutal for Myungja, but he does pick up a couple. Another fight on the northern side. Seraphine might not be able to get out of this because the Smash to Smithereens was after all of his cooldowns were invested. It's still early in the game, so that Lenny will fall. Shoichi on the backside trying to do what he can, but it's still too early. No cooldown resets coming in, so daggers fall around in couple of awkward spots. Still fine at the end though. Day number 1, still Fiesta as we would normally expect. Mole and Yudun Chills picking up a couple kills for themselves. Hopefully they'll be able to make better use of these couple of kills this game.
Yeah, just not enough damage from that Shoichi just yet. You know, this is that early game. Shoichi, not really that early game character, that early game powerhouse. You know, you kind of need those items to make sure he has enough damage to kill and, you know, get his resets off easily there. So are going to have Team Always in Shun. They are going to be split farming. It looks like Luminal is going to be in alley, going to get some farm by himself. I think with the new changes, we are going to see a lot of teams, you know, slowly go back to that split farm strategy, because, you know, there's no really point, or there's no point in, you know, those early game team fighting anymore once the white prevention is going to be taken away for, you know, day number 2.
Yep, for sure. No real biggie yet though for a majority of these teams, as you and I know. Day number 1, night number 1, when it comes to deaths overall, it doesn't really matter. Can somebody get taken down? No,
he blinked as well.
Stack. Yeah, the blink from Pyeongchang. Maybe try getting that one last auto attack off, because that passive Nikki auto nowadays does quite a lot of damage. Another fight up on the northern side. Luminal taken pretty low, but there's only 2 people on the side of Demon Drive. I think Dongye is
living for so long.
Take it down, but no, you're right. She's still alive. I don't know how this is happening.
Oh my god, he's going on Luminal.
He's still going. He's still going. Dongye is still alive. There is no damage to follow up on this Estelle anymore. Why is trying to chase it down? But for what? You are not catching that out. Seraphine will be the last to fall.
Wow.
Always In-Chun is going to take the fall as Demon Drive wins the initial 2v3 into Sheer joining, and the 3-player sweep is all but done and dusted. Still a night number 1 death though. Always In-Chun will come back, but they're not going to be able to contest anything for date number 2.
Yeah, so well played by Dongye here, but Vargas with the double burger flip there. Is there any follow-up? No, it's actually Misiko going to be able to lock them up in the back line. Misiko actually going to jump on in and get the queen, get the checkmate onto Curry. Curry is forced to back away there. Yona going to go in, try to get the Justina. Going to get a lot of damage. Is going to completely CC immune the explosive shot. And now it's going to come down to a 1v2 here. Is Sue going to be able to get away? The Don Quixote should be able to get them on out of there. There is the Inner Blitz is going to connect, but it's not going to be enough as Team Insider. They're going to lose 2 members, but it looks like they are going to be able to keep themselves alive there as Team Sangnam Rocks gonna get a 1 for 2 there on the side of Team Insider.
Yo, Sir Dobby just completely gapping Karmas right now. Yeah, that's the OG loop, my guy. Get taken down. Sit down, says Sir Dobby. Well played. It's going to be a 1 for 0 in favor of that Luke of Sir Dobby. Rabbit Apple picking up a pretty early kill going on. Yunhyung going to get taken down again. Akatsuki, they have quite a lot of deaths this time around. Blink away from Sonser. I think JCP might also take the fall. Yeah, but Akatsuki, they might be needing some strategizing, as I like to say, during the break, because this ain't it. This team has already died, I think, somewhere around 7-8 times in total. I've seen them go red a lot in this game already.
Yeah, just a little unfortunate for Akatsuki. They're getting caught out time and time again. Just not really able to get the one up into these teams. Fortunately, it's going to be the side of Team Always Sunshine going to lose Seraphine there. Shuchi just not there for the team fights. And on top side, though, they're actually going to be able to focus their sights onto the Arda for Team Demon Drive there. Now it's going to come down to a 2v2. Dongye taking up a lot of damage. Estelle is just going to be able to get on out of there. Blink on forward from the Cicella. Are they going to be able to get the Sylvia? No, the bike is going to be able to get that Sylvia on out of there.
Yep. Early game Sylvia. It is also level 2, right, for the shift gears. That's good fuel economy. You take those as a Sylvia. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, day number 2, as soon as we hit, players getting pretty aggressive, but it's not as aggressive as we saw in the last game, right? I think there was a lot more fights at the beginning of day 2 than there was in this game. Objective contests were a little bit sparse, especially with Always Incheon taking the fall pretty early on. I don't remember if they went for one early, but here's the fight that we were looking for. Karmas jumping in towards the backside. That's a lot of good damage over on the bottom also, but Mekto's already gotten over into his venomization. There he goes. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Justina is in the lock.
Gotta get on out of here.
He needs to get himself on out, but the camera cop comes in. Sonsar, he's on the battery recharge. He's trying desperately to get out, but the chase is coming in. Busan Vespa might take the fall as Tifola Yunuchi will get the kill. 7 kills strong. A great wipe onto a team that has been decimating this entire lobby. Beautifully done from Myungjo as well as Mekto. That initial setup to the fight was fantastic.
Yeah, and disaster for Busan Vespa. They had a nice first place in the last game, but they're going to go on 8th place because like we've been saying, there is going to be no more wipe prevention in day number 2 now, and oh my god, a lot of damage. JCP actually going to be able to trade the Ekion here, as the members of Team Akatsuki aren't going to TP. It will be JCP going to be able to trade 1 kill over, and Nununchi is going to lose their Ekion, but it looks like Nununchi, they're going to be able to get this alpha, so you know, not too bad for them here.
Yeah, Molu, you guys might have to reconsider trying to fight JCP in a 3v1 if I'm going to be real. Your track record is not looking that great right now. And that was kind of just mainly because Mekto ended up missing his envenomization. The main initial one that all Sidewinder Ekions try to land the moment they go into overflow. Yeah, he missed it, and the Fiora just killed him instead. So really rough on that front. It's all good and dandy though. 1-for-1 trade and the alpha. You will take it as well in Yununchi. But Belzer, he's looking for a little bit more. Luminol, he's still looking for this. His items are actually really solid right now. Look at this. He has the Cotier as well as the Persona. They can't fight this if they want to. Explosion shot is pretty good, but look at the health bars of everybody from Team Sunderland. Looking a little bit rough. There is the fight going in. He ends up getting the kill onto Curry. Maybe he loses Gyeonggi for a team to be able to find an extra kill in that situation. I think you take it. Gyeonggi, he needs to get taken down now. He will, as there was about 10 seconds left going into day number 2. I think the stall could have been there, but might have been a little bit too risky for it. Either way, 1-for-2 trade, that still goes in favor of Songnam Rocks, but both of these teams aren't going to be able to contest objectives if we are seeing a couple down on the south side of the forest.
Yeah, Luminal just always find these angles onto the backlines here. ACP gonna try getting some damage. There is the ultimate from Cicella, is gonna be able to poke down members of the side of Team Demon Drive there, but Sylvia gonna be able to get them back up and healthy. There's Sylvia already getting chunked down to half HP, so it looks like Team Demon Drive is gonna be forced to get out of there. Lockup's actually not gonna connect onto the Cicella, so looks like Team Akatsuki gonna be able to pick that one up. And it's gonna go to the side of the Cicella. Looks like the Blood Cloak is gonna be made, and they can actually look for the team fight here. Unfortunately, the pull is gonna whiff from the Cicella. And now Akatsuki is going to try looking for some more damage. A lot of poke damage, but it's just going to be healed up from the side of Team Demon Drive. They're going to look for an angle in. The cell's going to fully send it here. JCP getting choked down to half HP. But the damage in return, Dongye going to be forced down to 30%. And it looks like Demon Drive is just going to walk away.
But look at the limitations of what the frontline Fiora really has, right? The Estelle, she was always, despite the amount of poke landing, I think it was in favor of Akatsuki. Estelle is just able to soak that up and get the healing from their backside. Everybody on Team Akatsuki, though, they're really limited by the Star Conjun coming out from Bunghwa. They can't really out-sustain a lot of the poke that comes out from the Arda. They're the ones getting pushed back despite landing more and more poke skills from their side, especially with the Sicilla on hand. Something needs to be fixed, right, with this, whether it should just go aggressive at the beginning, whether you're looking for these picks earlier on into the fight. You can't be pushed away over and over for Akatsuki. But the Tree of Life picked up, as well as I think the likes of Steel just came through for Bunghwa. Those two might be factors in which it allows them to get some of these fights going in their favor. I need to see that fast, though. 5 kills for Akatsuki. Their credit count's not looking that good. We'll see if they can kind of turn things around in their favor very, very soon.
And looks like Team Insider gonna get zoned off there. Team Rabbit Apple gonna get some poke damage. So Dabi is gonna swap back there. Poke damage is going to go to the side of Belzer. Belzer already getting chunked down 30% of their HP bar. And it looks like Rabbit Apple is trying to zone off the side of Team Sagnum Rocks here because there is a box there up in gas station. So we're going to make sure this team cannot walk in. And it looks like Team Sagnum Rocks is not going to contest them there. There is going to be a meteorite in archery. So I think that Marcus is probably going to take some timer to grab it there.
Be pretty good. They can't contest any 4 scores as the Omegas are in really awkward situations. One is going to be taken by Team Insider. I do see the Zen Vitality being picked up by the Suwa on top of it. But really good pacing from Team Insider is going to be able to get that one pretty much for free. Always Inchan looking to contest up against Demon Drive, but there is a lot of control this early.
Oh my god, look at the AoE damage!
Go for it, but they need to get the kills. I don't know if they're going to be able to do
third party.
On the backside, he doesn't have the resets. Will end up getting taken down. The control and the zone and the range from this Arda a little bit too much for Always Inchan to deal with. They do end up getting the 4 score, but that's a minus 400 for that team. Minus 50 points, minus 50 credits.
Yeah,
it's still
net
fine.
minus 50. Minus 50 is not the end of the world for Team Always Inchan, but yeah, minus 400 is a little disappointing, I would say. I think they greeted too much for that 4 score there, as they all ended up sticking onto the alpha, and then they just got completely AoE to buy the Arda. Looks like. And the Mai's completely split there. Curry should be able to pick this one up for Team Sagnum Rocks. And the other two actually getting chased by the Yusina here. San is giving the full chase onto Luminal and Xenophine. And yeah, Rabbit Apple is going to be in the zone as well. They have to be a little careful here. Luminal going to walk onto their cam. Luminal is going to be able to actually dash on out of there. And they should be okay. I'm going to try looking for the res here in archery. But I think Team Rabbit Apple are going to be in the zone. They have to be a little careful. It was... Oh, wait a second. They're actually going to... try getting the res here, and they're actually gonna fall straight up. Xenophine gonna be forced to back on out of there. I was a little surprised I actually went for it despite the vision from the Kadi actually coming forth, and Xenophine's gonna be the last one alive from Team Always Inchan.
It's so brute force. It's so brute force. But the minimap, you and I knew about it, right? The minimap just didn't look in favor of Team Always Inchan. They were kind of stuck in that corridor inside of school. The gymnasium, not the greatest but place to be stuck in when there's 2 teams sandwiching you and you're down a member. JCP getting tagged up pretty hard.
Here's the full combo. No parry this time.
There is no parry to counter it. Down goes JCP, and the faults of this team composition shines yet again. Team Insider on the flip hand, really good bait out of that parry. I mean, it was kind of forced down from JCP, but still, that is exactly how you play this composition. There's no tank on this team, and they say, hey, let's just rip it.
Yeah, just perfect there for Team Insider. Once the parry's gone from that Fiora, they really have no defensive options to really get them on out of there from the combo. So just sending that to Nikki ult right onto the Fiora, there's really not much they could do. A great follow-up there for Team Insider. A nice easy kill for them. As Team Akatsuki, unfortunately, gonna be a minus 200, but you can look at the Team Sagnum Rocks' items here. They are looking really strong. Oh no, Team Always Inchan stuck in the corner here. There's knock up onto the Mai, but the Mai should be able to get out of there. But oh no, Team Rapid Apple in the perfect spot. But the rest of the members of Team Rapid Apple aren't here, so they should be able to maybe look for a... I mean, they're going to be forced to fight here. Look at Luminal's timer, only 5 seconds. They are going to try looking. Maybe they get a great knockup onto Nadine, but Nadine is going to be able to kite back, and they will be able to kill the Mai. But Luminal's going to find the angle in, but not going to be able to get any damage off before he goes down there. Unfortunately, that's going to be Always Inchan going down in 7th place.
I mean, 03CU is just playing these fights way too well up against these divers. He has his monkey wire set up. He positions himself so well. And you know what? Considering the Mai, yes, she did have the Shaw Veil available, but it doesn't damage, it doesn't counter auto attacks anymore. And plus, you still take skill damage regardless. Really, really well played from O3CU. This Nadim player, man, I'm telling you, it's faring really, really well with the Luke on their team. Backside initiation coming from Team Insider.
Oh my
The
god.
expulsion shot is just perfectly on time. Satin's gonna be able to counter the checkmate with their own Astra Burst. Taken down is Yadella. Satin still at half
Good
HP.
sidestep.
Yona trying to dodge out
gets
as much
done.
as possible, but the bookmark auto is there. Belzer trying to kick the
Trying to kill the body, trying to kill the body.
He's getting to die.
He needs one more auto, he needs one more auto.
He's
Oh, he
getting
gets
to
it.
die, but he still will be able to
Res is
get
coming.
it. Belzer does end up being by himself. The res over onto Satin will come through, taking right outside of the angle of the seas of the recon drone.
2v2.
That's a lot of damage. Yona in a bit of trouble themselves. We'll have to just run away from this. This is night number 4, so teams are going to have to res immediately. JCP taken down. Dongye is still on the chase. Pungwa left by his lonesome as the Sicily just decides to book it. Down they go. I think Wickeline was taken by Team Akatsuki, but you can see it doesn't matter. They're still going to get taken down by Demon Drive.
Wow, and Team Insider are actually going to be able to get the res right under Team, I think that was Team Demon Drive's noses there. Who actually got the wick line? I think it was Team Demon Drive, right?
No.
Oh, no, it was Team Akatsuki.
Yeah,
Oh.
Akatsuki picked it up. But
Team
they still
Akatsuki
lost
got
the
it,
blood.
but yeah, they lost 2 members and they lost the blood as well. So that's a disaster. Is wick for Team Akatsuki there. You can look at the items of Team New Nunchi, and when you're playing a triple melee comp, you want to be as strong as they are. So they are definitely gonna look for some angles, and I'm pretty sure here Team Akatsuki gonna try getting the res here. It is gonna be that Scylla that's gonna have the wick buff still. So they are going to still be a little happy about that, as they can use that to their advantage.
Yep, the poke damage from the Scylla pretty good. But this is a lot of timer that Scylla is losing. Luckily, Beach is opening up in just a second, but this does end up giving pings over to, I think that's Demon Drive.
Team Demon Drive. Yeah, they're gonna be there.
Now. Yeah, they just
They're
lost
gonna be there to
against that team
intercept.
comp, so scary.
Yeah, and Team Demon Drive, they are looking really strong. You know, the items on Team Akatsuki, they're looking pretty weak right now. They're looking for an angle onto the cell. Celebrity gonna get chucked on half the HP. The Soul Stealer is gonna be invested. The cell all is gonna come down, but the damage is really gonna be traded back, as it looks like a lot of cooldowns were invested onto Akatsuki, and they're gonna look for another angle back in. The Estelle gets a perfect engage onto Bungwa there, and Bungwa is gonna fall. Stella should fall very shortly here, as he does end up getting stunned by the cube. Gonna blink away, and there is the gates. Gonna be able to lock them up, and yeah, very nice dive there from Demon Drive, able to use that Arda Nimrod's gate perfectly.
Look at the value, man. Do we even need to say it? You just talked about the Arda Nimrod gate value, but my god, Jinhao, he just looks different compared to what we saw on the human in game number 1. This is a composition they have been boasting for pretty much the entirety of phase number 1, right? We've seen it multiple times during the group stages. They're showing it off once again during knockout stages too. It's such a good change-up. I was always worried about the fact that they were going to be missing damage, but who cares if they're able to find very squishy characters? You still have the Estelle that's dealing damage. You still have the Sylvia who's going to be crowd control locking those squishy characters down. It all falls down to Jinhao, and he is executing his role perfectly.
Yeah, and I mean, you definitely can't count out the other two as well. Dongyi finding, you know, the perfect angles with the shield bash, is able to get on in there. Looks like the Luke is going to jump on for it on the back line. Nikki's actually going to use the ultimate. It's just going to be forced away, but the damage from Seiko and Yona is going to be too big, as the Luke does end up falling down so fast. And the execution bonus is going to keep the Nikki alive, and that is going to be it. Team Insider is going to be able to come out on top.
That's just insanity from Pyong, right? How do you just walk into the back line, get access to 2 members, and then just walk away for free? I thought that the Garden Reverse towards the end of the fight was going to actually miss, but the Scylla ended up landing an auto attack, and it allowed the Nikki to get away. Well played. And Rabbit Apple, unfortunately, taking the fall. 12 kills, though, definitely not a bad game, but that 5th place spot is not what they were looking for. Still, on the southern side, fight happening between Team Bolu Nununchi as well as Demon Drive. That's a lot of good damage.
A great double knockout.
That is just the Luke. He does have a bit of damage and healing back with the Siphon Maelstrom, but it's just not going to matter. Triple melee up against an Arda is just not what you are looking for. Down goes yet another. Vector will take the fall too.
Yeah, it was huge from Sylvia. He's able to get the double knock up there. So much damage as well from that rotation, from that bike rotation. Is just very, very well played. Is able to get the perfect angle in.
Oh my god.
It's going to be Karmus. I think he's escaping here. It is stage 5. They are going to try denying some points for these teams. I think he's going to try maybe teleporting on out of here. Maybe going to try getting another placement point before he does end up using it here. Or, no, he's just going to go in.
Yeah, the thing is, it's still really risky trying to hyperloop in. So, yeah, -1 extra point going to another team. They're still going to end up in 4th place anyways. Definitely not a bad idea. I do like the call. Could have maybe waited until the 3rd place spot, but as I said, it's risky, right? You're going to have to hyperloop
it is
into
pretty
a
risky.
zone. It's just not going to be fun. So, I completely respect the idea of it, and I completely respect the fact that they are going to do it. 8 kills in 4th place. Definitely not a bad game for those guys once again. Songnam Rock's trying to duke it out. That's a really early Astra burst.
Oh, he's dead.
Sylvia. I don't know
good
about
trade.
that one, but the trade is there, sir. He is just a lonely Sylvia. Can he get the damage down onto anybody on Songnam Rocks? Bowser trying to kill the body once again. The Sylvia trying to get the damage down too, but Dongye is eating the
They have to get
punishment
Curry.
really,
They have to get
really
Curry.
fast.
Oh,
The
wait.
backside
Dongye
of
gets
the
him.
combo is there. What the heck
Oh my
is
God.
this? How are we going to see the end of this
Oh,
one? Can Bowser
yeah.
actually end up killing Dongye, or can Dongye even
I don't think Dongye can kill Bowser. I don't think yeah. Wait, but there's a damage coming out from the Estelle. A lot of damage is going to be traded. But wait a second, Dongye has the
No
extra res, right?
Bowser.
The fast res. They are going to be able to kill one in the body. Sand is going to go down.
Okay.
Bowser's going to try looking. Oh wait, Curry actually got the res off here. Is the self-res going to come through for the Arda or the Sylvia here? Bowser's going to try the scouting. He will find the Sylvia. Do they get the Arda? I think the Estelle res should be able to get on in. Yeah, but the Kadi is going to be alive. I don't know if they have enough damage. They're just going to lose the DPS from the back race here. But Dongye is actually going to look for an angle in. Can he find Curry? But he gets locked up by Bowser here. And I think that is going to be it. I'm pretty sure Curry is just going to be able to auto-attack the members of Team Demon Drive down here. There's the Inner Blitz going to hit 2. And that is going to be it. Curry is going to be able to get that nice auto-attack with that electric shift. Extra range. Gonna be able to play it safe there, and it's gonna be Team Songnam Rocks gonna come out on top. 18 kills already, looking for 21.
Jesus, I mean, the Curry is just so good at dodging some of these pivotal skills, because if any of those dices landed after the Nimrod's gate when they went in trying to kill Curry, then yeah, I still think there was a possibility Curry
Insider.
could have died.
They're coming.
This is Team Insider, Team Songnam Rocks. Are you ready for this? Check your quarters, get ready for this. Are they going to be able to sniff this one out? The recon drone is there. The
I like this. I like this from Seiko.
Look at where Seiko is. Do they know about this right now? Do they know the castle ain't going to be placed? Okay. That recon drone is not going to sniff Seiko out just yet either. But they do know something is fishy. They know something is fishy. Where is the castling coming
Comes
through?
engage.
Going aggressive.
Curry is going to get there. Oh, he dodges out.
Be able to get out. Oh, this is beautiful.
Wait.
Zico,
The checkmate is there.
Though Astra Burst is going to knock down Zico first. Down goes Curry though. The trait is there. But they still need to catch out Satan. There is no Astra Burst available for the Lucina, so she is a little bit vulnerable. But look at the damage in return over onto the Sua instead.
Oh my God, Bowser is just completely. Oh, he stops the dash.
Oh my God, this is a little bit.
Oh, but the damage is too big. The damage is so much.
Can get 1v1 by the Marcus. Seiko's gonna get taken down. Executioner bonus is
They need
gonna
to
come
look,
through, luckily, but I don't know. Can Bowser and can Satan completely win out on this? They're trying their best. The Sua
looking for a bang.
This might be the way. White Lily.
There is the White Lily. Oh, Sands in form.
This is so weird. This is.
Oh, he dodges out. Okay, nice blink. Oh, he misses. Sun has to look for the dodges. Oh, and he dodges out on the ultimate as well. Is he gonna be able to get? Is he gonna be able to get the Nikki here? Oh no, Bung comes in and it's gonna be a 1v1. And I don't think Marcus can do it here. So he does have the blind. He's gonna be able to jump on forward. But wait a second, timer. Maybe he could timer scam here.
Nah,
Bowser does.
Too big of a difference. Yeah, I don't think it's happening.
Yeah, I think it's 1 second too short here.
So,
Bowser is just gonna fall. Yeah, you can't win into a 1v1 into like Bruiser versus Bruiser. Sua's always gonna come out on top. Just has more healing there. So we'll be Team Insider. Gonna come out with 11 kills. Gonna be able to take that one. But Songnam Rocks, they got 2 kills there. 20 kills from themselves. I think they're gonna be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, a valiant effort from Satan, right? If it was just one small tick of damage that he took less, maybe he was able to turn it around. But in the end, it will be Team Insider to turn things around and win it out. So congratulations, GG's. 11 kills in first place. That's going to be 21 points over onto Team Insider to bring us into the halfway point for knockout stage number 3.
Yeah, San was just playing out of his mind in that fight, dodging out on so many skills. Perfect Astral Barrage, a dodge on the Nikki ult as well. Like, that is just a little unfortunate. Yeah, it's kind of tough, right, in that situation, the 2v2, because, you know, it's like Nikki versus Justina. Nikki can just live for so long, and then, you know, Marcus versus Sua. The Sua, you know, the Sua just kind of out-sustains the Marcus there. So Yeah, it's just kind of bad matchups in that like dueling potential. And then they at the very end they tried to regroup together, to work as a team. But I think when it got to that point, I think it was like a little too late.
Yeah, at least they were able to trade the 2 for 3, right? At least a couple of additional kills came in, so they were able to hit the 20 kill threshold that a lot of teams always look for. That's going to be 27 points for Songnam Rock. It's definitely not a bad game at all. 100%.
Oh yeah, 100%. For sure. 20 kills is I think second place. That's like about 28 points for them. I think they definitely outscored Team Insider. Their Team Insider only having 11. So they didn't really have that many points going for them there. So I think Team Sangnam Rocks and Team Insider, they both should be relatively safe now, just because Insider, they already had a really good game number 1. Gonna have a nice game number 2, able to win it out, and Team Sangnam Rocks as well.
If anything, for Team Insider, they kind of needed this game just to solidify their top 4 positioning. And for Team Songnam Rocks, it would have been nice to win this game because it would have definitely cemented them in the top 4. I think going even into the latter half of the stage, So just a little bit of a missed opportunity there for Songnam Rocks, but they've been playing pretty consistent tonight. I don't think the latter half is going to be an issue. Team Insider, same thing as well. I don't think they're really going to have too many issues, although a couple of teams are starting to figure out how to deal with them, right? At the beginning of the fight, Curry being able to buffer his backstep.
Buffered his backstep, able to E-shift on out of there, so no combo at all. That's basically how you have to play into this Nikki comp, right? Your backliner needs to have perfect reaction the second the approach uppercut goes through. E-shift, any movement needs to be sent backwards, and now the Nikki's gonna be a little too far, the Nikki's gonna be a little too far away with the Purge uppercut, so the combo is gonna come through perfectly timed.
Absolutely. But here we go. Let's take a look at the scores before we go into our break. 43 points for Songnam Rocks, 39, I apologize. I was about to say 29 instead. For Team Insider, as we said, consistent gameplays from both of these teams. They're pretty well safe in terms of it for now. 19-point difference between 5th and 1st place. That can definitely be made up, though. I think Songnam Rocks and Insider still has to play one more good game in order to genuinely cement their spot, but it's still going to be risky for Busan Vespa and Demon Drive, as they're going to be down in that 3rd and 4th place spot with 27 and 24. We do have a three-way tie.
Yeah, three-way tie between 4th, 5th, and 6th, and even 7th is only a 3-point difference, so it's going to be really close for these teams going into game number 3 and 4. And remember, only 4 teams are going to be able to make it out going into Knockout Stage 4.
Yeah, and that's the big shame about knockout stages, right? But it is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 2. That was an even numbered game. You know what that means? We are going to be going to a break, so we'll see you guys in about 5 minutes. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the latter half of games 3 and 4.
Take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형편없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니야. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠군. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 유감을 표하지. 새로운 시대의 문을 여는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연산은 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험은 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지! 피하지 않아. 훈련하고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
하게 되겠죠. 자, 노도널 그리고 에루키합니다.
자, 여기서 한 번 더 싸움을 보고 있는데 요거 일단 싸움 스타트 자체는 나쁘진 않지만 이게 이 안에다가 윌리엄까지 있어서 파괴.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from the break. Hope you guys had a great one. Super and I were yapping about some fun things. You guys will never figure out what it was. But welcome back. We are now here for games 3 and 4 of knockout stage number 3. The first two were pretty good, but we haven't had any bans yet, which is quite interesting. And no bans, again, going into game number 3 either. So this is going to be a fun one to see what kind of strategies teams are going to bring, or if we're just going to see the same things from the past couple of games.
I feel like we're probably not going to see too many bans until it is going to go into the later stages where we're going to see a more defined and a well-refined, meta. But we are also maybe going to see, some team comps that have been performing really well, still make it into the later stages. So like Team Insider, right? There is going to be, there's not really an answer I would say for Team Insider just yet with this Nikki, Adela, and Sua team comp. So we're gonna have to see if they are gonna be able to, bring this team comp all the way to the finals here, and we are gonna have a substitution actually.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's Rosner easy here.
Yep. I'll let you embellish it. What do you want to say about this one with the composition? What do you want to say?
I'm happy they are playing a support with the Sua. I do like having a healer on my team when I'm playing that character, and then you're gonna have an ADC that's gonna be Min on that Rio. So pretty interesting team comp because it is going to be Asua on that solo frontline role here. So we're gonna have to see if Min is gonna be able to pump out that damage on that Rio.
Yeah, this is a pretty standard comp. We've actually seen it time and time again. That should... Oh, actually, sorry. I was going to say that should be the Ironclad, but it is Siphon Maelstrom. We've seen both variants of it in the past whenever Suas are running solo frontline with the hammer. Nothing too crazy when it comes down to it, but I do like the fact that Rosner is getting some playtime. We haven't really seen him throughout the season just yet. So after the first couple of games, Busan Bespa opting to swap him around, which is actually kind of surprising to me because I think Busan Bespa has still been doing pretty decent regardless of where they're placing right now. They just need to be a bit more consistent towards the mid game. But I don't know. Let's see how it goes. Game 3 is going to begin for Knockout Stage 3. Here we go.
Yeah, they had a really good game number 1, and then just game number 2 they got a little unlucky, right? It was just an early 8th place. So I'm surprised they also did end up deciding to swap as well. But maybe one of their players was busy, so they they had to take a step back, or maybe something came up there. Or maybe they just wanted to, put Roger in, and they just think this team comp is better for them. So,
yep,
I have to see if it is gonna work out. But we are just gonna jump straight into game number 3 here. A lot of early game trading already, and it's just gonna be teams, slowly gonna start grouping up, getting their items here. I wonder if we're gonna have, the typical hospital cemetery. Oh, actually, it's gonna be someone already dying here in hospital. It's gonna be Asuna from Team Rabbit Apple.
Without Busan Vespa to actually contest them up in hospital, it's going to be once again Team Samnang Rocks just rolling that entire zone over with how fast of a build they're able to get through with all 3 members. It's going to be a pretty free hospital from the looks of it for games 3 and 4 for Samnang Rocks. Although I will just mention one last thing for Busan Vespa. As an avid fan of Bob Malsa, seeing him on Charlotte duty pains me, and I think if I DM Vixerius right now and I tell him that Bob Malsa is put on Charlotte duty, he'll be like rolling around in his bed. I swear to God.
Someone's gotta do it, Someone's gotta do it.
Yeah. Here we go. The fight is gonna begin this time around inside a cemetery. The trade on
Curry getting so much damage, able to dodge out as well. Oh my God.
Absurdly aggressive. There is no parry available for JCP. Just he's gonna get taken down.
Wow.
Damage early on, pretty solid. Elade is going to be able to get the speed zone and skedaddle on out of there, but it's a 2-for-0 already in favor of Team Songnam Rocks, with Kotsky making the change into Elade, but for now it's just not going to work.
Yeah, Curry just able to play so aggressive and then able to dodge out on that last ultimate from that Fiora to not get stunned up and locked up. It was just really nicely played. And Rosner gonna try walking back up, maybe gonna try looking for an angle back in. Rabbit Apple unfortunately gonna be able to completely get the 1-up onto Bespa. Rosner's gonna get back skilled away as well, and it's gonna be Rabbit Apple gonna be able to get a nice clean 3-0 It looks like Team Busan Vespa is going to be able to get the res off in time, so it's not going to be a wipe, but a nice 3 kills for Team Rapid Apple.
And this is what I mean, right? Sardavi on the Luke, he's played multiple variants of this in the past too. I just really like the way that he is able to operate this character. And the fact that we're seeing it again, it just really makes me wonder if we're going to be able to see the heyday and the glory days of Sardavi's Luke once more. Dongye completely isolated, will get taken down too. Nothing too surprising for you and I. We've seen this time and time again throughout the course of tonight. Splitting off in night number 1 just to maybe go for some split farming while reses are still available. Not that bad of an idea. Unfortunately, Dongye will be the first to fall victim of that, whereas Jinhao and Shir are going to be together for the most part.
Yeah, Ezekiel gonna try looking for those robots in the research center. We have seen a lot of people, you know, starting to just go in there to grab those bots because they do actually hold credits. So you want to make sure you try getting them as much as possible. Here comes the ultimate from the Istvan, but it's actually not gonna do. Not gonna be able to finish any of the members of the side of Team Aoizinsha, and Team Aoizinsha Luminal is able to do so much damage. Shoichi gonna try jumping back in, try getting this sustained, but Seraphine just jumping and weaving out with his HP bar, dancing on the edge here, and Luminal is gonna be able to finish off the Camillo. Seraphine just playing so well, just teetering on the brink of life and death.
Yep, happy feed for Seraphine. Completely wipes out
Okay, alright, there's the combo.
On to Satan. Where is the Astroverse? Doesn't even exist. They actually used it. Never mind, it's already on cooldown. Curry in a little bit of trouble himself, trying to 1v1 up against JCP. Lands the Fenty, but the outer ring isn't enough. It will, as a matter of fact, end up being the Blue Viper from a late. Oh, okay, so they do still end up getting the kill for themselves. Not that bad. Akatsuki. Ungwa is going to fall. This means Tree of Life not going to be contestable at all. Insider will still be able to pick it up despite losing out on one of their members. I think it was. Never mind. They didn't lose out on anybody. But inside of Forest, somebody already picked a tree up. No reason to fight over there. Demon Drive will just back away as they're the ones with the tree.
Hey, Dongyi was able to get that tree, and it is going to go to the side of the Arda. It's going to be that blazing, or sorry, not blazing dress, but the blood cloak going to be invested for that Arda to get that extra burn damage here. Karma is going to try getting Curry. Great sidestep from Curry. Going to be able to dodge out on that clean sweep there. And the members of Team Sangnam Rocks are going to be in here now. But Karma is going to go all the way in. He's going to be able to tank up and get so much damage. Karmas is going to be on that tank loot this time and going to be able to tank up all of the members of Team Sangnam Rocks.
The trifecta wave rips that Kadia to pieces. Love to see it. Oh, man. Okay, again, Istvan is pretty flashy if you can get things going in your favor. Vecto, he doesn't have his wave anymore. He's getting caught out. Karma says, nah, you dead, bro, and just completely dips. Although, it is up against Rosner. He's just going to go away as soon as the camera hop comes in. A 2 kill overall favor for Team Nunchi. They do lose one, but Vecto's not going to be too worried about it.
Yeah, Busan Vespa going to be able to get a nice kill for himself. You can see the credits. Looks like teams are going to start grouping up for those 4-score buy-ins. Such a huge power spike for these teams, and it is going to be a 4-score. Going to go over the side of that Arda. Looks like the Rio is going to get a 4-score as well, and Rosner already on that fencing mask too. Curry going to try teleporting out of there. Is going to be able to get away. And the buy-ins are going to come for Team Sangnam Rocks as well.
Yep, pretty good. Everybody's on pace for the most part. I don't think anybody's really falling behind yet because these team wipes that are happening at slightly okay time intervals. As long as these teams have low credit counts, it should be fine. I do see an Istvan with 350. Maybe that'll change in just a moment. But yeah, for the most part, everybody's getting their 4-score buy-ins. You can see it from the credit counts.
Oh, they're going to go in. Going to get police person down. He's dead.
Oh, that's not how you
he's
do
dead.
it. This is the time for Team Akatsuki to pick up kills. If they can get Bob Malsa, that is going to be huge, and they should be able to do it. It's just a Charlotte. 2 kills for Akatsuki. Elate is making things happen. Mekto going to fall down. Pusuma the Vespa still down 2. The game is starting to get a little interesting. These lower pointed teams are starting to rebel. Smash the Smithereens will catch out 3 from the Marcus. Belzer trying to do what he can, denying the entry from backside. Seraphine and Luminal getting a little bit aggressed on by this Marcus, but he is taken pretty low. There is just no follow through from the backside as Curry and Santin completely zoned away.
San gonna try getting it.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. He is still playing with it. What are you doing, Santin? Yeah, I know you get the res off, but that is really gutsy. I don't know if that 20 to 30 second death time is worth it.
He tried to go in there, try and get an extra kill, you know, probably just heard the voices there, unfortunately wasn't able to get it. But on the top side, Bolo Nununchi is going to be able to get a member for Team Demon Drive, and it will be a team 1-for-1. You're not going to try getting out of there. Double spell shield is going to be able to keep them alive, but a great skill rotation from the side of Team Demon Drive is going to be able to lock up that Suwa. Now it's going to be Byung to be forced to get out of there.
Yeah, wow. Some teams slightly falling apart. It's okay, you know. Just had a break. Surely it's just the you know. Yeah, I don't have anything for that one. My bad. Well, it is what it is. Victo still on a high number of credits. He's still on 460. I could have sworn he actually had a 4-score transition.
Oh
that he went
my
earlier.
god!
That's a 4
Tree
score.
and Meteor.
Oh,
Picked
it's gonna
up.
be
No, it's gonna be
Blaster
2
Hope
items.
instead. That is so high value.
Oh, wait a second. Curry still has the meteorite. He still has the meteorite.
Yo, he still has the tights on too. Look at him. He's walking.
Oh,
So
you're
slowly.
right.
Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Oh.
Is going to be able to get out
Just
of
clip it,
there.
you clip it right now.
Oh, he's
There
just
you
trying to
go.
craft it. Yeah, he's trying to craft it. He does end up getting the craft off, and Dongi is going to be waiting in that bush.
That's
Maybe going to try
crazy.
getting Curry off guard there, but isn't going to be able to find anything, as they will be able to keep it out there. Rosner actually going to go on in. It is going to be that loot completely isolated. Maybe to get the angle here. Great ultimate. Going to be able to get card miss on out of there. As members of Team Malone Nunchi, they are now ready and they're in position to maybe take this team fight. They get the clean sweep onto the Suwa. Is Cardmiss going to take this in here? Actually, don't end up taking it here. Esteban is fully charged as well. They could look for an angle. They are pretty strong here. You can see their items. They are sitting on that 444 score with 2 items. I think they should be a lot stronger into Busan Despa. Just have to find an angle onto this Rio, because the Rio can definitely rip them to shreds.
Yeah, interestingly enough though, I think Molu Yununchi is one of the comps that can actually deal with what Busan Vespa has, because with the wave function collapse, they can actually burst the Rio down before the Divine Intervention can actually come through from the Charlotte. They don't decide to go for it though, will give up the purple box willingly to Busan Vespa, keep themselves safe, but the fight up on the north side is going to begin. Xenophine in a little bit of trouble himself as he missed the trumpet. Will
dead.
get saved, never mind. The
Luminal
Blue's
gets
gonna
it, though.
collapse down on him, but a late gets traded. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Xenophine down, Bungwa trying to deal with Luminal to the best of his abilities,
Luminal!
but
Luminal!
damage
He's
is
gonna get
coming
in
through.
there!
The resets are there, and the snipe down.
And the res is gonna be there already.
The res is there too.
Oh,
JCP is
good parry.
so dead. He's trying what he can, but I don't think you're gonna get away from a Mai and a Lenny. JCP,
Yeah,
Team
there.
Akatsuki. Okay, JCP does end up getting out, but Akatsuki, it looks so good, but Elate goes too far. Pungwa just gets caught out. Luminal does his showing. Oh no, Akatsuki, this was supposed to be your game. Look at their credit counts.
Yeah, they already bought out, so now they're just completely in hell now. It's not going to be able to get any credits, not going to be able to get any reses. You could see the Fuyora just in that bush on in fire station there. And Bungo was just playing so safe, but then at the very end there, just walked up a tiny bit too much, and Luminal just immediately recognizes that and immediately punishes him as he just walks up, just gets his full combo off there, is just able to just completely obliterate that Adina.
Yeah, I'm seeing some people in the chat saying that the Luminal coin stock is increasing. The value is going up and up and up. Is it gonna be Loom to the moon? Is that what we're seeing now? Loom to the moon?
Maybe. I mean, Luminal, he's just playing out of his mind in these games here, but there is still a lot of teams that are going to be able to contest him here. I think Team Always in chat. I don't know if they're going to contest for that Omega there in Pond. I don't know if they are going to walk up into Team Insider. Team Insider is one of those teams that can, you know, shut down Team Always in chat if they find an angle, get that CC chain onto Luminal there. Luminal is floating on about 500 credits, so they're probably just waiting for the time to get that blood buy-in, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen there. Looks like the Nadine is going to be forced to back on out of there. A lot of poke damage going to be exchanged.
Fortunately, this is not the fun time. Yeah, this is not the fun time for Bonadine, right? They have a Charlotte. All of your bullseyes are just going to be completely countered by the heals from Balmalsa. So just get the purple box. Yep, and just get yourself out of there. It will be a Mithril because the Argy is now online for CU03. Oh, 03 CU, sorry. It's pretty good, but I don't think it's still going to be enough to outpoke what the Charlotte's going to be able to do. If they want to fight against Busan Vespa, they need to full send it in this fight. They will always get out-sustained. The fight is going to have to be sent from Sardabi and maybe get something going if they want something to actually happen between these two teams instead of this kind of standoff that we're seeing from these guys.
Yeah, the Charlotte is just going to regen all of the damage and the poke damage from the side of Team Rabbit Apple, so there's really not much that's going to happen. Someone needs to look for an angle here, as Rio is going to get a lot of damage here soon, already getting shut down to half HP. So Dabi is going to get poked down as well. Here comes the Luke. They are going to be able to get the engage there, as Roger is going to jump onto the backline, is going to get pushed away, and is just going to die. the ultimate from Charlotte didn't connect onto Rosner, and that is going to be it. I think Team Busan Bespa is going to fall there, but wait a second, there is the damage from Bin. He's going to be able to get a trade, but a huge pull from Asuna is going to be able to lock up the Rio there. Unfortunately, Busan Bespa, they're going to go down 8th place with only 2 kills to their name.
Wow, you know what? I thought Sir Dobby was in a whole heap of trouble, but I keep forgetting about the fact that 0-3-CU just keeps gapping some of these frontliners, man. They are never able to get on top of this Bonadine, and by the time they do, they're already dead because the Sicilla has been pumping them full of damage as well. It's incredible what Team Rabbit Apple is able to pull off. Sir Dobby on the Luke, you doubted it, but it's looking incredible. The extra sustain off of the dirty work, as well as just him being able to keep himself alive with the force field, it's working out for Team Rabbit Apple. The damage on the backside is plenty to dissuade any real divers from getting any results.
And Tank Luke, he just has to get in there, has to do his thing, and keep some of the members of the other team occupied. And that's exactly what's happening. Team Rapid Apple, yeah, just the Nadine and the Sicilla together, just able to provide so much damage from a long distance.
Yeah, and you land just clean sweeps, man. Sir Dobby just hits different when he's on the Luke. He's gonna try it out.
Bungo gets pulled in.
Bungo, that's an early blink coming in.
Dead.
And the catch out is gonna be there as the fadeaway Wolf Assault will knock down the Adina once again. Sir Dobby just says, see ya, I do not want to deal with that anymore. JCP in trouble. Mekdil gonna fall down. He tried using the collapse on it, but it's just not gonna work. JCP still in trouble as Karmas gonna be able to land a clean sweep. Can you get the kill onto this Fiora?
The clean sweep should be able to get it.
The blink is there, but the
third party Karmas is gonna be able to get it.
That might be what he needed.
But he's dead.
No, the Fury Jumper got buffered again, but Karmas okay, but he gets tagged by the center of the bookmark. It's good for Karmas. He's trying what he can, but the checkmate's gonna come through. Down he goes. He does get the kill.
They get the kill though, and they get the res here for free. They are able to take the res here in school, and maybe they could look for a fight into Team Insider. Yeah, a lot. There was a Pyrrhic uppercut that's already been used, and Team Insider, I think they know that, and they're gonna back away. Team Insider also not really looking too strong this game. If you saw their items, they don't really have too much, as they are floating on about that. They are floating a blood, it looks like, for that Suwa. So they definitely don't want to take any team fights just yet.
Yeah, on the flip side, Rod of Hearts for Karmas already. That's a really, really massive item for a team composition like this. You need this Luke to be able to do damage. We're back to the focus sway team composition for Bolu. We don't really have that much crowd control available for this team comp right now. So the fact that Luke actually has that Rod of Hearts is really big. The only problem is his clean sweep accuracy percent has been definitely definitely a little bit lower than what we would normally want to see.
Funny you talk about that, as he does end up missing it. But you know, I've been there. Yeah. With line, you know, having some weird movement. But oh my god, the Luke is just able to tank up so much damage. Sir Dobby is just able to just get in there. He's able to get so much sustain as well. And on the backside is just that Nadine and that Sicilla once again just having that burst poke damage. Able to take get the one up there onto Team Sanctum Rocks.
Wow, look at what happens when you land the clean sweeps. No hate to Karmas, but seriously though, look at the difference it makes when Lukes are able to land the clean sweeps. Even if you're just looking for to put a bit of aggression on the backline, it still does a lot, right? Those clean sweeps are integral to making sure that Lukes are able to do what they want to do. But here we go, this fight's in a little bit of an awkward spot. That's a really early monkey wire investment from 0-3-CU, but the damage exchange over on the Kyonkwe is actually pretty good. I thought Sir Dobby would have been the one walking away from that fight with way less HP, but no, it's just going to be Kyonkwe that's going to take it down to half. So they will just leave the fight. Pretty good reactions, I will say, from Sir Dobby. Maybe even from 0-3-CU too. As I said, he used the monkey wire really, really early into the fight, and that's been one of his go-to resources to keep himself alive up against some of these divers like Luna.
Yeah, they're just getting poked down. There's really not much you could do, right? With the Sicilla and the Nadine, you try pushing into Team Rabbit Apple, and you're really down to half HP, so you just have to back away, which is exactly what happened from the Mai.
Okay, well, on the southern side, Always Incheon, despite losing out on the trade, he's still going to be, well, they're going to be still holding control of Warehouse. I do see Satan on the bottom side trying to maybe look for a res, but obviously with the fact that he's alone and a couple teams being in this area, he's just going to not go for it at all. A5 has hits. If he wants to go for a res, it's going to be on Lumi. They only have enough credits to res the Kadia. It's not a bad idea to do it, but still, without the Marcus, that is going to be a lot of risk that you're going to be taking. Xenophine, he smells something, and he catches out Satan. 18 seconds of timer. Xenophine, your game sense is disgusting, bro.
Sun is gonna be able to get away here. Maybe gonna try. Actually, I don't even think they have enough timer to get the teleport into Chapel there. It is going to be Nunchi. Unfortunately, gonna lose a member for Team Demon Drive here. I think Demon Drive is having great targeting. Camilo trying to go in with that force field as well, but it's just not going to be enough as it will end up going down. I didn't even realize, but Team Nunchi is going to be Camilo on that tank build as well. Because I think I did see a force field there, or was that a force field? I'm actually not too sure.
Could have been his passive shield, I'm not entirely sure. Xenophine looking for the initiation. Asuna is going to be getting on out of there. Luckily for them, no blink invested, which means they can still take the fight if they want to. They know where always Incheon is. Xenophine's still going to be looking for the angle, but nothing real big invested from these guys. They can still fight for it. 9 kills strong.
It is a good. There was 2 tank items there on that Camilla. Was the I think it was
something.
Yes, and unfortunately getting caught here by Team Rabbit Apple. It's gonna try getting on there, but a great bullseye gonna connect from that Nadine. And it's just going to be the Luke, just gonna be able to clean it up there. But it's gonna be Nunchi gonna be able to get the reses off here in Chapel as all that stuff was happening. As you could see them, you could see Nunchi's. They do have 3 blood, so they are still pretty strong. He's always in Chun. Gonna try maybe looking for an angle into Team Rabbit Apple, but not able to find anything.
Look at chat. The wrong take items though. That is true, right? On a technical sense, it is kind of true. We do have the dwarf helmet. Usually if you see something like this on a Camilo, it's gonna be the Guardian suit 99 times out of 100. But this time it's gonna be the mithril armor instead, even with the dwarf helmet.
I mean, I don't think, myth armor just gives me the movement speed, so I don't think it's that bad. But yeah, I don't think his builds is that bad here, because he is still gonna be on the crit items as well, because he has the radar. There comes engaged. Dragon look for an angle. There's the full combo. It's not gonna connect actually. Karmas is gonna be able to get a lot of damage off Yuna though. Is gonna be able to get damage back, but a great double checkmate. It was just so many pawns and queens down, and Seiko just completely obliterating the side of Team Nunchi there. The checkmate just obliterating the HP bars of the side of Team Nunchi. On the top side, here comes ultimate from the Shoichi. Luminal just able to just live for so long there. The sustain from Xenophine is just way too much, and it's just a clean 3-0 for the side of Team Always Incheon.
Dude, he dashed from the body of Asuna over to where the cameras are and then over to O3CU and still had a dash left. What is this guy made of, man? Where are the resets coming from? What?
Yeah, just perfect, clean fight there for Team Always Incheon. We do have Team Demon Drive now versus Team Insider. Can you look for an angle in here? Demon Drive doesn't really have an answer, I think, to the full combo there. Or to the full combo for the side of Team Insider. They do have that. Actually, they do have the Estelle ult to maybe try denying the damage here. I do like that from Demon Drive. We're gonna check these bushes with the Arda Nimrod's gate. They should know there's a team now because they should see that camera. It's pretty fresh as well. Seiko though, maybe gonna try finding a queen. Isn't gonna be able to connect it. There is the Nimrod's gate gonna check that bush as well. It's gonna sniff out Team Insider. So we're gonna have a team fight, Team Demon Drive between Team Insider here. Queen is gonna be prepped from Seiko. They look for an angle in. The Queen is gonna go down. Team Demon Drive, I like that their backliners are playing pretty far back because they have to be a little careful here for the full combo. We do have a VLS system. It is just gonna be that. Is Devon gonna come in, and Team Demon Drive are gonna set their sights on him. Gonna try getting this extra kill, get some timer back, and they should be fine. I think. Oh, here comes the damage though. They are gonna be able to chunk down Arda, but that's gonna be a lot more timer invested for the side of Team Demon Drive, and they're gonna be forced into Team Insider here. And when you're being forced into a Nikki Adela team comp, it might be a little hard.
Yeah, luckily no blinks invested, right? They just need to figure out where Seiko is. They do have the camera. Oh, it actually disappears from that big bush inside. They just walked in straight into the Nimrod's gate. They are gonna all use the blinks to get themselves on out. Jinhauer gets sniped down by the checkmate though. He wasn't keeping track of the castle, and I don't think
there's another double knockout.
Yeah, there's the timers blinking on. Sear's gonna pop, and there goes the Estelle too. Oh, it looks so decent for a second, but Jinhauer just wasn't keeping track of the castling. Seiko just snipes in, slips in through the back, and will catch that Arda out. Insider in final zone once again. What do you know?
I think Team Demon Drive's focus there was split because Sylvia tried going for Seiko there, but Seiko just using that checkmate to make sure he doesn't take any damage, and then you're right, that castling was just perfect to get him on back in and just one-shot that Arda.
Yep. Okay, well, Always Intel luckily will be spared the insanity and the psychotic nature of Team Insider. They will have original control over the final zone, but I don't exactly know who's the one that's going to be pushing who out at this point. The range of Always Intel is still going to be limited regardless. They always are going to have to respect that queen, especially when the spring trap is going to miss like this.
No more frailty. That is a huge cooldown there. It's not enough to be able to get that much burst damage. A lot of damage going to be to the side of Seiko. I really like Luminol is being really patient here. Not going to look for anything. They are going to get a lot of damage onto Luminol. Here's all ultimate going to be invested, but Luminol not going to be able to find anything. It's going to be able to actually burst down Seiko. Seiko doesn't even get the ultimate off, and they get the Nikki as well. And now they have to get this Suwa. I think Luminol is just going to have enough damage to kill this Suwa. I don't think Yuna can really do anything. Is going to stand still and is just going to fall. And oh my god, it's just a Luminol show.
Okay. Alright. Yep. You know
His
what?
combo was just, it was just so, I thought he like messed up because he was just kind of standing there, and then he just pulled out the ultimate and just immediately obliterated Seiko. Seiko didn't even have any time to react. Didn't even use his checkmate.
Yeah, so basically what ended up happening was Luminol ended up getting stuck in the middle of three of them. So yes, the pure age uppercut makes sense, especially because because Byung was sitting right in front of him. Usually the timing is just going to be there. So he got sent up into the air, but the exclusive immediately came through from their Mai. But the Ruthless was already sent, right? So the daggers were already on the ground. Exclusive out, he's not knocked up anymore. He just immediately dashes back and kills Seiko before the reactions are even there. Like she was still in animation of throwing the queen down when she died.
It looked really awkward because Luminol just walked to one of his daggers and then tried to walk back and then didn't really, start dashing. But then maybe he was just baiting out, maybe waiting for that Peerage uppercut. And then, great exclusive. Perfect timing from that Mai. That is exactly how you counter this team comp.
Yeah, it was like as if the shot calling from that team was just beckoning the entirety of Team Insider to send something onto Luminol. You know that the Mai had his mouse already hovering over onto Luminol. That's the only target, right? Insider knows this, and Inton always knows about that too. It's the exact reason why the safety net of having the Lenny and the Mai is always there for Luminol. Once he dies, there is just no damage. That's why they're covering him all the time. The reaction speeds were perfect, but the flip side, Insider, their reaction speed was a little bit slow from Seiko's side.
Oh yeah, Seiko just wasn't able. I mean, he just died in half a second. Like I don't think I would have even been able to get my ultimate off of there. Like, that's just how fast Shoichi damage is, right? The second you don't react to anything that he does is just, especially on the KR side as well, just because low ping, just a lot faster in their in their micro play. It's just like that. Years gone.
I remember reading from somewhere. Now I don't know if the number's true. It's probably false, but it takes like 200 milliseconds for the human eye to blink or something like that. That took less than 200 milliseconds for Seiko to just get obliterated. So if he blinked for a second there, that might be why he missed the what is it, the checkmate. But yeah, he just didn't exist. He didn't get to play the game. He put down one queen, and that was his gameplay, right? The Adela, usually that is the name of the game. You put the queen down, and then you do stuff, but he put the queen down, and that was this entire gameplay. So yeah, just well played from Luminol. We should be able to see Always Incheon relatively safe, and we can see that right now from the scores. Although, not as safe as I thought. It's a 12-point difference from 3rd place to 5th.
Yeah, I think Team Demon Trap and Team Rap Apple can still pass Always Incheon if they have a really bad game, like an 8th place or a 7th place with not that many kills. Team Always Incheon still on the chopping block, but I would say relatively, Sainam Rocks and Team Insider, because they are 1st and 2nd, they should be pretty safe here. 14-point difference between 2nd and 5th, and then you could see how close it is between 4th and 7th. Unfortunately, Akatsuki, they're not looking too good. 20 points away. They need to have a really good pop-off game into game number 4 here. It's kind of sad to see them go, but yeah, it's just not their day today.
I think this might be the time to start busting out that heart comp. But the heart comp still has issues because it's not one that's going to be constantly at each other's throats trying to look for kills. That's what they need to do in this kind of game. Even with their mainstay composition, it's just not going to happen, right? You have Pungwa on the arena. She's not meant to be chasing people down for eternity. So it's as tough as it is for me to say it, it genuinely just might not be Akatsuki's night. I think they might also just have their nights cut off after this point too. But it was still fun. I just do hope that we get to see a better version of them in phase number 2. It has to be. It really has to be. JCP, Bunghwa, Yoonhyung, and even their fourth member as well. They're all so good. Elite has shown some really promising moves as that Lennox, but it's just not working.
I mean, I feel like it's just their team comp. You know, I think their characters just don't mesh well with each other, right? JCP, you know, being that Fiora main, Bunghwa playing Adina, and then you know they have that Cicella player as well. So just 3 characters that don't really you know combine well with each other. I do like that they swapped in for that Lennox, and then now they have you know a more front to back team with JCP on that Fiora. But yeah, they didn't really have a good team fight in the last game. We are probably going to see that same team comp coming out for game number 4. Because they did end up subbing some of them out, so maybe this will be you know a nice wake up call for them to see how the team comp does end up working into this lobby at the very end here. Probably not going to be able to make it in, but you know if they have a nice game, maybe they could just stick with this team comp from now on.
Yeah, and after all, the one thing that I do also want to mention about this team roster is that it really reminds me of Trickster, after all, right? They're all playing their one-trick characters. Elade, Yoonhyung, Bunghwa, JCP, they're all playing their one-trick characters. And we know what ended up happening to Trickster's performances, right? They'll occasionally have pop-off games, which is definitely possible with a roster like Akatsuki, but it's never going to be consistent, and that's what we saw here throughout phase number 1. So, right, I definitely do hope that they're going to be able to learn from it. Seeming to run the same composition one more time, which makes sense, right? It's might as well just play your comfort picks at this point. But for everybody else, I see a weird thing up on the north side of my screen, up on the top side of my screen.
Marcus?
Okay, there we go. Let's just flip it back. No Magnus this time around for Victor. You will flip back over onto the Ekion. We're back to Myungjo on the Piolo. As I mentioned earlier, I think this is a great comp. This is a great comp that allows you to just kind of run it down for kills.
I like that.
They need it. Considering they're in, what, I think 6th place right now, you will definitely run a comp like this if you need points.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Piolo for the triple melee comp because, you know, Piolo is one of those dive melees that's just able to set up your team so well, you know, has a lot of CC, is able to just live really long as well, and also provide that damage. Yep. And he is also just able to weave in and out of fights as well, having that mobility or a lot of mobility skills. So it's a really nice character that you know we haven't been able to really see much of lately in Eternal Return Masters.
Yeah, and because of the fact that he actually has teammates to follow up on him, and like all of them are, instead of just an Arda and another frontliner that's going to be sitting in your back, he actually gets the leniency to run Blink. That's going to catch people off guard a lot. Most people, when they're dealing up against something like the Piolo, are more accustomed to running something up against the Totem. But no, this time it's the Blink. If backliners aren't paying attention, you will get Blink and eat on. So, yeah, let's see how Molun Yunuchi does this. They did this earlier and actually had a pretty good game off of it. Hopefully Baekdo doesn't miss his envenomizations this time. That would theoretically allow a Fiora to get a 1v3 off. Never mind, JCP is on the heart. So let's see how game number 4 goes.
Yeah.
Can this be the game where Akatsuki somehow turns it around with a 20-point deficit, or will it just be everybody else moving on as usual? 7 teams, I think, looking for that 4th place spot. Well, I should say top 4 spots. It's a little bit more feasible. Actually, it is top 7. Never mind. They're all feasible for it.
Yeah, everyone is in contention here. Maybe not Akatsuki, but even Akatsuki, if they have a really nice pop-off game, you know, we've seen some of these teams get 20 kills, you know, in one lobby, especially because you also, you know, still have that night 1 prevention. So maybe we'll see them get some early game team fighting. JCP is going to be on that Heart, so they are going to be playing that more typical front-to-back team comp with that Heart, Lennox, and Adina. They're going to have to look for some early game aggression here because they need points and they need it bad.
Yeah, their comp scales disgustingly well into late game as well. If they're just able to make it out of the first maybe 10 minutes with a couple kills, they can still make it all the way to the top 4 as long as some other teams are just not having a field day today with this game. JCP caught up by the clean sweep. They're going to be caught up by Myungjo. Oh, he accidentally nunchucks a chicken instead. The damage return has to be there.
Ooh, great pull. Oh, wow.
Great pull, and the first kill going to come on through.
I don't think he was going for the Luke there because Luke was just in the bushes randomly, and then they just, hey, we just got a random Luke here, and then we're gonna be able to get that kill. So very nicely done by them. Always Incheon gonna be able to get a nice kill, great combo, great CC chain from the side of Team Always Incheon. Gonna be able to lock up that Marcus there, and Satin is probably gonna get caught out here as well. Luminal actually gonna find Curry. Curry is gonna be able to kite back nicely, but Luminal is gonna be able to get a great combo. Is gonna be able to lock up with that Kadia there, and gonna be able to get Bowser too. San Gonna try getting as much damage as he can, but is probably actually gonna get caught out as well. The taunt is gonna connect. It's a great explosive shot, gonna be able to push Xenophine back, but there is the spring trap actually gonna be able to take them both forward. San gonna try getting Xenophine there, but a great ultimate, great exclusive from San, gonna be able to keep them, or from the Maya, gonna keep them alive, but San is gonna get caught now. It's gonna be Team Akatsuki. They're getting a lot of kills, gonna be able to secure them here. Luminol gonna try getting Bonghua. Not gonna be able to find anything.
Oh, Akatsuki. That's 4 kills, maybe even 5 now.
That's
by
huge.
day number
That
one.
is huge.
This is so big. You're right. This is absolutely massive. Again, this team composition scales disgustingly well in the late game. If they're able to snowball off of this, it's going to be huge. Belzer getting caught out. There's the
Belzer too.
This might be another kill going in their favor. Akatsuki might be on 6.
And they're going forward here.
7. They're on 7. It's explosion shot. Unfortunately, is not going to push JCP out of that, but it's going to be that. What is it?
Should we play San? Okay.
Get the trade, dude. Akatsuki just does not care if these trades are going to come in. They know they need the points. It's just going to opt to go for the kills instead, despite putting themselves at risk.
They should get Curry here.
Can they get Curry? I do see the backstep probably available. Curry, he's come back.
Oh, nice.
They're coming back in. They get the kill, and I think this is going to be Belzer
Huge. Oh my God, 10
kills.
kills. This is exactly what Team Akatsuki needs. They are so accelerated for this game as well. They got so many kills, so much mastery from these teams. They just need to close it out now.
Well, Rabbit Apple's also getting a decent number of kills too, right? They're the ones in the 4th place spot. This is looking really close all of a sudden. The light at the end of the tunnel is now visible for Team Akatsuki. Team Insider trying to find the kill on ㅣKnockout. Does he have a dash? No, he does not. No reset's going to come in, and the follow through with a clean sweep as there. Seiko will take the fall, but it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, it looks like Young is going to be able to get out in time, so it's not going to be a wipe for Team Insider, so the respawn timer should be back up in time. Belzer going to get caught out once again. Unfortunately, Team Sangnam Rosh is not having a good game or a good early game start here. Great deny there from that White Lily from Xenophine, and Luminol is going to be able to secure that kill there. Team Ozuchun in the perfect spot here. Great tempo swing there. Are going to be able to get that meteorite and that
another one.
Wolfpack, and Team Akatsuki, you're right, they get another kill. 11 kills now. They should be able to get that Wolfpack in factory there, and they should be on their or on their way to be able to get these 4-score buy-ins. Roz unfortunately caught out here. There's a Charlotte all gonna be able to keep them alive as they go back in, and it's gonna be the Luke. Cardmiss a little too far forward, tried to use that clean sweep, be gone in, and gets immediately punished. As it will be Team Busan Bispo gonna be able to get a nice kill.
Beautifully done. I mean, come on. How do you explain this game to another person? The story arcs that could be made, the way that this game itself is already progressing, it is insane. Game number 4 for knockout stage number 3 is looking to be a show and a half for UNI Super. For
there's an item. Belzer is getting so greedy.
Yeah, he got caught out in the thin corridor up against all of this. Bin is just pumping auto attacks out one after another. The
I think he got out though. Okay,
out, but it's
that's
just
fine.
level 1. Down goes.
That's fine.
Yep, Sawton.
Belzer
is still completely fine. He has the tree.
Belzer got that item. Yeah, he got that item off that wolf there. I think that's exactly what they're going for.
No.
Unfortunately, oh no, the Luke is gonna be caught out here.
Look at the timers.
Members of Team Akatsuki. Yeah, oh no, Dina actually goes down as well. Alay just needs to stay alive here. The heart should be back up in 2 seconds. Alay just needs to live. There is the flay. The Luke passive should be able to keep them alive, and Heart should be able to respawn back in. And actually going to be able to turn maybe onto the Luke here. ACP is going to be back up. Members. Oh wait, no, they're just going to teleport on in here. Alay going to try running away as the Heart just has to get on out of there. Unfortunately, this time Akatsuki is going to be Team Rabbit Apple, the team that's in contention right now that they're trying to kill. They've fed, I think, 2 kills to them, and that's going to widen the gap a little bit bigger. Unfortunately, Akatsuki's light at the end of the tunnel, it's going to start slowly fading.
Right in front of their face too. Right now it's a 16-point difference between Rabbit Apple and Akatsuki. Definitely trying, but it's still a long road ahead. This is what happens when the beginning of your series starts to look a little iffy, but O3CU getting caught out. Monkey Wire has already been invested. Curry looking to get the find out onto that character as well, but they completely left Satan alone. He's not going to be able to get out of this.
O3CU has the 4-score in their inventory, and they're going to lose it.
Dude, get the kill, and that means we're not going to be seeing that Persona coming in early, or even the Dragon Scale. That's a huge loss.
That is a huge loss and a huge swing there for Team Sangnam Rocks. It is going to be Team Busan Bespa getting the 1-up onto Team Nunchi here, as it's kind of hard to kill through that Charlotte and that Suwa as that triple melee team comp.
Wow. Again, the teams in the bottom side of the score sheet are starting to rebel up against their top point overlords from the looks of it. Busan Bespa looking pretty solid. Purple box will be picked up by Seiko, but the fight has already begun as Sardabi trying his best to run away. That's actually just a solo Luke in the middle of nowhere. Jinhao will lock out the escape path. This Luke is going to fall, unfortunately. I don't know what's going on, man. Game number 4 is definitely cooking something. Sawson's almost dead to a mutant bear. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Why is Carmus over here now? What the heck?
Yeah. I don't know why all the Lukes came down to warehouse for some reason, but Demon Drive is going to be able to get both of them here as, yeah, it looks like Team Nunchi are completely split up here. Probably trying to split farm and get as many credits as possible, but they're all getting caught out one by one. It's going to be Rosner going to pick that one up as Team Busan Bespa. They're going to be able to get another kill. This team is also in contention. You could see them in 7th place, and they're on 6 as well.
Yeah, Akatsuki, they lost the late, and they're so split apart from each other. It's still night number 2, but these teams are going to have to start focusing back up. I do see the 4-score buy-ins for a majority of these teams have already passed, but look at Songnam Rocks' credits. 443. If they really want to hold on to this, yeah, they could go for the blood sample.
No. You gotta call in your 4 scores here.
Especially now. Unless you're trying to save at least the Marcuses, maybe you buy like a small item instead of a 4-score.
No, there's too much time before blood comes in, right? Because it is still only night number 2, so you got to, yeah, 2-day cycles. Wait a second, JCB, he's just in there. They're actually not gonna check the bush, and the bottom side though, Demon Drive. Unfortunately, Arda is gonna go down a little early, but great combo. Oh, but the damage back, the AoE damage from the Ekion and the Piolo is just way too much, and a huge turn from the side of Nunchi. Great respawn there, and a great counter engage from the side of the Piolo and the Ekion.
Okay. I was gonna say, there's only about 5 seconds to go until day number 3. Good thing that Mekto did end up taking the fall. Rabbit Apple duking it out up against Songnam Rocks. It's gonna be over a purple box on the northern side of the map. Here we go. Let's see how it goes. Belzer not gonna be able to get the burger.
Oh my
but that rip apart from the Astra. That Cecilia just felt the power of the universe rain down on her for a few seconds. Down she goes, and the purple box also secured by Songnam Rocks. Could be pretty solid on there, and it was a tree.
And they get a tree as well.
Yep.
And they're gonna be able to get a tree here, and Lumi. So this is a huge tempo swing for the side of Team Songnam Rocks. They're gonna get so much value here in tempo. I have a team fight though. Busan Bespa gonna try running down Team Demon Drive there. Here comes Engage. A great Spirit Arrow is gonna be able to connect, but nothing's actually gonna be able to go on it. But a huge Charlotte ult is gonna be able to keep them all alive. They're actually gonna take no damage as Demon Drive. They're gonna lose 2 members. That's gonna be a minus 400 or so early into the game. A little unfortunate for Team Demon Drive, but Busan Bespa just great respawn there and just able to know their limits.
Yeah, the burst damage from Demon Drive is one that a Charlotte can definitely react to. The Divine Intervention timing was just fantastic. It just denied any single sort of damage from Demon Drive from actually sticking, so a bit unfortunate for this team. Insider looking for a little, but this is just Seiko by himself.
Wow, yeah, Seiko is just completely...
yeah.
Seiko's just completely zoning off the side of Team Demon Drive there. Just by himself. Oh, here is a vision play here, but there's 2 teams walking up. Team Demon Drive does end up seeing them, and Team Busan Bespa just actually gonna full send it. Rosner, the Estelle knockup isn't gonna connect as the members of Team Demon Drive are gonna try getting out, but a huge ultimate from the Rio is gonna be able to push it back, but the third party, Seiko, just gets the huge double queen, is gonna be able to lock up the side of Team Busan Bespa. It's a disaster. It's looking so good, but the third party is here at the perfect time.
Yeah, you can't react to that. Charlotte, that's not happening. Pop also is gonna get caught out. He will desperately try to get out using the VLS. Not gonna happen. Minus 400
that
out
is,
of nowhere.
Yeah, that's
so
unfortunate.
A trade onto Seiko. Oh, what happened there?
Seiko was the one who went down, right? They got. Oh no, that was the.
Yeah, he overextended.
Oh, what the? Oh, you're right. So I guess Seiko just died there. It looks like he tried trying to get some more damage, but just wasn't enough there. A lot of damage though. Look at Saturn. Saturn gets a huge double explosive shot. Is gonna be able to stun both of them there, but actually they do end up trading. But Curry is just there, just able to rain bullets down on the side of Team. I think that is Team Rabbit Apple there.
Yeah. Okay, Jinhao, I think he might actually fall. Seer is about to... Wait, Seer falls down too. Oh, the heli tax that will keep the art alive. Okay, that is really lucky because I saw the Ghost Fire proccing onto Jinawar. I think he actually would have died to that if it wasn't for all of the bonus extra sustain he had for
Oh, Wrap-Up's gone! Wrap-Up's gone! That opens the door.
Hold on a second. Now that 4th place spot is up for grabs. Demon Drive, 5 kills themselves. They are about, what is that, 7 points behind now? Up against Team Rabbit Apple. 1's going to be guaranteed because of the placement difference. They just need 6 for themselves to at least tie up against Rabbit Apple. Let's see, where is Molu Nunchi? They are
She's on 5.
4, 11 plus 11 minus 1, 10 points behind for those players. Busan
Bespa too. They're on 10 kills.
Oh yeah, you know, there is a possibility.
This definitely opens up the door for all these teams to try to take that 4th place spot. Now, even Team Agoski, they're on 12. You know, they might be in 8th place, but if they have a nice clean game here, they can actually make it out. San here, unfortunately, gonna be forced to burn all of his red timer here to group with his team back up in Fire Station. 2 seconds left, but yeah, it's gonna come down to the wire for these teams.
Prominence for late. Okay, that's actually massive too, right? 40% CDR on a Lennox is huge when it comes to this stage of the game. So Akatsuki, they're finally going to be able to put a transition item over onto the Lennox. It was a red box that came in. It seemed to be an arm piece or an accessory. Prominence will be the item of choice for Akatsuki there too. A little bit of extra sustain with the HP and the SP plus the 40% CDR that you will take. So
oh, they're not gonna check the bush at this stage in the tournament. You gotta check that. And immediately gets punished. 3 melees just sitting in that bush, and San is probably gonna fall here as well. Gonna use the look at the timer.
He's dead.
Doesn't have explode at least, and the kill is gonna go to the side of Team Always in Chun. Gotta check those. You're playing Kadi as well. You know, you have so many tools to check those bushes, right? You have the W, you have the weapon skill. Just not checking it is just you just can't do that. Yeah.
Okay, luckily they're going to be able to get out, but you can see the I don't know if you saw the items onto Songnam Rocks. They are behind. I think it was full transitions for the Kadia, but no blood sample. 2 to 3 items over. Oh, okay, Katsuki backing away, but 2 to 3 items on the Justina. That is not where you want to be as Satan at the moment. I think the Marcus was also sitting on 1 transition that was like a tree or a meteor upgrade. They are in shambles. They're poor as hell right now. A couple of decent number of credit counts on those teams, but it's not going to make a big difference when you see a team composition like these guys.
He's gonna get a knockup.
Oh, Byungjo, he is so
should be dead.
Wow,
Nunchi just walking straight into the hands of Team Busan Bespa there, and Razor just immediately punishes them for it. So yeah, very nicely played by them. Always Incheon looks like they're gonna be on their retreat here as they don't want to fight Team Insider. Just gonna use the VLS system to get on out.
Everybody's still on their edge at the moment. With the Rabbit Apple down, there's a lot of possibilities that can happen inside of this game, but even teams not Songnam Rocks, but always Incheon has to be careful as well. Some of these teams are actually starting to get into that 40 point range already. I think Busan Bespa is sitting at 40 points by themselves.
Oh, Singo gets it.
Will not be able to secure it, but then the blood sample is also going to be given, but Byung is a little bit too far out to the backside. It's going to be the Pure Rage uppercut, caught out. Blink has to be invested from Satan. He will get away from the fight, but Byung, a beautiful disengage on the backside, trying to deny Satan from getting back in. Zico has the queen. Can they catch up? Byung's looping around too. He's so healthy with this. They see the Nikki but can't do anything about it. Curry is so isolated. They're just targeting
Satan is caught as well.
But she doesn't have anything. Down goes Satan to the ground. Busan Bespa trying to chase down a couple members of Demon Drive over on the right side as well. The artist Nimra's Gate will get a couple members out, but the chase on still goes through. On the left side, Curry's gonna fall. Belzer is going to fall. Songnam Rocks taken out of the game, taken out of the fight. We might have punched their ticket into the next knockout stage, but we won't know that until the end of the game. Their total 45, I think, if you include the placement points as
45, yeah. 45 is correct. Is that, or 55? Is that going to be enough for Team Songnam Rocks?
My apologies. Yes.
We'll have to see, because we see there's so many points in this game, so these teams could definitely pass them here. Always Incheon definitely trying to look for some more points as well. Team Akatsuki, they're trying to look for their ticket in to knockout stage 4 as well. Team Nunchi looks like they're going to try playing it a little safer. They definitely don't want to take this fight just yet. There's a lot of teams nearby. You see on the bottom side, Team Demon Drive is going to use the VLS system to to get on into factory, so gotta be a little careful. A lot of teams left here, they're all playing for their tournament lives.
Yeah, this is a pretty rough spot to be in, I think, for Team Akatsuki. You can't really fight Molyneux because there's always going to be that burst factor coming in. You also can't really fight always Incheon safely as well. There's Luminal sitting on that Shoichi. They're kind of stuck at this point. I don't know if they're really going to be able to make good use of the next maybe minute and a half or so, unless always Incheon and Molyneux starts fighting, but I don't think Molyneux is also interested in fighting that at all. This is a bit of an island that they're stuck in for Team Akatsuki, unless they opt to take red, which is going to be a very significant investment if they take that right now, considering it's what, day number 5. I don't know if they're going to be proactive for the next couple of minutes. Do you really want to start pushing into always into a situation like this?
And that is a tanky Lennox. They got they got 2 blood ups, they got the prominence and that blood fire helmet, so Lennox can definitely just walk up here and just tank up all of Team Always Incheon's damage, but you know they still have to watch out for that Shoichi, because the Shoichi, if they ever find an angle onto Bunghwa or JCP, there's not going to be any damage on their backline. So I think they want to take this fight, but I think they're just scared about a third party, because Team Nunchi is in the area that is going to be Team Always Incheon's camera there. Blade, fortunately not going to hit the whip, but I think they want to take this fight here.
Just being real careful with this too.
Yeah, because Luminal just needs to not get caught. Yeah, they have to be a little careful. They're actually going to get denied off the jump pad. I think Team Always Incheon, they should see that there's a team walking up, and they're just going to full disengage because they know there's another team in the zone here. Now, both teams are just going to be forced. It looks like both teams actually going to use the VLS system to get on out of there.
Yeah, and this is what I meant by a long time ago when I said a lot of these teams tend to have these utilities always available. Though that mobile VLS genuinely just saved, I think, Akatsuki from being stuck in a permanent island for the remainder of the game. Now, they are going to join the party inside of Factory. There's a lot of teams here, but it's kind of split between a 2-2 split at the bottom and the top side. It will be Akatsuki just giving up that zone, going into Chapel instead. So we're down to 3 teams inside of Factory. There's a lot of area to work with inside of this.
Yeah.
Oh, Akatsuki, yeah, you're right. They're starting to step back in.
I think Akatsuki are going to come back. Busan might come down as well, just because I think a lot of teams are just probably just going to avoid Team Insider. I think Team Insider, yeah, you can see the sewage items.
Oh, boy.
And you can see the Nikki as well. They're sitting on 3 bloods, full itemized. Yeah. Probably going to have some drinks to your name as well. Maybe some holy waters, maybe some Tear Selines in there on top. So definitely got to watch out, I think, for Team Insider here. They're just going to slowly start clearing out Chapel. They're going to start pushing these teams down into Factory. We're going to have a 4 or 5 team final zone here.
This is going to be chaotic. Busan Vespa's hanging around the outside too. Is Insider actually opting to
I'm
fight
surprised.
for this?
Yeah, I'm surprised they're coming in. No, yeah.
Okay.
They're just going to back away. I think yeah, they just want to clear out the zone, and this is what you usually do when you're the Wick team. Is you know you take full zone control. So they took Forest, and then they walk into the yellow zone that's about to close. They clear everything out, push everyone into the other zone, and now is going to be quite the fiesta down here in Factory. Here comes an engage, a lot of damage. There is the ultimate already invested from the Charlotte, but here's a third party. Oh no! Team Akatsuki is in trouble here. Is Team Demon Drive going to send out a Team Akatsuki? It looks like no, because they know there's also more teams nearby. Now Team Demon Drive is going to be stuck in the middle, as Team Always Incheon might push Team Demon Drive out. I think every team knows there's so much tension here in Factory. All these teams are playing for the tournament lives here, and only one team is going to come out on top.
If Akatsuki can win this temp zone, they would have walked away with a miracle on their hands.
Wait, Insider's coming in. Insider's coming in.
They're on the backside.
Oh my god, we're going to have a 16 final zone.
Oh my god, no way. We're going to have
every team's going to be in this final zone here. It is going to end.
Wait. Team Insider, they just don't care. They're so far ahead in points. They don't care about timer. They don't care about the zone at all. Zico's gonna walk out, but guys, the zone's gonna close in just a second.
Oh my god! They're coming in, Akatsuki!
If they third party this correctly, there's 1, there's 2.
They get 2.
Fall down in just a second. Not gonna happen because of the helitax stat. Down goes Bob Mosa. Third party potential still is there. Akatsuki in a perfect situation to get the third party in, but Zico! He lands the queen! JCP gonna invest the Peacemaker.
Wait.
They need to get the kill.
They get Zico, but Yona's here. Great blink.
Are just not good. I don't think
oh no.
To handle this. I think he's gonna
wait, they get Yona, They get him!
No way! They can still do this.
But the third party, Art is still here.
Yeah, on the bottom side, you know how we're looking
for a bit
more. He has 10 seconds on his time.
Demon Drive is still up. Oh no! Wait, they kill Arda. That's a 1v1 between Lennox and
oh my god, no
Dungy doesn't have timer. So they should be able to get the res here.
No way, it's a Fiesta! 16
Thingy is
kills
gonna
for
explode.
Akatsuki. They need to do more. They get the
17.
kill over onto the Estelle. What's left?
I don't think that's
Always
enough.
But JCP's about to be up too.
They don't have timer.
He still has
Get
this.
the rest, get the rest, get the rest.
Get the res, and then they need to walk in like right now. Is there a sun
They're
contract
gonna
available?
have-
They don't have a sun contract available, but all of their ultimates are up. They need to rest up now, get back into that final
10
zone.
seconds, they
and
gotta
try
go,
to
they
fight
gotta
this
go.
out. They got to go. All this timer has been invested for 9.
Oh, no, but the fact that I go in!
That's all
Centipede gets a huge double. Oh my god.
It's good. 17 kills in second place is what Akatsuki will run away with. Always Inchan. I don't think it's enough for Akatsuki by 3 to tie Rabbit Apple, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. It is just not meant to be for Akatsuki, as Always Inchan will shatter their hopes and dreams. GG's to Always Inchan. 13 kills in first place. Oh my god, what a final game.
Just not enough timer. What a final zone! It just ended. We didn't even go to the final zone. It just ended on the temporary zones there. As Team Insider, they just decided they wanted to have some fun. I think they already secured their spot, so you know why not? Just VLS system on in there, and it was one hectic of a final zone there. Unfortunately, I don't think that's enough for Team Akatsuki. They tried their best here. They played their heart out, but just not enough timer after all the fiasco there, all the third parties. They were able to win it out, but just not enough timer to walk in and fight Team Always in the final 33.
If they won that fight, they would have been up Team Rabbit Apple at the least by 3. But I don't think they were able to overtake them, and I think a big part of why they weren't able to is because they hesitated resing JCP. For that split second or two, they hesitated. You saw the Lennox kind of walking back and forth. You saw Bungo walking back and forth.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they would have even had enough timer anyways, because they were forced to just full send, and then, you know, Centipede had the perfect spring trap to get them in. That's true, yeah. And they would have had an extra, like, 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah, they were steps away from the final zone, too. I think there was still a world in which it would have happened if they didn't hesitate getting the res over onto the heart, but that's a big what if, right? It's just not happening in this dimension, in this universe, I should say. What a devastating loss for Akatsuki. I mean, we'll have to still see, right? I might have done my math wrong. I'm not entirely sure what happened here, but wow, what an attempt, right? A valiant attempt from Akatsuki, where I'm saying that word quite a lot tonight, but my god, how else do you describe what just happened in Game 4?
That was quite the hectic final zone there. I mean, that was funny. It was funny.
Yeah.
It was just 6 teams all in one temporary zone just to, you know, rile up and make these teams try to fight for. And it will be Team Demon Drive that's going to be able to secure the spot. Actually, I don't even think Team Akatsuki would have been able to make it in there, even if they want that. Would have been 1 point short.
Yep, 1 point short to even look for the tiebreaker. They would have actually won the tiebreaker if they somehow find 1 extra point somewhere else. But you're right. Demon Drive is going to be the one to make it through. Rabbit Apple denied their entry into the knockout stage despite playing so well in game number 4. Demon Drive just barely, by 2 points, will be able to knock down Rabbit Apple, which means we'll be seeing Insider, Always Inchan, Seongnam Rocks, and once again Demon Drive in our next set of 4 games that's going to be happening after the break. What a devastating series for the rest of the 4 teams.
Yeah, look at how close it is. Yeah, 5th, 6th, and 7th, and 8th. 39, 41, 44, 46. This lobby was tight. Yeah, 48. So only a 9-point difference between 4th and 8th place. So it was really tight. Anyone could have made it out here. Unfortunately, it's just not these teams' day for Team Rabbit House, Busan Vespa, Akatsuki, and Nunchi. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing them anymore for phase number 1.
Yep, and that's one step closer for our top 4 teams to get that circuit point going into the season finals. Now, it's probably going to be the same as this season. Again, I actually haven't looked at the graphic for it. It's either that or I forgot. But phase number 2 will have more circuit points in comparison to phase number 1. I'll have to double check that information. But still, it's never a bad thing to start out with an extra one. If any of these teams, the 4 that is moving on, can stay alive for 1 more series, they will be guaranteed some. But super. That was an even number game that we have watched, and that means we're about to go on a break. It's going to be an extended one as we have to get ready for stage number 4. So you guys back here for games 1 and 2. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys here in about 10 minutes for the first half of Knockout Stage 4.
Take care.
거래입니다.
생존자가 임시 안전지대를 활성화합니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 전설적입니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black. Performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형편없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니야. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠군. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 규강이 필요하지. 새로운 시대의 문을 여는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연사는 끝났어. 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험은 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지! 피하지 않아. 훈련이고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
하게 되겠죠. 자, 노도널 그리고 에르키아입니다.
자, 여기서 한 번 더 싸움을 보고 있는데 요거 일단 싸움 스타트 자체는 나쁘진 않지만 이게 이 안에다가 윌리엄까지 있어서 파괴력이 너무 세다 보니
그렇습니다.
초반에 일단 데미지가 살짝 부족한 모습이고
그래도 이거 도깨비불 한번 붙었으니까
그렇죠.
이거 하나 잡아보자
리우리.
라는 생각 너무 좋았고요.
자, 한 번 더 에스텔 쪽으로 들어가 보는데요. 리우리의 유스티나가 나이트 타이신의 에스텔
그렇죠.
쪽으로.
오,
잘 피하는데요.
그렇죠.
자, 그리고 여기서
굉장히 잘
리스폰이
피했죠?
되니까 이 카티아를 필두로 한 번 더 킬을 만들어내는 게 뉴라이즈
아니,
강원이거든요.
유나이즈 강원 벌써 거의 10킬 가까이 나왔어요.
그렇습니다. 저 게다가 지금 정영복이 스킬 한 번 맞춰놨고 이제 쫓아가고 있는 리우리. 하지만 가속 경기를 밟기 때문에 여기까지. 오,
그런데
이거
여기서
어디 잡겠다.
잠시만요. 노도날 선수가 여기서 리스폰을 되면 이거 얘기가 많이 달라지거든요.
그렇죠.
자, 그렇지만 윌리엄까지도 벌써
자,
볼 수
오히려
있나요?
노더날이 꼬리를 살랑살랑 흔들면서 나 잡을 것 같잖아.
와, 뉴라이즈 강원 1일차 밤에 지금
지금 뭐든 이 포스코어를 바탕으로 달려주면 되거든요.
그렇습니다. 자,
이쪽에서는.
다시 한 번 더 뉴라이즈 강원 쪽으로 들어가 봅니다만은 자, 3대3 교전 아직까지 2일차 밤 26초 남았고요. 리오리 들어옵니다.
자, 공격적으로 카티아를 운영하고 있는 피닉스가
자, 이어서 노도날.
오,
깔끔하게
좋네요.
넘어가는데요.
그랬죠.
이렇게 되면요, 이미 교전 구도가 뉴라이즈 강원 쪽으로 크게 기울었죠. 쇼이치까지 잡아낼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 뉴라이즈 강원.
아, 이거 벽공 한번 당했어요.
네.
쓰레기통에 한번
자, 그리고 이쪽은 우승리버와
2차전.
자, 다시 한번 싸우는데 자, 이거 엠마가 너무 많이 맞고 시작하는 게 아닐까라는 생각이
아, 근데
들긴
이거
합니다만.
여차하면 하늘나리 타고 갈 수 있다 보니까 밥성사 선수가 못 들어가요.
그렇습니다. 자, 이제 3일차기 때문에 여기서 나오는 손실 하나하나가 정말 크게 자, 들어갈 수 있습니다.
그래도 방금 서로 또 심리전이 있었던 게 스위치 단건 깔리는 거 보고 자 거기다가 CC기를 한번 커버 줬었거든요.
그렇죠. 자, 그런데
오, 카티아 스킬 좋았어요 방금.
자, 불폭 이 스킬을 한번 피하기는 했어요. 다만
그렇죠?
자, 일단 카티아가 먼저 잡히고 변이 걸린 노도날 빠져나가지만요. 오히려 자, 리오리 쪽을 쫓고 밥석사의 쇼이치가 노도날 쪽으로 됩니다. 자, 여기서 만약에 막퍼스 잡히면요.
잠시만요. 이거
커뮤니티 이거-
13킬 해놓고 여기까지 왔는데
그럼 너무
이거
너무
아쉽거든요.
여기 13킬하고 변이 맞고 와. 절로 올라가네요.
그렇죠. 이거 강제적으로 절로 올라가는 팀들이 좀 있거든요.
네.
자, 아카츠키 이거 밀려 나가면 위로 넘어갈 수밖에 없는데 그러면은 위클라인 팀입니다.
오, 자, 나랑 놀자가 일단 연하 선수가 잘 들어가고
한채 정확히 들고 왔는데 이런
자,
하트공
네.
소비
아,
시켜놓고
거기다가 카툰도트로 밀어내는 센스까지.
자, 이래서 먼저 하트 잡히고 그리고
이걸 놓칠 수 없다. 정확히 잡아줬어요.
자, 그래서 분가 더 들어가나요?
자, 이거
분가 더
킬한 거는 알고 있을 겁니다.
갑자기 따봉이 들어왔어요. 이러면 망나니 선수까지 잡히고 터미네이트. 그런데 정상 필적이 들어가게 되면서 분과 선수도 조금은 느려집니다. 분수 쪽으로 강제적으로 들어가게 되는데 자, 마침 지금 여기가 교전 중이긴 하거든요.
그렇죠. 스페셜리스트 원딜들 그래도 거리 조절 굉장히 잘해줬습니다만 자, 이안 이 궁극기 썼을 때부터가 이제부터 시작입니다.
자, 그리고 에어본.
공포 들어가고 여기서 평타 계속 치면은
오.
아,
자, 그리고 갑자기 위에서 자 올라오는 변이 걸고 날아라 잡아주면서
이러면은
자, 3대2 구도 에루키아 그리고 우성 유니버입니다만은 이쪽은 지금 레온이 없고
그렇죠. 그리고 여기 물론 궁극기 아직 안 찼거든요.
그렇죠.
자,
지금
변이
이게요.
걸리고.
지금 말고 기회 없습니다. 이거 궁극기 없을 때 어떻게 돼야 되는데 에스텔이랑 이안 궁극기 없을 때 여기서 다 잡아야 돼요.
변이 걸고요.
우성 유니버 가능한가요?
자,
에스텔까지 잡았으면
이거는
자,
가능하죠. 이건
자,
가능하죠. 아니, 잠시만요. 이거 지금 에스텔 패시브, 에스텔 패시브.
아티팩트를 눌러버려가지고 자 엠마가 변이를 시키지 못했기 때문에 마무리가 안 됐고 이거 큰일 났네요. 하지만 자 이거
1대1
시간 승이에요.
1대1
시간
자,
승.
시로 그리고
시간 많은 거
밥석사
알아요, 이거는.
조이치와 이한 1대1 하지만 시간이 조금 더 앞서는 쪽으로
그렇죠. 단것만 잘 타면 됩니다. 단것만
5초 4초 4초 2초
이게 이렇게 되네요.
또 하트 궁극기로 소모시키게 만들고 이러면 많이 억울했거든요.
그래도 나쁘지 않아요.
네.
13킬 3등입니다. 오, 야, 제대로 맞췄는데 라쿤.
아니
너무
원딜이
빠르게.
이렇게
자
허당하게.
이러면 3대9도 요거는 이해하기 쉽지
아
않죠.
이미 게임이 끝났죠.
그렇습니다. 자 이렇게 되면요 애포메이션이 14번째 킬까지 가져갈 수 있는 가능성이 높습니다. 나리코
네.
탈신 정리하고요. 남아있는 시로까지 잡아내면요.
마무리입니다.
체크메이트 애포메이션 첫 번째 라운드.
해요.
자, 이 지역을 떠나고 있지 않죠. 그리고
그렇죠.
따봉과 더불어서 에르키아 그리고 뉴라이즈 강원도
이거
다시 한번
불빛이
들어와서
뭔가 들리는 것 같습니다.
예.
여기야 여기 지금 리오리 선수 계속 이야기하고 있거든요.
그렇습니다. 자, 그래서 아스트라버스를 한번
아스트라버스.
버텨내고 노던을 합류하는데 자, 카테도 들어와야죠.
오래 버텼어요. 정말 오래 버텼습니다.
치유 드론.
하지만 여기서 하트가 대시를 한다면
JCP를
아,
잡았네요.
그렇죠.
자,
깜짝
강
놀랐거든요.
그렇습니다. 그래서 밀어냈죠. 결국엔 아카츠키가 밀어내고 자, 교전은 스페셜리스트랑 나봉의 3대3
여기서도 보시면 아시겠지만은 톰퍼미스를 통해서 데미지를 반사를 해주고 도발과 함께 바깥으로 빠져나가는 판단.
자, 키뉴의 하트가 일단 러브는
그렇죠.
맞췄지만요. 잡아내고 자, 나라라 선수가 혼자 남아있습니다.
근데 이거 혼자서 생각보다 좀 할만한데
킬링
여기서 승전보가 터져버리면 체력이 다 채워집니다.
예. 자, 따봉이 8번째 킬을 만들 수 있을까요? 창호 선수의 알렉스가 나라라 선수 쪽으로 이동하고 있습니다.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that extended break. Once again, I hope you guys had a fun break for yourselves, but it's time to get back into the party. It is time now for us to watch knockout stage number 4, as we're just coming off the break from games 3 and 4, the final two that we watched for knockout stage number 3. Super, overall thoughts, give it to me.
I'm fairly happy with how these teams played. We had two teams kind of dominating the lobby. I would say Team Insider and Team Always Incheon.
Yep.
Both teams, Insider had a really consistent performance. Always Incheon taking 3 out of the 4 games. So both these teams, I think, are ready to play into Knockout Stage 5 here. But we do have a lot of pretty good teams here already in Knockout Stage 5. We got Team Slasher, we got Team Ignite, Gangnam Sparkles, and Team Rump Rebels. So a lot of
Those are the
powerhouse
ones joining
teams.
next week, or those are the ones joining tomorrow.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Sorry, you're right.
Production issue.
It's gonna be Wales,
There
Ready
you
to
go.
Die, Order, and Team Unresponsible that we're gonna see today.
Still a pretty solid team, especially Youngju Wales, right? This is the one that I was talking about specifically last week. It's going to be Fauna, E8, Green Apple, and Weed. They showed us a really good performance last week. It almost surprises me, once again, like I say, for a lot of these teams that get into one of the more earlier stages of the knockouts, that they're here. As a matter of fact, despite the roster that they are bolstering, Unresponsible also having some really good performances in the past. We also have a couple other teams and players inside our knockout stage number 4 that's gonna make this lobby a lot more interesting than I think a lot of us are going to be thinking about. So yeah, quite interested to see if the teams coming up from knockout stage number 3 has what it takes to move themselves up continuously in the knockout stages, or if they're going to get stomped out. Let's go straight into game 1 character select to see where we are at for the beginning.
Yeah, still some pretty solid teams in Knockout Stage 4 here, and I think I'm seeing a Sua band going to be coming through. Team Ready to Die and Unresponsible. Looks like we have 2 Sua picks here in Knockout Stage 4. And then also, we have Yona, we know from Knockout Stage number 3 that they just played in. They are playing that Sua, Nikki, and Adela comp. Looks like Sua is going to be back, or is going to be off the table, so we're actually going to have our first ban here for this weekend.
Yeah, I think this is actually a bit more of a problem for Team Ready to Die than anybody else, because I remember watching this team last week and seeing that this is literally about the only comp that they ran. The Arda, Kathy, as well as the Sua. Might have been slight variations on it, but what the two core characters were the Kathy and the Sua. So I'm a bit worried for Team Ready to Die going into game number 2, but
I think they are gonna swap out that Sua, but Team Unresponsible, I think, was also stuck on the core characters here was the Sua and the and the Dema, right? It's 2 bruiser frontliners who has a lot of sustain with that Johan gonna be able to support them. So we're gonna be gonna be off the table for both these team comps. It's gonna be quite the change up, I would say, for this team, and I wonder what Yona is gonna swap to here going into game number 2 as well.
Yeah, that is true, but the reason why I actually didn't mention Unresponsible's Kachu for this is because we've actually seen Kachu play other things in the past as well. It's not the first time we're seeing this player inside of ERM after all, but on the flip side for team who was Ready to Die, I think it might be the first time I'm really seeing this player making their showing in ERM. Regardless, game number 1, they are still going to have access to that character, so let's take a look at what ends up happening, because here we go guys, the beginning of knockout stage number 4. Once again, we are back to a situation where after these 4 games, 4 of these teams will move on, 4 will unfortunately fall, make their way over into that circuit point zone, right? After this game, we're down to our top 16.
Yeah.
So after this one, as long as you can make it, you are guaranteed some resemblance of circuit points going into the season finals.
Yeah, you definitely want to try getting out of here as best as you can. Getting some circuit points secured early on into, you know, the season. It's always nice, you know, little, or it takes a little burden off your shoulders if you are trying to play in that season final. Seiko unfortunately getting caught out there, but a great double knockup, able to completely lock down the side of Team Ready to Die, and a great blink away as well in response. Little blink from that Arda, so Seiko gonna be able to get out of there, but it looks like Tree unfortunately is gonna get caught, but his team members are gonna be here in response here, as now it's going to be the human going to be forced to back on out of there. Xenophine going to get caught by Fauna. Chloe having that early game pressure, so much damage, not going to be able to teleport on out in time.
Yeah. Alright, well, early game shenanigans still going on. Nothing too surprising for you and I, but it's happening in Chapel this time around, which is quite interesting on that front. Lulungx trying to save their Sua from getting taken down. Same thing with the Faith Unwavering invested from Tria to try keeping this alive too, but
Who
E8
got it?
is just
I think it was
refusing to
EA
let
got
up. E8 still gets the kill.
EA was
Tria
able to get
about
that.
to end up falling down. That's going to be Team Unresponsible wiped out already. We'll still come back in just a moment, but the revenge kill still coming on through. Yangju Wales unfortunately will end up losing 2 members. It will be Deep in Drive on the south side, picking up a couple kills on their own, as Jinhao are going to be starting out with the human this time around, despite the success on their Arda during knockout stage 3.
Yeah, a huge double knockup there from that human, just able to just deal so much damage, and they will be able to pick up 2 kills. But Wales is sitting on 4 already. They will take that any day. You know, they did end up losing 2 members here, but they ended up securing themselves 4 kills and a lot of a lot of early team fighting once again, but not as much, I would say, as the last lobbies. You know, only 7 kills have been traded so far.
Yeah.
Or 8 kills.
Yep. That's all fine though. 8 kills I think is still relatively high, right? Yangju Wales getting 4 of that is a great start for this team comp. It's one that, well, it breaks the pattern that we saw during the group stages where they always wiped in day 1. Remember that?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Now they are up and running here, so that actually might be pretty good for them, as they're not going to have that early game, or those early game deaths to, you know, set them behind here. Looks like we're going to have a lot of split farming from these teams. I think a lot of these teams just aren't ending with each other this time around. We're not going to see, you know, the hospital and cemetery being a hot zone in this lobby. Just depends on the lobby that you're playing, right? So how many teams are going to be in each zone and ending in each zone. So just a lot less early game team fighting for this lobby.
Yeah, it's okay though. I think most of these characters aren't really built to be able to fight this early on anyways, especially something like the Dema as well as a Sua. You got a Yuan on your team. The damage is severely lacking when there's a decent amount of sustain, unless the fight becomes extended, in which case something might happen. Nulung looking to go a little aggressive over on the complex and hide. They're taking a sufficient amount of damage. There is
but a great turn there.
Oh my god, the parry already invested. It's not gonna matter as the suture just completely locks down Nulung, and that's what I mean, right? The damage just doesn't stick. Well played from Team Ready to Die, picking up 2 kills of their own. Unresponsible going to be falling behind just a little bit as they're still sitting on 0.
Yeah, I love Hyde playing this Catty. He just shows, because the Catty is not a character we see basically at all in ERM, but he just shows that this character can definitely still be viable. Really nicely played by Hyde there, able to hit that suture, stunning the Demo into the wall, and then a great follow-up there from the Sua from Team Ready to Die, so we'll be able to pick up a kill on the bottom side here. It will be Team Demon Drive, I think, able to pick up a 1. There's going to be Wales versus Team Demon Drive here. Going to play for this tree. The Green Apple already getting chunked down to half HP, so have to be a little careful. Going to be able to heal up from that chicken. Here comes Engage. Looks like Marcus is going to try getting on in. Unfortunately, Fauna's not, knockup is not going to connect, and he gets pork chop back in. But he is going to be able to use the White Lily out. EA is going to be able to get a lot of poke damage off there. Fauna going to pop that plant there to keep them alive. Gonna get a lot of HP back, and a great burger flip. Gonna be able to lock up that Yumin, and it is gonna be Whales gonna be able to come out on top. E8 actually gonna be able to lock out the Sylvia as well. A huge charm, and E8 is gonna be able to pick that one up too.
Yep, IRM doing what IRM does best. Amazing job from that team in order to pick up a couple of objectives. Oh, well, not a couple of objectives. I meant a couple of kills, and the objective of that Tree of Life. It's going to be the Ghillie suit right over onto Fauna. Early crit as well as attack speed built up for that character. No biggie there. But yeah, you're right. E8's been playing extremely well. The Marcus also doing his job perfectly. Green Apple, we've seen him be the Tsubame character, the Tsubame player in the past couple of in the past season, I should say, but this time around, going to be on that Marcus duty, doing pretty good for himself. Minjae will also get locked down, taken down as he will go on timer. E8 still sitting up in the front side. He'll probably get taken down too. There we go. Sheer just a little bit too tanky, especially with
forward this time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think E8 getting caught there. I think tried maybe looking for some pick angles, but just a little too far away from his team, and Demon Drive immediately just responds and is going to be able to pick that one up. So Whales gonna lose their IRM there, so we'll be on cooldown there. Bells are actually gonna be able to push the Adela back away, so no combo is gonna be invested, and the damage is gonna be able to stick onto the Nikki. Nikki is already getting chucked down to half HP, but they're not gonna be able to kill him. Bells are gonna be able to get away. Sad is gonna be forced to just go on forward, trying to get the Nikki. Is gonna be able to pick that up as Curry is gonna go down with them, but Belzer needs to get away here. He's the last member alive for the side of Team Rocks, but ready to die. It's just gonna be that Sua. Lily isn't gonna push any farther as they are the only member up there for Team Ready to Die.
Yeah, it's day number 2 already, huh? Oh my god, the pacing of these games have been so quick with the sheer number of kills that are going on that I completely forget myself as well. Alright, it was very dangerous for a second for Songnam Rocks, but they will keep themselves alive, which is good.
Oh, he's engaged.
This could be interesting.
Hyde does get an angle in and gets it.
Get something, but the checkmate is already invested. Hyde looking to get a kill onto Seiko, castling over the wall. The Kathy not going to be able to find anything, and even more time bought with the Night Fork. It is going to be a trade as Lily ends up falling down too. So Seiko did their job regardless of whether or not they managed to get a kill, because everybody else on their team will be able to find one themselves. Fights all over the place.
My
triple
god
from E8, but is that going to make a difference? Because the damage from Luminal is still there. No, it is not. The lockdown from Iram's Cat Punch will be able to secure that kill. Another one over on the Seraphine. Alpha is going to be the sight to behold. What Hyungju Whales, 8 kills already into night number 1. Night number 2, sorry. That is crazy.
Huge play from IRM. They're able to get that triple knockup, and yeah, it's just going to be able to lock up the team of that was Team Always Incheon there. You know, if the Shoichi just isn't able to get in, just doesn't really have access to the back line, and is just locked out in CC, is not really much he could do.
Not at all. E8 has a really good setup for that too, right? Because all he has to do is just auto someone, get the bell on him, and then just auto attack. It's easy, and then get the Cat Punch off. He's locked down. Even if he's trying to move, even if the exclusive comes out, he's still rooted, right? Just because you get exclusive doesn't mean crowd control duration decreases at all.
Sun should be caught here.
Quite a bit.
Ooh, it's gonna be able to blink away, but okay.
A lot invested. Explosion shot. Oh wow, he's out.
Oh, Curry's here. They're gonna try looking to turn here. A lot of damage going to be traded. Lily is trying to blink on forward, and this is going to go down to the ultimate from San there, but the last member of Team Brox isn't going to be there. There is the ultimate, and Blitz is going to be able to connect. That is very nice for Team Songnam Rocks, and they actually beat them. Look at their items. They don't really have any items. You can see the credits. They just beat them, despite them being down. I think over $1,000 worth in credits, because Team Ready to Die, they did have the 444 score, so Team Songnam Rocks are just gonna get stronger from here.
Yep, overreach from Lily, right? And then as soon as you go out, there's real no way for you to get back in, especially because this is still an early game Suo, right? You don't really consider a level 14, level 13, what is she right now? Level 13 to a late game. She's still relying on a lot of base cooldowns, especially on Don Quixote, right? Because it's not max level yet. And you don't have a good amount of cooldown into your ultimate yet either. So the fact that you overreach and send your entire kit trying to jump onto a Kadia and you miss all of them, and you don't have the leisure to be able to get it back with auto attacks, that gets you killed 100%.
Yeah, when you're using the Don Quixote sword, like, you have to make sure that connects onto the backline, because if it doesn't connect, then you know the backline just spaces it well. You're just in there and you have no cooldown. You didn't get to reset onto the Don Quixote. Yeah, it's going to be really hard for them to play, but a lot of damage going to be traded. There's a Charlotte going to try getting, Shinnomi going to try getting some damage into the Sua. The Sua is going to be able to heal it back up with the Johan. That's just support versus support. There is the Demo ult going to be forced in. A lot of damage onto the side of the Ekion. Knockup is going to connect, and Shinnomi is going to be able to pump so much damage back down to the Demo, but looks like both supports are keeping their team alive, and it's going to be team order, just going to be forced to back away.
Extended fights, just going with the support on one side, the support on the other side. But there's a lot more innate sustain from Nulung as well as, from Kachu as well, right? It's just a Sua as well as a Debbie and Marlene. The Ekion himself can't really sustain everything up out in the front just with a Lenny on the backside, so we'll just back away. But still, those are the kind of fights that I think Order and Responsible are looking for. As soon as they get a couple more items, it should be a bit more comfortable. But for Minjae, he doesn't care, looking for fights, but the Human Ultimate will push him away.
Yeah, Human Ultimate is going to be able to completely zone off the side of Team Order, so Team Order is just going to back on out of there as well. There's going to be an Omega spawning in Chapel very shortly here. I think Team Responsible, they definitely want to look for an angle to fight for this. It is going to be Team Sagnum Rocks as well, probably going to be joining the fray here. Insider, going to try playing for this box in... Looks like it is going to be in gas station. No, wait, that is alley there, as I think there's another box spawning in police station for the other team to take.
It's okay though, everybody is just going at their own pace at the moment. It's day number 3. Nobody's really been in trouble yet, save for what, Songnam Rocks at the beginning of the game towards day number 2, right?
Even Drive is in the middle between everyone here, and I think Team Songnam Rocks can cut them off as well. Oh, they're going to try using the VLS system to get out, but oh no, the Estelle gets caught. A great burger flip. Going to be able to deny Demon Drive to get it to them getting out safely, so they will lose the Estelle, so it will be a minus 200 as the oh my god, it's gonna go to the side of Team Order there. Responsible, I think they see and they hear Team Demon Drive, but Night Vision is gonna be able to get that Ubadon out of there, and the Sylvia has the bike to get them to safety as well. I don't think Team Responsible is gonna be able to chase here.
This is still okay though. You get the control over the south side of the map. There should be pretty decent value inside of Uptown at this time, right? Because a lot of animals are going to be respawning. I think the mutant dog should also be respawning around this time as well at the bottom left. It's not like Responsible is losing out just because they ended up losing out on the objective. Yeah, these fights, again, it's all about extended fights for this series. I think it's going to be a pretty consistent case. We're seeing a lot of supports being of value, a lot of healing coming through from these teams innately within their team compositions being of value. We might see a lot more of those, so whoever is able to win out on extended fights, that's the real test for this series.
That is true. I think these fights are gonna last quite a while between these teams. You know, we have almost 3 or 4 supports in this lobby, right? And then you have the Sylvia, Stell, Yumin. You know, all those characters have a lot of heals and shields in their team. Almost every team comp in this lobby has someone on their team who has that extra sustained value.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so where are we at now? Going into about day number 4 in 15 seconds. Still, no teams have necessarily been in any danger of getting wiped. We're going to see another initiation coming from Nulung X. Even Soul Stealer being invested. Nice push away from the bite. But look at the healing coming from that divine
intervention. Way too much.
This Estelle just cannot handle it at the moment. But the poke is still looking pretty good from Jinawar over on the side. They're trying to fight into
trying to get some damage. It's not enough.
Is just good. This human can't rip through the healing. It's absolutely insane. The bookmark is going to land over onto the human as well. He's still trying his best to kite. The bookmark should disappear, but he's by himself. He's not going to be able to get away from this one. Maybe he can as he blinks away from the centerpiece for the bookmark stack. But man, Demon Drive, they just
do they have heal cut? They do. They do have heal cut as well. Yeah, the sustain from the side of Team Ready to Die is, or sorry, not Ready to Die. Team Responsible is just way too much. And, the Sui healing with that Johan. The Johan is having that faith and wavering with the I think the Johan is on the Soul Sealer, but the Omni Cypher from that Soul Sealer is able to keep that demo alive for so long. They tried getting the demo, but it just wasn't enough. The demo a little too tanky for them.
Yep. Okay. Well, where are we at now? Because these fights are happening so sporadically, but they last such a long time, I lose track of everything else that's happening in the game. Team Order, their transitions look really solid. Team Demon Drive, they're in shambles. It's not,
you're
not bad, but it's not where you want.
Down to 5 seconds as well. Yeah, no timer as well on the Sylvia, so they're going to be in a pretty rough spot here. Wickline is going to be spawning in for us. So it looks like it's completely uncontested right now, but we're going to have teams slowly walking up. Going to try getting that Wick buff. Wickline, such a powerful objective, and the best objective obviously to take in the game. You get that blood sample, you get that Wickline buff that teams will have to respect. On top side here, Luminal actually going to find an engage in here. Going to get a lot of damage. Luminal going to get some damage onto Belzer. Belzer already getting chunked down to 40% HP, but the third party's here. Perfect timing from Insider. There's the ultimate going to be vested from Side. Side's actually going to be able to blink on out of there, but looks like Luminal is going to be able to find Daz. Curry's going to get caught as well, and Belzer's going to get caught from Team Ready to Die. That's so unlucky for a team. Sangdom Rocks is they're going to wipe in 8th place. Just too many teams in the zone. A team at every single angle. Any angle they had to escape, they're just not gonna be able to get on out of there.
One after another, after another, after another. It is just relentless. Demon Drive also going to be losing 2 on the south side of the map. In the end, Unresponsible will finally be able to get a fight that they are looking for. Demon Drive in shambles. Their credit count still in the gutters at this point, but it is night number 4. They're running out of time to get decent chances of the reses off. Okay, Ready to Die, looking for the Arda. Nimrod's gate's over, but they put themselves in a bit of an even weirder corner. They're gonna have to wait for another one if they want to
Potion's vested. They could look for an angle in.
No, the castling is gonna be sent on the backside. I don't know what Ready to Die's plan is here. I think you just get out from the top left side of
Yona?
Police station? Are they really looking to fight this with this kind of composition? All Seiko needs to do is just land
great
one.
spell shield. Spell shield is down now, so maybe they can look for an angle to look. Yona already getting chunked down to half HP. Young gonna walk forward, gonna get some damage traded. I think they have to wait for Yona to get some HP back here, rest up, maybe look for an angle. The Queen is gonna be ready very shortly. A spell shield is used again, so I think Byung can maybe look for an angle in here. Seiko has the Queen. Is not gonna connect onto Hyde, but a great knockup. He's gonna deny. Here's the full damage. There's the combo. Gonna connect onto the Cathy there, and the Arda is gonna fall very shortly as well. Arda gonna try using the Nimrod's gate, is gonna be able to get out of there, but they are just gonna be able to track him down, and it is gonna be Team Insider gonna be able to get 2 kills. And oh no, Lily's gonna try getting the res. Oh wait, EA misses the charm. So it looks like Team Ready to Die should be safe, but EA is actually gonna bring on forward, gonna be able to lock him up, get a nice knock up. Lily gonna try running away, and it's gonna go to the side of Team Insider. Insider should be able to pick this one up. There is a Peerage uppercut, and it's going to be Ready to Die, unfortunately, falling down in 6th place.
What was the plan? You're putting yourself in a corner up against the Della and the Sewer, so I don't know.
I think they're just... yeah, I don't know. I feel like they should have maybe walked into red and tried TPing out, but maybe they just didn't have enough timer.
Or even
so
use one
stuck
of
there?
those 3 Nimrod gates they used to try jumping onto Seiko and just get out.
To jump back? Yeah, maybe.
like...
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think they probably just thought they were stuck in there, so they tried to force the fight, but unfortunately... Team Insider just got the one up on them there.
Yeah, I think that honestly might have been one of the freest Night Forks I've ever seen Seiko be able to land, because Hyde just walked into it because it's a straight line down. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate for Ready to Die. They are going to be able to secure 5 kills, but that's all they're going to get off of team number 1. Unresponsible versus Youngju Whales. Never mind, this is Team Insider they're trying to position up against. Are any of these
you can see the items. Team Whales looks pretty strong here. They have to look for the right target, but there's a knockup. They actually go onto Marcus there. Oh no, they actually saved the jump gun. They hit EA. EA is gonna go down, but wait a second, the damage is gonna be there. It's gonna come down to our Marcus versus Nikki. I think Marcus should have it here. Marcus should have enough sustain, but wait a second, Nikki just has so much damage. Yeah, the auto attack damage is way too much, and Nikki is actually going to be the one to come out on top.
Ghost Price Dress, the additional damage taken field, unfortunately,
yeah,
Green Apple sat inside of it.
Yeah, and it's that passive damage from that Nikki just able to just auto attack him down. It's just it is a lot. You basically have to respect the auto attack damage from Nikki. I think they were also on the sports watch as well, so just having just so much damage there, they basically have to respect it. Oh, Zhengyi, Minji actually gonna send it on forward there with the exuviation, but not gonna be able to do any damage. It's just gonna be sustained up by that Johan.
Is gonna reset, maybe get the lower time. There we go. It does force Team Unresponsible to actually eat some timer, which is actually beneficial for Team Order as long as Insider doesn't step into the zone in a few seconds here as well. Guys, this is gonna give them advantage when it comes to temp zone, but Insider is slowly starting to walk on in. And we've seen in the past that this composition has the possibility to burst down not an Estelle,
there is another team. Yeah, both the sewer teams here are going to contest team order here with that Wick line, but the Wick line did end up just falling, so it's going to be Team Insider, Team Unresponsible, and Team Order here. A lot of poke damage from that. Jenny going to be able to get that demo down to half HP. So you have to respect this Jenny here. The Jenny is going to be able to do a lot of damage to this team. They also still have that Charlotte just providing extra sustain. They're going to have that Fate Unwavering, or sorry, not Fate Unwavering, but that Charlotte All as well that they have to kind of watch out for. It's Insider. They're going to be the ones to scout the zone here. They are going to spot Team Order down here in the bush, and they should know. Actually, I don't think Insider knows that there's another team, but Team Order should definitely know there's two teams in the zone.
Yeah, luckily Insider actually does end up catching out Team Unresponsible with that recon drone right over the bush. Unresponsible is in, as a matter of fact, Insiders. Are they gonna up to leave now, right? You see 3 teams inside of the zone. You know 4 teams are alive if you take a look at the top side of your screen. This is a very cooldown dependent comp, but Insider is actually opting to stay in this. Maybe
I think if they hold the zone, if they just hold the zone on top here and they know both teams are under them, both teams under them are basically forced to fight each other. Yeah. And if they try contesting the zone, Team Insider can just slowly pull away. They're gonna have the timer advantage, and they're basically gonna force these two teams to fight because they're gonna be lower timer than them. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're just holding the zone, just being patient, really patient here. I really like this from this team. And now the timers are gonna start ticking. Insider's gonna be, Insider's gonna have that advantage now. As if teams are gonna contest their zone, they just have to, all they can do, they just pull back, walk above them. And these other two teams are going to be forced to fight each other.
Yeah, and the problem with Unresponsible and Order's team composition is that they don't burst each other down. These fights are going to take forever. Guys, you guys have to start fighting right now if you even want to
remote they're not doing anything. There is the double.
Okay, that's still something. Binjay is just going to full send it, but the third party
possibility the third party. Yeah, they have so much timer.
Divine Intervention was already blocked, but Binjay on the backside, he is just way too healthy. And everyone's timer is just way too low, guys. You guys have to send
they all explode.
Way earlier. Is the freest temporary zone I've ever seen Insider take. Guys, your team compositions don't kill people that fast. What are you doing? Oh,
yeah, they pay the price for it. Insider is able. I don't think they got 5 or 6 kills here. That is just a free zone for Team Insider there. You can't give a team, you know, just full access to that temporary zone. Oh my god. Oh, Seraphine is gonna be forced to use the ultimate from the Maya is already invested, and the Purge Uppercut is still there, so now it's gonna be Team Insider's game to win here. There's no exclusive, so if Team Insider can look for the combo here, they're just gonna be able to one-shot them. I think Team Insider, they know this. They want to push their lead. They know the exclusive is down. They want to look for that one-shot angle. But I think Team Always Incheon, they're just going to wait for this exclusive to come back up because they need this exclusive to counter the burst potential coming out from Team Insider here. Seraphine going to try looking for an angle, not going to be able to find anything. Here comes the Queen, it's not going to connect onto anyone. Queen's going to be on cooldown for a little longer. Team Always Incheon, the exclusive should be back up very shortly. It is going to be back up now, so it looks like they're going to look for an angle in. A lot of double guillotines down. Do they have any EMPs? To try and deny us. EMPs is going to be invested. Looks like they're going to try looking for an angle in. Just have to still dodge out on some of these queens here. Not going to be able to connect, but Luminal's going to get knocked up, and Luminal's going to get chunked down to half HP. He's going to get locked up with the Purge Uppercut, and here comes the ultimate. Are they able to get the Nikki? They're going to get a lot of damage. A great parry. They're going to group up, and Luminal's is going to go in. He's going to be able to shred both frontliners. The Suwa and the Nikki go down, and the sustain from Always Incheon is just too much. Seraphine just able to keep their teammates alive so well.
It's the show of the century again. Always Incheon is going to be able to overtake Team Insider. I swear to God, Insider's going to have nightmares about Always Incheon at this rate.
Yeah,
GG's.
It's just so much sustain from, you know, the Lenny heal win.
5 kills.
Got the Lenny, yeah, the Lenny heal win, the Lenny healing, the shields, the My ultimate as well, just keep Lumina alive. Unfortunately, you're right, not that many kills for Team Always Incheon. It's only going to be a 15-point game for them as they only got 5 kills. They ended up winning the game, but yeah, a first place placement, 10 points is definitely nothing to scoff at.
Stroke the ego, Luminal. Luminal coin stonks going higher and higher, everybody. Wow, 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 wow. And I think Insider played that fantastically, right? Because they knew exactly what Always Incheon's going to do. They've already dealt with it today, as a matter of fact, about 2 to 3 times in Final Zone already. They know exactly what the game plan is, but Team Always Incheon keeps evolving every single time. This time around, actually, the exclusive didn't come out as soon as the Pure Rage Uppercut was invested. Luminol was airborne for a full Pure Rage Uppercut duration, but it was when the Queen landed that the exclusive came out, and starting from there, there's nothing left for Team Insider. This is such an amazing set of games that I'm seeing from Always Incheon right now, and you gotta give credit to the Mai. This guy is timing genius. Like, he's looking into the future. Does he have a time stone or something, man? He's just finding that one way to win every fight.
Yeah, I think he exclusives the perfect timing to time out the checkmate as well. I think the checkmate didn't end up connecting. And then Luminol, as long as all the burst damage is gone from the side of Team Insider, Luminol just has free reign to just do whatever he wants.
This is amazing. This is next level of gameplay that I don't really see from too many tank players. It's a lot of things that a lot of people are going to oversee, right? It's because Luminol is still doing the damage. As long as he stays alive, all the attention is going to go to him. But Senafine is doing incredible today. We've seen two people trumpets. What is it?
Yeah, you
Spring traps.
You definitely can't cut out the support and the tank, right? Both of them are playing out of their mind as well. Perfect exclusives coming out from the Mai player. Senafine, you're right. We saw so many two-man spring traps. We saw, the great engages, just able to jump on in there, get a nice stun, able to keep Luminol alive as well with the heal win and the shields and the heals. I mean, all three of them are just playing really, really well today.
Synergized, communicated, everything is just working in line. Guys, it was such a great final zone. I hope I get to see more of that between Always Incheon and Team Insider on whether or not Insider is going to be able to overtake this. I feel like they're at the point now, though, where Insider is starting to overthink things. They took a lot of time trying to find that one perfect opportunity, but that delay may have actually been what gave Always Incheon more leniency and try to deal with Always Incheon deal with Team Insider. If they just do what they want to do like they usually do for Team Insider, they might be able to find more opportunities because it gives less of a chance for Team Always Incheon to actually react to things.
Yeah, I mean, I think Team Always Incheon is like 4-0 right now versus Team Insider. Team Insider, it always comes down to Team Insider versus Team Always Incheon final zone. And Team Always Incheon, they always get the one up onto Team Insider. So maybe Team Insider, maybe they're gonna slowly start to adapt their way of thinking, and the way they have to play this team fight into Team Always Incheon. But you can look at you can look at the points here. Team Always Incheon, they're in third place despite them waiting out the game. It's a little unfortunate, but just having no kills, sometimes you just don't run it into any teams. It's just a little unfortunate. But Team Always Incheon still with 15 points, Insider with 20, Wales with 15, and I'm responsible with 10. And the rest of the lobby here, they still have a couple points here and there. 7-7-7. We have a 3-rate high, and Demon driving 4. It's still anyone's game. We still got 3 more games.
Nothing too surprising about how these score sheets are looking like, but there is no definitive top team just yet, right? There is no heavy swinger just at the moment. Insider is definitely doing solid. Yangju Wales is also doing solid, but none of these teams actually ended up winning the game. So even after game number 1, the lobby still seems possible for everybody. Although I will definitely say the consistency from Team Insider is absolutely terrifying for me. Now it is getting it's getting stalled out a little bit by Always Incheon, but that's like the only team that seems to have actually figured out how to deal with Insider so far.
Yeah. And Always Incheon, I mean, they're like 3-4-0 into Team Insider. Team Insider just can't get the one up onto Team Always Incheon, but I'm sure they'll be able to crack the code. Maybe this series, if not, maybe they go back to the drawing board. Maybe they run some tests into this team comp because they're probably gonna see them over and over again throughout phase number 1 and maybe even phase number 2.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So with that going through, game number 2, going to be a difference, right? We have the Suwa ban coming in this time around, and now what we were worried about at the beginning of game number 1 is starting to come in. Lily, as well as Kachu. Kachu, I'm a little bit okay on,
Kachu,
as I said.
I think they played a different team comp, I think Lily also played something else before they swapped to the Suwa in the qualifiers. I don't remember seeing the Suwa first, I would say, for that team comp, I think.
Okay. Well, they must have brought the Suwa back out because they're most comfortable
maybe
with
it was a sub. Maybe it was a sub, but I'm not sure.
All right, well, let's take a look at what's going to be happening for game number 2, because with the Suo ban, the dynamics of this lobby will definitely be changing. So let's send it over to the character select of game number 2, see what's going on this time around.
I'm really curious to see what Yona's going to play as well. And yeah, they are going to be playing that Nikki. Oh, they're both going to be playing that Nikki. I mean, Nikki is a character that's really similar to Suo, so I'm not surprised here. And it's actually going to be perfect because it's actually going to get Young's Nikki banned if they do end up swapping to that. But I don't know if they are going to be sticking. Oh yeah, it was the Bianca. Yeah, I remember that Lily ended up playing originally, and they are going to be.
I remember doing terribly though, because
I don't think it did that well.
And there's so many ways to deny this. Like, how do you kill tanks? So.
Oh, and Lily is going to swap over to that Nikki, but in response, Insider is going to swap off, and they're going to be playing just a meta comp. It's going to be that. Marcus, Kalia, and Justina that we saw, Team Auto Arms bring out, and a lot of these teams. It's gonna be the Marcus man. You are correct.
A Marcus fan of all things. We saw Leon during the knockout stages when people were running this Justina, Kalia, X, right? And it typically was the Leon that ended up getting banned out, but this time we're gonna see a Marcus getting taken care of.
It was either between Marcus or Leon, which is what the teams were playing. But yeah, I think this time, it is going to be that Marcus. Marcus, I think, a really strong tank, right? Not only can he take up so much damage, he's able to provide, a lot of crowd control.
Yeah.
And also do damage himself. He actually does a decent amount of damage for a tank.
Yeah, one of the biggest things I think Marcus has been really useful for, that we're seeing a lot of teams actually utilizing correctly today, is how disruptive he is in a fight. Because a lot of people forget, you got the burger flip at the beginning of the fight, but his cooldowns are really low towards the later stages of the game. It's like a 5-second cooldown on his E. That's a lot lower than a lot of crowd control skills, and you're standing right in front of people. You can't miss most of the time.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't stun you into the wall, it still pushes you. It does a lot.
You have that knockback. You also have that knock-up as well. A lot of people forget that's also on a pretty short cooldown, right? Just a W to swing them up into there. And then you have just a lot of auto-attack resets, a lot of just auto-attack damage in general. And then sustain on top of it because he does have that axe skill as well to keep him to keep himself alive.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, just a great character overall, a great tank who's just able to provide so much for his team.
Yeah, exactly the reason why we aren't too surprised seeing this thing get banned out. We already saw a premonition of this during the group stages, but it wasn't something that actually happened. It was the Luke, as a matter of fact.
Ooh.
This time around, it will be the Marcus. Initially, Jinha won. Yeah, he said screw the human man. Back onto the Arda. I genuinely think that the Arda is a much better pick into a lobby like this. There's so much initiation inside of this lobby. Arda is going to deal with it absurdly well, especially the further we get into the later stages of the game. There is the
Hospital.
fight starting out.
Yep,
Hospital once again. Down goes the Nikki. Down goes the Marcus, though. It's going to be a trade. I don't know what Hyde was thinking, trying to dash back in. He does end up getting the resets. This is way too early for In the Blitz to knock down anybody just yet. Hyde will be able to get himself out. It's a 1-for-1 trade up on the northern side of the map. Young Wales will end up losing out on the IRM, but traded out, I think, for the Arda of Team Demon Drive.
Oh, wait a second. E8's back in. Arda's back in as well. Great dash
away,
away, but wait a second. E8 gets him! Oh my god.
The bell on the ground, the bait of everyone's existence when they're trying to kill the IRM. That shield is so annoying, and the full wipe's gonna come in. E8
wow.
Monchak, he's just staring you at your face, and you can't find him anyways because of those dark spells.
Yeah, just completely outplayed the Sylvia because the E8 at the beginning of the fight there as well just dodged out on the Sylvia combo and then gets that extra shield to keep himself alive with that charm, and that knockup was just way too much. Just so well played from E8. Gonna be able to get his team a couple extra kills here, and now it's gonna be Always In Chun trying to join the fray here in Hospital. Gonna be Always In Chun versus Team Sangnam Rocks, and Luminal able to find Satin there as Belzer is gonna be forced to back on out of there.
Yeah, this is a game. This is already a game that we are seeing. Dema in a little bit of trouble as it's going to be a 1v2, but there is no real lockdown damage. Dema kind of excels in the situations. I've seen Nulun win this. Yeah, Lily, you might as well back away because there is the Twins Rush coming through. That's going to be a lot of damage with the paint rotations coming in. You got the Johan on the backside. Lily's dead.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think the Nikki and the Kathy just has any lockdown or any damage or enough damage to secure that Demon. The Demon is just gonna be able to sustain them or their team back up. pretty nicely there. And on the top side, it's going to be Myung actually going to get the 1-up onto Satin. Very nicely played by him. Is going to be able to get that extra point for his team. And ready to die, unfortunately. Complex going to be forced to get out of there. Maybe going to try using that gate. Oh, Shinome, unfortunately, jumping into the wall. He's not able to jump back on out of there. Going to use the carpet as well. I think we'll get it out. There is the Charlotte trying to try keeping them alive. Is going to be able to actually get the ultimate off as well. Fauna going to get chunked down. There is the play that's going to be procced onto Shinome. Shinome is going to be able to use the white light to get them on out of there. And Green Apple is going to be able to get Hasi, but the ultimate from Fauna is going to be able to keep them alive. And unfortunately, Ekion is not going to be able to get any members of Wales as well as is going to be able to pick up 2 kills.
Oh my god, these health bars for Team Yangju Wales, how long are they surviving off of these effective HP sources coming from everywhere? You got the bells for the IRM, you got the Soul Link for the Chloe. I do not understand. So many teams are just getting their minds completely eradicated right now with how well Yangju Wales is playing around this effective HP bars. It's going to be a split. It's a 1 for 2 on the front side and the back side. Sheer about to get taken down. We'll trade
my
instead.
god. Wow, and he's alive.
Unfortunately on the ground, and yes, you're right. Hyde gets taken down too. Complex luckily gets himself out, so it will be ready to die. Staying alive, but taken 2 for nothing. Well played over on 2. Who was that? Sheer, I think, on the Sylvia, right? Yeah.
Yeah, very nicely played from Team Demon Drive there. Able to pick up 2. You are correct.
That's a level 1 shift gear.
Yeah, and you can see the amount of credits on the side of Team Demon Drive now. They are pretty accelerated. They're going to try buying their 4 scores. I'm going to be guessing in archery. You can see how much credits they have over the rest of the lobby. This Team Wales, is only sitting on 300 apiece. Team Border, they are going to get some farm as well. So we're going to have... Well, the gameplay is definitely going to slow down quite a bit here as these teams are going to start slowly grouping up for those kiosk buys in spot. Team Always Inchan, they might have an angle here. Is going to be that Devon Marlene going to be able to get a nice double knock up there as Lumina is going to use her ultimate. Are they able to get the Johan? Yes, they will. They actually kill him through with the Fate Unwavering. Lumina is just dashing around in this team fight, is able to deal so much damage, and Kachu is going to be forced to back on out of there.
I feel like this is the one team Unresponsible cannot kill. They opted to... Why do I see Crystal Tiara on Doom?
Is he on the crit here? I mean, I guess having double crit items... I mean, early game items is... I don't know.
Wait, dude, is he even... Because you don't get crit on
Demo, right? Yeah. Is it might be converted or something.
Yeah,
I don't remember how it works.
Attack power or something. Are the numbers just that good? Here we go. The fight's gonna go on as Insider trying to fight it out. That's a beautiful burger flip to deny a lot of the initiation, but she's already jumped on Sheer on the backside. Blink away is fantastic as the front wheel is not going to be able to get anything done. There's a Nimrod's Gate on the backside. Shiko taken dangerously low. There is no force field on this to back it up. Sheer, he's trying to do what he can, but it will get taken down.
Oh, he almost gets it.
Instead, it's so close. Maybe one more wheelie would have done it, but it's just not going to happen. Sheer traded out 1 for 0. Well played from Byung.
Wow.
And again, a beautiful burger flip from that Marcus to deny the initiation at the beginning. Another fight on the second side. The Divine Intervention, Team Order trying to stay alive. It's a 2 for 2 split on the backside, but it's just way too much as Marcus is not going to be enough to do it.
Oh my god.
Also going to be completely useless. How many members are dead in each team? No, there's the Charlotte going down, but Minjae and Shinonome way too healthy for this. I think it might just be a disengage unless Shinonome is trying to cook up something.
Yeah, I think they just get space here. There's not really much team. Oh, wait a second. Curry's actually going to jump on forward. Are they going to be able to get Shinonome? No, Shinonome is going to be able to get away. But yeah, I think Team Order here just gets spaced out by Team Rocks. There's not much you can do as an Ekion who's fighting down a Justina and a Kadia. Just have so much range. And if the players are playing well, there's really not much that you could engage with here. As there's the Exuviation going to be fully charged. As he should have the dash reset now. And I don't think the Justina can catch that Ekion, so should be able to get out of there as the members of Team Sangnam Rocks are going to be able to respawn with each other.
Those two teams were fighting over a purple box inside a warehouse. In the end, it was the Kadia that picked it up from Team Insider. So, yeah, Meteorite picked up. I think it was the Star of the Wild that they were able to Star of the Wilds. Well, no, that's the. What is it? Wait, no, it is Star of the Wilds, right?
It is Star of the Wilds, yeah. Oh, the arm piece? No, the Star Wilds is the head piece.
Okay, well, what's the chest piece again? It's the
chest piece.
The rocker jacket upgrade. I always forget the name of that thing every time. I don't know what it is.
Are they unrocked or are they on upload cam? I'm actually not sure.
It's the blue one.
I think that one. Yeah, that one's. I mean, I think there's a couple blue ones. No.
Yeah, I guess there is. I always forget. Somebody in chat will probably tell me, yeah.
I didn't see
by the
it.
way. Shuvi,
Oh yeah, it was Star Wilds. At least on Yona, it's gonna be Star Wilds. So I'm guessing they're all on like the same type of build. So.
Oh yeah. That's what I meant. Yona was the one to pick it up. It was Insider that got it.
Oh yeah. He is on Star Wilds. Yeah.
Oh.
Star of the Wilds.
What the heck is the headpiece again? God, what? Now I'm super confused. What's going on here? I don't know. Whatever, man.
Oh no, Shooting Star Jacket. Shooting Star Jacket.
Oh,
the headpiece is Star of the Wilds.
There we go. Okay. My mind has been cleared. My eyes have been opened. Thank you. Caster, by the way. Yep, bring it in. The memes can start going on. My brain just has not functioned apparently.
Wales
it's way too early in the morning
is gonna stick the meteor, and looks like Order just gonna give it to them for free. I think Wales is probably looking a little strong if Team Order. Yeah, they got Fauna already on 4 items. They got the meteorite as well. So Team Wales just looking to slowly start to getting stronger and stronger here. They do have a sort of mid to late game comp with that Chloe. Chloe just being that ADC backliner is just gonna be able to provide that team so much extra damage. Magnum Rocks just gonna jump into that the zone there. I don't know which lab they went in, but yeah, just gonna get out of there because I think they saw another ping above them and they don't really want to be put in that third party situation.
Yep. I will just say for Youngju Whales, they're actually on pace to get the blood sample for night number 3. I think they're planning on going red shoes for Fauna. I have seen that a couple times in the past. If they don't go for it, it's still going to be pretty good value as that Chloe is sitting on 400 credits right now. Either way. 50 seconds to go until blood samples can be called. Are there any other teams that are looking for that? No, not really. Maybe Songnam Rocks with the Justina credits they're looking for. Something like the Blood Half Moon. But what is going on over here? Green Apple is just eating auto attacks like no tomorrow. Divine Intervention going to come down, but a beautiful knockup from EH should be able to get the disengage on through. Still looking for it. They were potentially trying to turn things around, but nah, Team Order says nope, nope, get out of here.
Great peel back, I would say, for Team Wales, and I think they decided to send it because they saw the Divine Intervention is going to be on cooldown now. So they had an angle in. There is the Purge Uppercut is going to be used, but Sheer finds an angle onto the Johan, but they're not going to be able to take any damage here. And a great double knockup once again. Can they get this? Nikki's down to 1 HP. They are going to look for an angle back in. Great double knockup again from the Sylvia, which is not enough. All the HP bars are so low, but they do end up getting the Nikki. The Sylvia is able to find so much value on this character. 2 double knockups, is able to deal so much damage for the team.
Oh, I think Unresponsible is dead. Look at where they are on the minimap. The Johan luckily is able to get out, but the double knockup, the triple knockup again, the burger flip is even better. This is just too good of a show from Youngju Whales. 9 kills. This team didn't make it into National League. Are you kidding me? Oh,
yeah, unfortunately,
my God.
Responsible, they're gonna lose their Dema once again, and a great suture there from Hyde is able to lock up Yona there, and Yona's actually going to go down, and it will be just a Marcus for Team Insider, the last one alive here. Oh no, Unresponsible trying to get away. There is the Fate Unwavering, but that's gonna be it. Unresponsible gonna go down in 8th place so early into the series. Just another unfortunate game for them. Not gonna be able to get any points here. Insider though, they are gonna be looking for this Arda. Arda did get their box, but now they're in a pretty tough spot here. Is gonna blink away and drop the Nimrod's Gate in, and now he's just gonna take the Nimrod's Gate in, and there's the Marcus there to intercept, and they will go down, and the item is gonna go over to the side of Insider. That's a little indecisive there because using Nimrod's Gate backwards, blinked forward, and then walked backwards for Nimrod's Gate, and then a little indecisive. I think that definitely cost him his life there, because if he just took the Nimrod's Gate originally and then blinked with the Nemrud's Gate in that direction, I think he would have been out.
Demon Drive getting a little complacent for themselves. The -200 for that team to bring back that Arda. Green Apple gonna get a knockback over onto Minje. That's a lot of good damage onto Fauna. That's gonna be a really early invest on the Soul Link. And yeah, you get the Divine Intervention now, but Fauna is really low. The Ekion's gonna rest up in just a few moments. Talasi is still healing thanks to the fact that they are just playing Charlotte at this point. No Soul Link, remember, for Fauna. They might not be able to fight this, but there's another team starting to jump in onto the fray. We should theoretically have Demon Drive, knowing that there is another team inside that zone. I don't know if they'll fight it, but yeah, for Yangju Whales, like 20 to 30 seconds, they'll still have to be a bit more careful.
Team Insider on their off comp here. They are gonna look for maybe to fight Team Ready to Die, but looks like they're just gonna back on out of there. Team Wales, so you can see how strong they are. E8 having that chaser, Fauna already full gold as well. They're just gonna look to maybe tip us their lead here. Demon Drive, they have the red box coming in. They are just going to wait here, going to use that that Stimrod's Gates over the wall and get that red box. I wonder actually which red box or which red item they are going to be able to invest on. Fauna is going to get engaged on by the Ekion, but look at the damage in return. There's really not much they can do. Fauna finds a perfect knockup onto Shinonome as well. It's able to kite back so well.
Fauna.
The song, yeah, he's just playing out of his mind here, just able to dodge on so much damage and do so much damage in return.
I mean, my god, you have an Ekion staring at you straight in your face, but you dash into a Jenny instead with passive available. Absolutely crazy play. Well played for Team Yangju Whales, knocking down 2 members of Team Order, who is going to be struggling on this one, right? Just 1 kill on their side. I think it was a similar story actually in game number 1. I remember them having 1 kill going into the Forest final zone. That actually might have been the only kill that they managed to ever get in game number 1 because of that temporary zone fiasco we saw. For now, they do have some time to play with. It's still day number 4. Credit-wise, they should actually have enough to get everybody back. Order will be back in just a couple of moments. But they're still gonna be in shambles, whereas Yangju Whales, 11 kills strong. They probably called in a blood sample. Yep, it's gonna be for the Chaser over to the IRM. Whereas on the flip side, always Inchan gonna get that wick line for free. Nobody within the vicinity. Look at the minimap.
Yeah, I wonder what blood item they're actually gonna go with this. Probably just the Shoichi weapon because they want as much damage as possible. Shoichi, basically their hyper carry. They will get this in Vitality as well. Ooh, and a huge double burger flip from the Marcus, and Dongi is gonna get caught out very shortly here. And unfortunately, Demon Drive, another -400. Look at the credits. They're about to buy in some items. I think if you saw their items before, they are really I don't really have too many items to your name here. Insider gonna get a third party onto Team Wales, but Wales is still so much stronger than them, and they're just actually gonna rip the Justina to shreds, and they're gonna just go on forward here. Finally uses the Soul Link for the movement speed. Is gonna be able to catch Seiko, and that's gonna be it for Team Insider. Unfortunately, going down in 7th place. Insider, they had 9 kills, but just not enough for them to get any more here. And with Wales, 16 kills already, and they're looking for some more here.
And the funny thing is, Team Insider was technically the one third partying, right? I think a majority of players on Yangju Whales were actually down cooldowns. I think E8's blink just came off.
They just have so much items over Team Insider, and Insider, they didn't really have much to their name there, so you know that's usually what happens. You know, even if you get third partied, you just have so much combat power over your opponent. There's really not much that they can do, despite you being, you know, maybe down to 1 or 2 blinks. And Ekion trying to dash on out of there, not gonna get anything there. So it will be Team Wales gonna pick up another kill, so 17. They're looking for more here. They are gonna use that kiosk there to get some buy-ins. Oh, Sheer doesn't have any timer, and the kill is gonna go over to the side of Team Always in Chun.
Still managed to at least get 1 extra placement point. Demon Drive has been in trouble pretty much the entire game. They waited for at least Order to fall. That's an extra placement point. You'll take it from the situation that you were in for Demon Drive. But now we are down to 4 teams and fighting. 2 sitting inside of this zone on our screen. The fight is going to begin, and the charge lands over on Curry. E8 does it again. Fauna on the backside though is in a little bit of trouble himself. He's just gonna try to dip.
Oh, he's just standing still. He just standing still there, and yeah, the Soul Link was up, so the damage wasn't being able to split. That was kind of funny. He just stood there, just auto attacking the Marcus down. Not really much Marcus can do in that situation. But yeah, I really want to talk about, you know, how the fight opened. It was just such a great charm, and then Green Apple is a great follow-up there, pushing Curry into the wall. and then they just caught the Cody off guard there, and just Wales just able to get a nice clean 3-0 into the side of Team Sang Namrox, and now it's gonna be Team Wales with 20 kills already, looking for 26 if they could get the last two teams here.
Yeah, well, we have already hit the equal amount that a team has hit earlier in the day today. Quite frankly, this genuinely might be the record for Season 7 already hit tonight. 26 kills is a possibility to begin with. Is absolutely crazy. Seraphine, though, whoa, he's just full sending it. Okay.
Oh, he gets a double.
Being invested, but this opens up Lumino to do whatever the heck he wants. The Arda has nothing available on his side. The Suture just doesn't do anything. And it's a Lumino show again. Lily has to leave.
I think ready to die. I think they're too poor. I don't think they got any money to their name here. It's just gonna be an easy cleanup for Team Always Incheon. Just gonna completely run down Team Ready to Die here. Look at Lumino's items. He's sitting on full items with that blood as well. Actually, I mean, Team Ready to Die they did have some items here in name. They just got completely run down there. As yeah, Seraphine, he's just so aggressive. He just knows the perfect time to send, and he just knows his limits. And it's gonna be Lily, unfortunately, gonna be falling here. So it's gonna be Team Ready to Die getting third place with only 3 kills, but third place placement isn't too bad. So they are gonna get some points here. As Team Wales, they got another one, so 21, looking to make it 24.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think Yangju Wales, I don't know if they should be in the zone. They're going to actually have to fight into Always Incheon, because in Hospital, it's going to take way longer for you to get to that Cemetery final zone in comparison to Always Incheon being able to just walk straight up through. So,
what blood are they? Oh, wait a second. Fauna. Ooh, actually.
Blood Crown? Wait, no, hold on. It is Blood Crown.
It's funny. We actually made this play as well, actually just yesterday or like today, where you take off your gold item and you sell it so you can buy, so you have enough to buy like another item. Yeah. So that's exactly what they did, because there's no one nearby, so it's actually a nice macro play to just, you know, have that extra amount of credits so you can get that extra item online. But you do have that risk, obviously, is you're going to be playing down an item if you run into your team randomly, right?
Yep.
But in this situation, since they know the other team is in the other zone in Chapel, they could just afford to do that, sell the credits, or sell the Cowboy or the Star of Wilds to the Lumi, and then Marcus was able to get enough credits to get that extra buy-in, which was that tax skill.
Yep. But in exchange, again, as I mentioned earlier, they're going to lose the initial positioning inside a cemetery, so vision coverage is going to have to be really spot on for Team Yangju Wales. Luckily, Seraphine was tagged. Double Guillotine also found out. They should know that traps are going to be a factor now up against Always Incheon. EMP drones are going to be extremely important here. They do have enough credits to maybe buy one more from Fauna, but what are the inventories like?
You can see how important vision is. You can see all the recons coming down. You need to make sure they have eyes on the enemy here. So many recons being invested. EMP is going to be used as well to deny enemy vision as well. Going to try denying some of these cameras. The Green Apple is going to try looking for an angle in here. A lot of damage, a lot of poke damage from E8. And yeah, you could see, look at how the EMPs are coming down. All the recons and EMPs are going to be dropped here. Teams need to know where these teams are walking, so they could look for some extra auto attack damage. Looks like Seraphine is gonna look for an angle. It does end up getting the spring trap. Fauna's gonna get caught here, and Lumino is gonna follow up. Fauna just completely locked out, and that's gonna be it. Seraphine with the huge engage, a huge spring trap. This guy always finds it. He is a monster on this Lenny character. He always just is able to get those angles in.
How is he able to do that? And that's it, guys. Second game for Always Incheon. Who cares if they got 5 kills in the first game? They end up the second with 13 and first place. 10 points on average with the placement points, and now they have got 14 points on average. No, is it 14? No, it's going to be 9 points on average just with the kills, with the number of games that's been played. What a show. What a show. I mean, come on, Seraphine, please.
Yeah, Mercy. Always finds it, just knows exactly when the enemy is mispositioned, just uses the movement speed boost in, and then gets the trumpet with that spring trap to just lock down whoever they end up finding. And unfortunately for Team Wales, unfortunately for Fauna, end up getting caught there, and that is going to be them falling down.
Yeah, Seraphine's cooking, man. Let this man cook. He is on Master Chef at this point. He will be that champion. He wants that. He wants those circuit points. Guaranteed at this point, right? Because they won 2 games
2 wins,
in a row.
yeah. But they didn't really have too many kills.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, right? Game number 1, they didn't really get that much. So it might just be more of a situation where we need to see game 3 again, right? Game 3 is going to be the deciding factor on whether or not Always Incheon will probably have that ticket into knockout stage number 5. But they have a good chance. The foundation is there now for this team. They just need to make sure that nothing gets flubbed in the last couple of games. But that does also mean Luminol is probably not going to get subbed in at all today, which is good for us, good for the player, good for the people in the chat. But my goodness, good God.
It is a Luminol show. I think so far they've won 5 out of 7, right? Counting both stages.
Yeah,
because they won the 2 games this year, and then the last knockout stage they won 3. So they've won 5 games so far, which is absolutely insane. 5 out of 6 actually. Which is actually insane to think about. They are just having a wonderful night today.
It's a field day, man. Carry off of Xenophine, Spring Traps, Trumpets. We're going to be hearing the entire concerto tonight. Oh my God, love to watch Always Incheon. But at the same time, another really good game regardless for Yangju Whales. They managed to get, what, I think 21?
21, yeah, which is crazy.
Really, really crazy number of points. They're going to be able to, what, let's see. So it was 13 plus 10. They were able to, despite the fact that Always Incheon also,
I think they're still in first,
7-point lead, regardless of whether or not Yangju Whales was able, Always Incheon was able to win. So despite every single time Always Incheon winning games, they're always behind in points to the one that ended up losing the fight. So
it's sort of because, obviously there is a lot more point inflation this season because of the early game wipe prevention, right? Day 1 wipes. So, if you don't have that early game team fighting that, all the other teams are getting in the, in the day 1 to the day 2 right section, it's going to be a little hard for you to get that many points as the other teams. As you can see in the leaderboard here, we do have Team Wales with 43. Always Incheon still 5 points behind. They have 15 more kills than Always Incheon. And Always Incheon is only 5 points behind because they have so much from placement, right? They won both the games. But, that's just how it is. You also still have to get, enough team kills to get that amount of points.
Yeah, nearly double the amount of points, still only 5 points behind. That is just the name of the game when it comes to consistency for Eternal Return Masters. But this is the score sheet that we're going to go into the break with. Team Insider also just kind of barely holding on to that top 3 spot at the moment for themselves because they're starting to trail a little bit, but it's all right. It's Team Insider. They'll still be coming back strong, but it all comes down to which teams after the break are going to be the ones to strike back even stronger. Super, that was an even number of games, so let's take a look at what is going to happen after the break for the second half of knockout stage number 4. So make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and take a stretch. It'll be the last time for today before we go into the latter half of knockout stage 4.
Take care.
잠시 후 해제된 생존자가 사망했습니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형편없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니다. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠군. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 유감이 필요하지. 새로운 시대의 문명은 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연사는 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험을 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지! 피하지 않아. 훈련이고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
하게 되겠죠. 자, 노동을 그리고 에루키 합니다.
자, 여기서 한 번 더 싸움을 보고 있는데 요거 일단 싸움 스타트 자체는 나쁘진 않지만 이게 이 안에다가 윌리엄까지 있어서 파괴력이
Alright everybody, welcome back from the break. We are now here for games 3 and 4 of knockout stage number 4. It was a great series so far, man. The first 2 games have been absolute bangers. It has been a luminal show tonight. The luminal coin stonks are starting to rise once again. This man is popping off, but alongside him, Xenophine is popping off tonight as well. Exclusive timings from the Mai has been fantastic. That entire team just looks unstoppable. But we still have 2 more games to decide whether or not anyone can actually do it.
Yeah, will we see any of these teams shut down Team Always Ancient? They already won the first 2, so they just gotta win 2 more for a nice clean sweep here. But Suwa is gonna be back on the table for these teams, so all these teams are probably going to be going back to their main team comp. We have a team Unresponsible already locked in with that Suwa, Dema, and Johan. Ready to Die might be locking that in as well. Oh my god, setting them rocks. We're going to see the old team comp that they've been playing in the past year with that Yuki Hyejin from Sen. And it is going to be that Rio.
Oh, Belzer, how much I have missed you, my friend. It is going to be the Yuki coming back, and Yana also going to come back too. I knew it the moment I saw E8 hovering Rozzy and Green Apple hovering Arda. It is the return of Yana as well in Season 7, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys were excited about watching this, it will be happening. Of course, if this doesn't work out, well, to be fair, they're kind of doing this because the Marcus is banned out, right? They're already banned out, so Green Apple can't play that. It's going to be a pretty interesting game. We're already seeing a lot of swap-ups.
Yeah, Marcus being banned means a lot of these teams have to swap up their team comps. Wales as well. Looks like they're going to be swapping to a... Fauna is going to be playing the Yan. We haven't seen Yan actually much this season at all, because I think there has been a lot of changes to Yan, you know, as a character, right? Yan's, I think Knockup got a little shorter, and then they also made it so his ultimate gives him that extra... Or they made it so his ultimate just gives him the extra stacks now.
Aggressively.
So
overall, he did lose stacks as a Yan because of that.
Yeah, so seeing Fawn on the Yan, I mean, his Yan is actually pretty clean. We saw it in the past. He is able to, you know, utilize the character correctly. But got to see how it does end up working out for this team. They are playing that Arda as well for that dive team comp. And actually, looks like it's going to be an Arda ban going into game number 4.
Oh, you're right. Triple Ardas. This is a good way for Young Wales to start disrupting the flow of this entire lobby. And once again as well, Suwa ban coming in for game number 4. So we will actually have 2 bans for our final game tonight from the looks of it. It's gonna be pretty interesting. Okay, let's see how this game goes. We've seen what happens when there is an Arda ban coming out. Nimrod Gate, Nimrod Gate, Nimrod Gate, dice, dice, dice. Everybody, like, you're throwing out all of the skills.
It's only 3 this time. I think in the past we saw there was like 4 or 5 Ardas in like one game. And that was kind of funny where we had that one little instance in Cemetery where we just saw the Arda triangulating all the Nimrod gates together. Looks like Belzer, unfortunately, is going to get caught out by the side of Team Unresponsible. They're going to be able to get a kill, but it looks like Team Order is here as well to contest them. And they're actually going to be on a different comp as well. Looks like they're going to be playing that... they're going to be playing Yumin, Lenny, and Mai. So a team comp that was similar to Demon Drive's team comp, but it is going to be Shinome on that Yumin this time.
I like this change because whatever Order has been doing hasn't necessarily been working out today with Moonjae on the Ekion. So these kind of change-ups are things that I do like seeing, especially in game number 3. Now Pyong trying his best to get away because Sika's already down on the ground. It's still being number 1. All of these kills is going to just matter when it comes to points. You're not going to be
Luminal. Perfect block there from the dash.
Exactly. Good kill for Team Always Ancient. Still being piled in all the damage they have to that Shuichi. E8 trying to get away, but he's not able to as he lands straight into a cube.
Will is going to lose 2 members there, and yeah, it's going to be Team Unresponsible to be able to pick up 2. Unresponsible actually going to go on to side of Team Rocks here. Team Side of Rocks is completely split apart from 2 different teams. Order going to be able to pick up 2. Unresponsible going to be able to pick up 1, and Demon Drive on the other side was able to pick up a nice 2 kills from Wales there. Looks like Ready to Die is gonna walk up into stream here. A lot of early game team fighting this game. E8's gonna get caught out by Team Always in Chun as they will go down once again. And this time, it's gonna be the Demon Drive or Team Order gonna engage onto rocks here. A lot of damage being traded. Mai in the front, or sorry, Belzer in the front there, getting a lot of damage. Is gonna be able to jump over the wall with that Yuki dash here. Curry gonna get some damage back, but Shinome actually gonna jump on forward and is gonna be able to get San. San gonna take the dash on forward. Shinome unfortunately not falling. Living on 1 HP and a huge spring trap from the Lenny. But wait a second, Curry gets 2. Oh my god, before he goes down, his dying arrow does end up sniping Shinome as he does end up killing Mai as well. So at second of bronze, you'll take that.
That's crazy. Okay, well, it's a 2-for-2 trade in the end. Curry doing what he can. Yeah, I don't think it's getting that kill trio. I know in a different world, maybe you might be able to do it, but by yourself, it's going to be a bit more difficult. Noodling X, though, still trying to chase this down because, after all, it is just Curry sitting around this area. Soul Stealer also being invested to try catching up to this. There is a third party on the backside. You know, we're just stuck in the middle of nowhere. He's trying to get himself out of content. He is just stuck in the middle of nowhere himself.
Oh my god.
Responsible picks up the kill, and now Tonye is stuck in the middle of nowhere himself. There's the entire squad of Unresponsible trying to join in on the fray. They want to get kills, will not be able to find any more. Belzer setting up on the front side. He's going to try to run away himself. What is going on in this game?
Yes, I tried to jump on forward there with the Charming Nomad, but just not going to be able to connect. And Fauna actually going to be able to cancel Yona's engage there with the knockup. Oh, he gets caught by the Don Quixote, and that is going to be, I think, yeah, Whale's going to lose 2 members here. They do end up getting 1. They actually do get wiped, so they are going to be on longer respawn time this year. Demon Drive, going to look for an angle onto Team Unresponsible. Unresponsible actually going to lose 2 here, as the Suo is going to be the last one left. All they have to do, block out on the Don Quixote here. Kashu does have blinks, so they should be able to get them out. And oh, this is going to be able to block one of the Don Quixotes, but there's the Nemrod's Gate, and they are going to get terminated. But they should be fine because... Yeah, they didn't get wiped, but they should be fine because if your other 2 teammates go down, even after you get wiped, if they went down before the day 1 or the day 2 cycle, they should still all be alive.
Shears on the hunt. Shears on the hunt. He knows that Lenny was the one that took the tree. He is still on the hunt right now as a Sylvia. Don't know if they'll be able to find it because, yet again, it is just a level 1 shift gear. Right around the same time, too, that I keep seeing Sheer making some of these really big plays, which is kind of cool in one way or another. So yeah, it's a 1-for-0. Tree of Life still going in favor of Talasi. He ended up actually building the elf dress already, whereas Green Apple, oh, dodging out on the Night 4. He's trying to stay alive.
Good sidesteps. Oh, just gets all attacked. Okay.
Yep, can't sidestep that.
Yeah, can't dodge out on those autos, those pesky auto attacks. Well, unfortunate for Green Apple there, and E8 caught out. Yeah, once again, as Fauna's nowhere to be seen. Insider going to be forced to back on out of there. A lot of kills being traded. Look at how many kills are in this lobby already. 6 on Demon Drive, 5 on Unresponsible, 4 on Insider, 4 on Order. Just so much points in this game of these teams. They know they have to make changes here in this lobby, and they need to farm up as many kills as possible.
Crazy part about this is that it's still 15 points for that 4th place mark, right? It's not that high at all after game number 2. As soon as this game ends, expect that 4th place score sheet to start changing into the either high 20s or the low 30s with the amount of kills that we are going on right now. 1-for-1 trade between Team Insider and Demon Dry. The body's already been picked up for Sears, so the cooldown rotations are actually going to be in favor for that. They're trying to get the res.
Yeah.
What? But you can't res right now. Did they just buy it?
No. They just got the box there. Yeah, they just got the box instantly.
Okay. There was a box there. I didn't see it.
I don't know whose box it was, but it looks like it went to the side of Team Insider. It was a 4-score as well. Team Order going to be forced to back on out of there. A lot of damage. Lily is going to be able to lock up Shinonome. Shinonome is going to be the one to fall. That is going to be all of Team Order's damage. No more damage for the side of Team Order, so they're going to be forced to back on out of there. Hasi does end up getting the spring trap. Lily is probably going to still end up chasing here. EA going to get a lot of damage. His ultimate is going to be invested. Are they going to be able to get the Mai? The Mai is down to 1 HP. They do end up taking him down, but Luminol is going to be able to find an angle onto the backline. Does get the Arda and is going to be able to finish Fauna as well. Going to be a 2-for-1 trade for the side of Team Always Incha.
God, you try focusing on one person on Always Incha, and 2 people are just going to be completely hammering you to bitch, whether it's crowd control and damage, it doesn't matter. You just cannot play the game. And that's exactly what I think the Arda just went through, right? Green Apple, he couldn't focus on the fight at all because the moment he threw down the skills somewhere, 2 people were right on top of him, which is really, really brutal as an Arda. Youngju Whale's down 2, but still was able to at least trade out 1. Let's see where we are. 4 kills for Always Inchan. They're going to be forced into a fight as he's caught out again.
Yeah, and look at the...
Splitting?
Yeah, Wales does not have... They still have so much money, so they haven't gotten their buys. They're just really weak compared to Team Always Inchan as they were able to get the one up on them. Great sidestep from Luminol. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage. He's just going to focus down the Estelle, but Luminol is going to get focused. Great ultimate from the Mai, able to keep Luminol alive, but Luminol is going to fall there. And Demon Drive should be able to win this one out as the damage from Team Always Inchan is going to be down for the count. Sylvia is going to be able to get the Lenny here. Lenny is going to try getting on out of there, but isn't going to be able to get on out of there. Oh, you're right. The Mai could get wiped here if they...
shield.
The Mai does end up dying. Going to be it, but there is the White Lily. Yeah, it looks like they should be okay.
Dongye got corner checked, although look at this. If Kyungkwi keeps walking
chasing
right now... Oh, you gotta keep running, dude. Okay, Luminol should be up in just a moment. Dongye may have theoretically actually overreached, but he still has the Helitech stat to get out of there. So, yeah, no real refight potential. The initial... Oh, wait, Yoga's still down. The checkmate is still there. Down goes 2. Don't do it. Caught you. He's trying to get away. It's a Sua versus Sua.
Oh, no.
Memory.
They get slowed. Oh, there's a knockup, and that's it. They get blocked. The Sua gets blocked. And that's it. Team Insider is going to get the one up on Team Unresponsible. That actually might be on Team Unresponsible's chances. Unfortunately, making it out of there. That's a quick early game death. 8th place, so only 5 kills. A lot of damage. Shinome gets a great double knockup on the human ult, but oh no, the dice lasted for so long, and that is going to be the Mai getting caught there as Team Order going to lose their Mai so early into day 3, so that's going to be a -200 devastating loss for Team Order.
Yep, oopsies, just a little bit of an oopsie, staying a little bit too long for the fight. It wasn't even able to pick up a kill there either, right? It was super close for a second, but Order unfortunately down, -200 credits now. Does have enough to actually get that going, but -200 when your credit count is looking like that, it throws off your buying timers really, really hard for this team.
Now, Rock's gonna walk up into R3 here. Looks like Team Insider is just gonna call in as well. Insiders looks like they're saving for that blood like they usually do. I think that's fine when you are when you do have a lot of money, a lot of items here. Fawn actually gonna get caught, gonna be forced to use ultimate. Great trade there from EA, gonna be able to chunk the Mai down to half HP. There is the gate, or the dice is not gonna be able to connect onto any of the members of the side of Team Order, and Team Order is gonna be able to get them back alive. But Fawn is actually gonna jump on in with the Nimrod's gate. A lot of damage is being traded. Do they get the Mai? They do get the Mai, and Fawn is alive as well. He is gonna go on in. He's gonna be able to get the kite here, but he's gonna go down. This Shinonome. It's just not enough damage, and now Wales, unfortunately, gonna lose 2 members. That's gonna be a -400 for them.
That sucks. I saw the possibility there with EA doing what he could. Oh, green up. Oh my god, get out. Please, take it. No, it's cooked. Yo, he's so dead. Get out. No, it's so cooked for Youngju Wales. Down he goes. Okay, well, I don't think we're seeing this comp again, unfortunately. We're probably going to go back to our OG composition, although
Demon Drive, they lost too.
A lot into that. Jinhao never made it over, so that means...
Get the rest. Oh, they don't have enough money. They don't have enough money to get 2.
Yeah, doesn't have enough money to get the res back over onto the Estelle, which means Order taking full control over the top side and gets the purple box on top of it. They are just sweeping everything in the top right.
Yeah, that is huge for Team Order there. Perfect third party. Demon Drive, unfortunately, yeah, they invested way too much and it cost them their lives there. But huge pickup for Team Order. Team Demon Drive, they're pretty close to getting enough credits to get their reses or their teammates back up here with their res. Looks like they're actually just going to stall out Lumi. They are going to get enough credits and they should be back in the game, but yeah, -400 for Team Demon Drive. Not where you want to be.
Yep. Oh wow. Okay, game number 3 is definitely a little bit more of a fiesta than anything we've seen so far. There's a queen landing over onto Lily. Half HP is going to be that Sua after that initial fight, but checkmate's already been invested. Byung misses a bunch of things on his end too. Okay, disengage coming from Ready to Die. Hyde is in the corner, but he is caught out by that
Seiko does not
camera sitting
checkmate.
inside the bush. Yeah, Seiko already invested the checkmate into the fight. I saw it.
Jonas
inside of the bush.
split here.
Why is Jonas so far in? He has
They
no
should just
curious
die.
case. I don't know what that was. Up against an Arda, even I get that you're a Sua,
Yeah.
but he has a lot of skill damage.
Yeah, I mean, Team Insider just completely splitting away there and, you know, getting caught out, just completely isolated from his team. I'm surprised Sua did end up going back in there, but ended up paying the price for it. And it is going to be Team Insider going to lose a member, Team Ready to Die, getting the 1-up on the Team Insider there. Very nicely played by them. Demon Drive looking probably to call in or maybe take the team fight as Team Order is going to look for some damage. Both tanks just going to slowly start trading some damage here. A lot of poke damage. The Sylvia is going to get a couple of Qs here onto the Lenny. They're actually going to focus their sights onto the Estelle, but a huge spring trap actually going to be able to lock up the Arda here, and the Arda is actually going to go down. A huge spring trap into the taunt. Perfect combo from the side of Team Order, but wait a second. The Sylvia is going to get a 3-man knockup, but the executioner bonus from the Arda is just way too much for the side of Team Demon Drive to come back from. So unfortunate for the side of Team Demon Drive. They actually almost had it there with the Sylvia, but yeah, the body just didn't blow up, and Team Sagnum Rocks is just out here at the perfect time for the third party.
I don't know what it is with all of these Lennys, man. Are they just locked in or what? Talasi's doing amazing. We know Xenophine has been doing amazing. All of our Lennys are just doing incredible right now. Sheer, luckily, often to the sides of Vision will be able to get their self-res off, probably without too much trouble. But Doni is in a little bit of trouble himself. He's just completely caught out. If the self-res doesn't happen in time, oh, and the taunt comes out too to cancel it. Don't get down, live just a little bit longer.
Is Sylvia gonna come back up in time? Yes, oh, Sylvia come back!
Barely.
Perfect time, and oh my god.
Nick of a hair, man. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Sylvia coming back just barely in time. It looks like Demon Drive is still in it, but another minus 200 for the side Team Demon Drive. That is not where you want to be, especially if you look at their credit counts. They're not going to be able to get their teammates back up into this game. There's not too much time left. You're right. There's only about 2 minutes before day 5 here, so the Sylvia has to start farming credits. They got to get their teammates back into this game to get that natural regen. Don't know if it's going to be enough.
Let's see, where are they right now? About 185, 250-ish? 150 credits. Definitely possible.
Yeah,
it's
but look at where this Sylvia is. Yeah, Sylvia is not even farming. Sylvia's just running, playing for placement now as Team Ready to Die. They actually look really strong this game. They have a good chance of closing this out here. Ready and positioned for this wick line. They're gonna fight the other Sua team coming very shortly. Team Insider, we saw, you know, how well they could combo here, but Team Ready to Die, they have the spell shield to deny the checkmates and the Parrish Uppercut combo here. Wickline is gonna slowly path into the Team Insider. I don't think Team Insider is gonna play for this just yet. Ooh, Yona is gonna slowly start pulling it here. I think Team Ready to Die, they definitely want to fight it. Wickline already down to half HP. Seiko gonna have the Queen ready and available for an engage here, but Hyde actually gonna try jumping on in, but immediately gets countered with the perfect Parrish Uppercut combo, and that's gonna be Insider getting the 1-up on Team Ready to Die this time.
That's the problem, right? You mentioned earlier that Team Ready to Die, they look pretty poised to be able to close this one out, but the question is, can they even do that, right? This is a team comp. The moment you start adding a Kathy into your team roster, you gotta land the sutures, but that's the real condition that a lot of these teams are always gonna miss out on. Landing suture is hard, especially when the team knows that is your game plan. It's just not gonna happen, right? And that's the case that happened there too. Hyde, oh, and Lily, you got found
a little
out
indecisive
by the
here.
Raven. Yeah, it's just not gonna. Yep, down goes Lily as well. That's minus 200. They don't have the credit for it.
They don't have enough. They don't have enough. Yeah.
If you're gonna go into red like that, you just gotta go. The Raven spawn ended up catching that out. So
I think they. Oh no, they don't have enough. They're 130.
Yeah. They got the Kathy back, but it's not gonna matter because even if I think that's the credit lab actually, which is probably why.
They are in the credit lab.
The Kathy, but doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You still have to farm back up. About 60 credits for the Sua.
Yeah, they just gonna have to look for that Lumi res here. Looks like 2 zones are gonna be reopening. It's gonna be Uptown and Beach for the side of Team Always Incheon. They're just gonna walk in, get all this farm here. I don't know if you saw, but Belzer's items, he's sitting on 2 bloods here. Oh, they do find a Kathy as well. Hyde, fortunately gonna get caught here in Beach. Gonna get some farm. Gonna get an item as well as. Oh no. Complex getting chucked down to 1 HP. Did end up getting caught up by Always Inshot, but I think they might be out here. Hyde gonna be forced to walk away as well. There's the Nimrod's Gate. Hyde unfortunately gonna have to walk up. And that is going to be it for Team Ready to Die and lose another member. And on the other side, it's gonna be Team Demon Drive unfortunately gonna get wiped here as Sylvia was did end up getting caught by Team Sangnam Rocks.
You can rap, but you can't hide for a lot of these teams. Hide, also getting found out by Sangnam Rocks. Will just immediately have to book it. There is nowhere to hide for these rats, man, unfortunately. Yep, Hyde gonna have to find himself another cubby to rest in. It is, from the looks of it, a Chapel final zone again. Okay, we're kind of cooking with all this stuff. All right.
Yeah, Chapel, Uptown, and Factory. This one comes up pretty often, I would say. It is going to be Hyde chilling in that corner on the bottom side of Chapel here, I think. Team Rocks is just actually going to walk up and find a Cathy here very shortly. Hyde's going to be forced to get on out of there. It is a Cathy as well, so they should be able to get out. Got a lot of mobility with that ultimate.
He's dead.
Ooh, Hyde walks back into vision into Team Sangnam Rocks here, and then be forced to.
Oh, yep, he's dead.
Yeah, just tank a red timer and straight into the hands of Order. Is gonna be able to use the crossbow skill. Maybe have the ultimate. Oh, we're actually gonna juke them on out of there and should be able to get the White Lily to get on out. But this will be another team that might try to hunt down this Cathy here. Hyde. Oh, Seraphine. Yeah. Hyde not having ultimate this time. Seraphine should be able to lock him up here, and Luminol is gonna be there. In response, should be able to get the kill, and that's going to be Ready to Die. Unfortunately, going down in 5th place with only 4 kills, so not too many points on their end as well.
Yeah, you can thread the needle only so many times, right? He threaded it like about 4 times in this one zone alone. The 5th time is not going to happen. There's always Incheon just being fed these kills. They are on low kill counts once again for this game in comparison to what you would normally expect them to have. But Sangnam Rocks is also sitting on just 3. These guys need to get something because they are the ones gatekeeping right now. Yes, they are absurdly strong.
Yeah, Belzer having 2 blood items on that tank Yuki. They are looking strong, but oh my god, Insider having 3 bloods as well. They are also looking really strong here. This lobby looks like it is going to be a pretty high capped out lobby here for these teams in terms of items. These teams are just going to have to, rely on their skills.
Yep, that Adela breathes on somebody and they're going to get obliterated. Nosferatu online, which is not something you see all too often. Okay, that's an early exclusive, okay. Now you just brute force this, right?
Yeah.
Or at least make it a bunch of timer.
Yeah, Insider should just look for this now because the exclusive was invested so early. Looks like they're going to use the Villa system out. The guy are going to get timer back for the zone swap, so it's not going to be that bad for them. They need to find a better angle to land here, and they have to wait for that my exclusive to come back.
Factory? No.
No. I don't think they can.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
exclusive still on cooldown. They should wait for this before they take the engage here. You could look at the items on Team Always Incheon. They're looking pretty strong because they all have their tactical skills leveled up as well. So despite them not having too many bloods to their name, the combat power is still really good here.
Wow.
Oh wait, Team Insider is actually gonna leave. Because they've lost to this team like every time, so they're opting, we don't want to fight you guys because
that's funny.
We're probably gonna lose again. Are they gonna be able to get in time?
Yes,
5
they will, but
or just barely.
The problem is they've also eaten some timer on their own. This is a really big risk that Team Insider is taking. You don't get any additional timer. They have to walk up to this temp zone as well.
Yeah, you're right.
Both of these teams are not really.
Team Rocks should just back away now. Yeah.
That can just one-shot
somebody.
Perfect. The Queen
this is perfect for Team Sangnam Rocks.
They get the kill of the Shinodome, not just yet, but they do get control over the temp zone.
This is perfect for Team Sangnam Rocks though, because now Team because they have the perfect angle. Now Team Border is going to be forced to engage here because they're going to be on the lowest timer. As long as Team Sangnam Rocks pulls back here, you look at the timers. Oh, a huge 3-man Queen, and that's going to be it. It's going to be Team Border going to go down first. Team Sangnam Rocks just need to peel back. The Nikki is already down, and a huge lockup on the Sua there, and that is going to be Sangnam Rocks actually getting all of the kills. They only had 3. Now they're on 6. They got every single kill in that final zone. That's exactly what they needed.
It's so lucky for Songnam Rocks, but man, that triple queen from Seiko just sealed the fate of that team inside that zone too. Really, really brutal. But this is going to give, you're right, Team Songnam Rocks a bit of a chance to redeem themselves so far. Not looking too great on the kill front. They are holding that 4th place spot at the moment, but it doesn't really say much when it's just 15 points. Trying to extend the lead out as far as possible for these guys. If they win, it will be 12 kills and 1st place.
Yeah, but look at who they're facing. Always in Shun, Luminol. Team Always in Shun 5 for 6 today. Can they make it 6 for 7? Luminol has just been dominating this whole day. Let's see if they can get another win.
Fiends got the trumpet land. Oh no, the charm was already set by Satan. Okay. Alright, but there is no charm anymore for Satan. He's actually going to be forced to use the blink out. Belzer jumping into the backside. Curry is just completely free. Those double guillotines on the backside, but Satan is
He's down.
gonzos. The coup de grace comes out from Belzer, but I don't think it's going to do anything.
It's too much. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, wait a second. Belzer.
Seraphine goes down. Wait.
Belzer gets Xenophine. Curry just has to kite back now. Luminol's going to go in. Luminol finds it. And I think he should just win this 1v1. I don't think Belzer has enough damage. Yeah, Shoichi, Luminol just gonna be able to get the dash resets, and that is going to be it.
7.
Always in Shun, getting another win. That is 6 for 7 today.
Wow.
Their combat power is just too much because they have that soul steal, or sorry, they have that heal wind plus that protocol. So the HP bars on the side of Team Always in Shun just way too much for the side of Team Songnam Rocks there to really deal with. Because I don't know if you saw, but yeah, the Lenny and the Mai just live for so long because they just have so much effective HP because they're both playing like a more tankier build. Obviously, the Mai is on full tank, and then Xenophine having that commander's headset, having that prominence, is having so much just effective HP. And then on top of that, you have that protocol and that healing wind to keep them alive.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild that this is the way that these games are going. Luminol somehow threads the needle again, right? We're seeing a lot of needles being thread at this point where in the short amount of time that the Charm of the Nomad is unavailable for Satan, and then the Blink also comes in from the Hejin as well, in between those two cooldowns, Luminol is able to find a kill onto Satan. I would have to assume this late into the game, Charm of the Nomad was probably back up in like half a second, maybe one after he used it to get out of the initial jump in from Xenophine. But again, it's another fight set up by the Lenny, right? It forces the Charm of the Nomad out. It forces the fight to go into a little bit of a tight corridor where Satin's not going to be comfortable, Curry's not going to be comfortable, Belzer feels like he's forced to go in. And then the blink comes out, and then Luminol gets the kill. It all starts with Xenophine.
Yeah, and Luminol just always finds the angle back in. He just set, I don't know if you saw, but he set the dagger down. Sad, I think, just wasn't expecting him to have that range, that reach that, Luminol did. Jumped to his dagger, jumped right on top of him, and then, once that Shoichi is on top of you guys' backliner, it's kind of just lights out from there for that Shoichi. And you're right, Xenophine just set it up perfectly, forced basically the cooldowns out of that Hyejin, and yeah, it was just free pickings there for Luminol to, kind of go in, find an angle, and secure their team a nice victory there. 6 out of 7 wins today. That is crazy.
That is filthy. This is knockout stage 4, man. It's not like we're in knockout stage 1 or 2. This isn't what we saw from them in season 6 with their miracle road to finals from knockout stage number 1. This isn't that. It's knockout stage 4. We're seeing teams right now that are pretty much on the verge of being on the National League too, right? Yangju Whales is here. Although they didn't make it in this season, they're a team that's still contending for National League. It's just mind-boggling how dominant of a presence Team Always Incheon has been having. But it's still not going to change the fact that I don't think Shoichi's going to get touched too much, right? This is just a Luminol diff. Shoichi is not... amazing right now in ranked in solo queue, but when Luminol has his hands on it, it's like this guy has become Shoichi reincarnate. I don't know how he does this.
Oh, 100%. And I also do think it is also because I think Shoichi and just this team comp in general is really, really good into I don't really want to say weaker teams, but just not like into like the top teams, right? We saw last season as well, this team just running through all of the knockout stages, and then in the finals, it just unfortunately they just completely flopped. But maybe this season we'll see Luminal, having that show, and he is going to be able to perform, at the very top.
It's another situation of why I ask, why are these people in knockout stage number 4? Look at how they are doing. 3 games in a row. Look at that placement point average, man. 30 points off of 3 games. They've won all of them.
It is crazy.
God.
58 points for Always Incheon. Wales with 47. Insider with 45. I think these 3 teams are basically secured. They have Insider has a 19-point buffer between 3rd and 4th and 5th place team order. Team Second Rocks though only 33. There's a 12-point difference between 3rd and 4th place. So I think the 4th slot is still really open for any of these teams to kind of jump in and take it here as order with 26. Demon Drive with 24. Ready to Die with 22, and I'm Responsible with 18. It's pretty close. I would say on the bottom end here.
Yep. With that though, I think Always Incheon has definitely punched their tickets into knockout stage number 5. We should be able to see them tomorrow with this game alone. Oh, what a time to be alive if you are an early investor into the Luminal coin, my friends. Yeah, I see some people talking about some Cenifine coins as well. At this point, you might as well make it because that thing's going to go to the moon as well. What an amazing time to be alive as an Always Incheon fan. I'm so glad to be able to see something like this again because, as I mentioned at the beginning of the season, unfortunately there was a lot of roster swap-ups, but the one consistent thing for Team Always Incheon was Cenifine and Luminal, right? You can slam whatever or whichever player you want on the my spot. It should still work out. And don't get me wrong, Kyungkwae has been phenomenal tonight on that my, right? We talked countless number of times about his exclusives. But man, Cenifine and Luminal are just as stable as ever. It's so scary looking into what prospects this team even has going into the future of phase number 1.
100%. But we are going to jump into round 4 here. Sua and Arna going to be banned off the table here. Marcus is going to be available once again. And we're going to see all these team comps going to be swapping back. Yona! Looks like Yona's going to be swapping to that Carla. I actually really like this. They are going to be sticking with that Nikki and Adela, and are going to be having that Carla as a substitute for that Sua instead. We are going to be seeing all these teams going to be swapping back to the original Sagnam Rocks. Going to be on that Marcus, Yusina, and Kadia. Wales going back to their Marcus, Chloe, and Irem.
Team Insider taking a page out of Team Ultimate's book from Season 6, right? Because every single time Team Ultimate was forced to run Alto or something like that in their Nikki Adela composition with, I forget who the Nikki was, KCW and G-Work, I think it was. Every single time, Alto ended up just swapping over onto the Carla the moment a comfort pick was banned out. It's going to be the same case here for Yana as well. It's not a comp that we haven't seen in the past because of Team Ultimate, so we do know that this works out, especially with the Shackling Anchor providing the arena for both the Adela and the Nikki to do whatever they please for a little bit while everyone just is desperate to get out of it. Carla will still pump out the damage. So I like this change up coming through for Team Insider. I like the change for Team Always Incheon. Might as well run your off comp here as well, right? Luminal on that Dio. Nothing we've seen in the past, so
definitely they're basically secured already, so they probably want to, try practicing some other comps is probably my guess, right? Because, might as well have that off comp game just to see, if the Shoichi doesn't really work in the later stages. Maybe they could, go to the Shoichi, sorry, to this Theodore. I don't really like the Theodore Lenny though. Theodore Lenny and the Lennox here, they're just so heavily invested on that Theodore damage, and if the Theodore goes down, it's really not much that Team Always Incheon can do.
But there's a lot of peeling tools for the Theo, right? Everybody on their team has some remote form of hard crowd control. You got the root, you got the stuns, you got the knockbacks, you got the pulls. There's everything to deny any sort of initiation onto Theo. But the one reason why I don't like this in the way that Team Always Incheon has been playing is it's such a passive comp. You know what I mean? It's not. It's not something that allows you to just full send it like the Cenifine jumping in and then Mai following up with a taunt with Luminal just jumping in. This is more kind of on the receiving end where if you try walking into this comp, it's gonna be a lot more of a problem for you. So yeah, I don't really expect Always Incheon to be picking up.
Oh, there is the Pure Uppercut.
Okay, fight still going through. Nulung may have overreached a little bit because he's still by himself. Fauna
gonna get the knockup as well. Wow. Fauna is gonna fall very shortly as the the Soul Link did end up expiring here. EA gonna be the last one alive for Team Wales. But wait a second, EA just gonna try getting some damage. Maybe gonna try looking to kill the human here. Is gonna be able to get a lot of damage and a lot of sustain, but is gonna fall very shortly to that shot. The shot from the passive from that weapon on Lenny, and it will be a team. I think that was Team Order. Yeah, gonna be able to pick up 2 kills there.
Yeah. Okay, more fights happening inside of Chapel. Explosion Shot is going to push Minjae back into the wall. The damage exchange so far is actually looking in favor of Songnam Rocks, as Talasi will end up falling down. Minjae about to fall down themselves as well. Exclusive is going to be invested to at least trade out Rosner. Oh, sorry, Belzer. No, that's not Rosner. Shinonome should fall down unless, wait, Talasi just came back. The human ultimate is just barely enough to buy themselves a little bit of time, but they're lining up for
when they get wiped.
down. There you go. Yep, the team wipe is going to be there. They'll be back in 5 seconds. Not that big of a deal, but that's 4 kills I think picked up for the team inside a cemetery. Lumino trying to do what he can. There is the Twins Rush, and Lumino will get taken down. But the responding kill is there. It's just a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Always in Turn anyways.
Oh, getting 2 kills in Songnam Rocks. Yeah, they just farmed up 4 kills down there. They are the team in 4th place, so they're going to be holding the lines here. 7 points, 7 kills already for that team. It's going to be a lot harder for these teams to try to make it into that top 4 now. Looks like Order going to try looking for some damage here. Fauna is going to get caught out, but there's going to be Green Apple going to TP on in, but Rocks is going to look to try to get some more kills. Green Apple might get caught here. He's going to get slowed up by the Justina. I don't think Green Apple can get away here. Fauna is actually going to rest as well. Fauna could get caught as well from Satin here. He's going to get explosive shot. Is going to get bursted down from the ultimate, and Songnam Rocks, they're up so many kills. Already 9 kills here, but wait a second. EA should be able to wipe Team Songnam Rocks here, so we'll slow them down. But Satin going to be able to use that White Lily. Wait a second. He's gonna stall out here. I think he wants to try taking the 1v1 here. It is actually gonna be able to knock out a lot of skills, but is gonna go down. Songnam Rocks gonna get wiped, but still night number 1, so they're happy about that. 9 kills already. They actually might have secured themselves but there's a lot more kills and so much AoE damage from the side of Team Insider. Yona is able to find an angle in, and they will be able to get a nice clean wipe on to Team Order.
Team Order struggling a little bit on their end, ready to die. Kathy's the last one alive on this team. High trying to do what he can. Demon Drive, they're also down to the Mai. We're about to see 5 seconds to go until team wipes are possible. Luckily for Hyde, even if he dies here, it's not going to matter too much, right? Like the rest of his team are still going to come back up in just a moment. Anyways, but the shield is there from the double bypass. Yep, there we go. Down they go. Full timer.
And Nikki died as well.
Yeah, full timer. That's not fun.
I think it's because the Alex actually did end up still having the timer. So that's actually really lucky, because Nikki did end up just instantly dying the second she came back up. But looks like they're okay here. Order, it looks like Tamai did end up getting the tree, but Green Apple is not having any of that. Ooh, the Lenny tried to pull back the Marcus, but Green Apple is going to be tunneled onto the Mai here. So Mai still has a Tree of Life, and they will be able to get out. So with the tree here, going to be able to use that to get into safety. But E8, they TP'd on in. They have the Mai cornered here. I don't think the Mai can get away. Can the Mai get to the next White Lily? Maybe they can get out of here. They are going to get locked up. The Charm is going to connect as well. But wait a second. The Mai is going to be able to get the Soul Stealer. It is going to be able to get the other White Lily. Is going to be boosted by the IREV. And the Mai is going to be able to get on out with the Tree of Life.
Oh, okay, that's funny. The Sand Stream is pretty good, and now Team Youngju Wales are the ones that are getting caught out. There is no Fauna here to save them. EA can try what they can, but it's not going to matter. 2-for-0 in favor of Team Order. Nicely done on their side. There are fights happening everywhere. Teams are getting really aggressive as soon as they hit stage number 2. Sheer in a little bit of trouble. They do have the White Lily to get themselves back, or maybe into the fight. As look at Jina, where he is just popping off on damage, but the damage return from Satan is pretty good. Never mind, because the human just dashes around everywhere. It gets the kills instead. A 2-for-0 for Team Demon Drive. They are fighting for their tournament life too.
Yeah, the human damage was just way too much for Team Songnam Rocks to really deal with there. And then, having that wall in between, Curry just wasn't able to get any auto attacks off. So Songnam Rocks unfortunately lose 2 members. Great 2-for-0 for Team Demon Drive, as they need points as well. Team Songnam Rocks is the gatekeepers for these teams right now. Responsible is going to get the engage, and oh no, that is a disaster for Team Ready to Die. Team Ready to Die, they're going to lose a 4 score by, I think. And yeah, it's going to be Team Unresponsible gonna be able to catch Team Ready to Die off guard there. Minus 350 for the side of Team Ready to Die, and that's gonna be a huge swing for Team Unresponsible.
And they lose too. I think that's an even bigger just kind of salt, rubbing salt on the wound, right? You lose minus 350, you're down 2 members, you're running an Alex as well. So the fact that you're falling behind like this is just never gonna help as you're gonna be lacking damage all the time. Alpha picked up on top of it. Yeah, Ready to Die just lost everything they were working hard for in the past maybe minute or so of the game. Just gone with the wind.
Yeah, I'm responsible to get the alpha. They got some of Lumi credits. I think the demo did. I'm starting to Lumi getting some more money. So I'm responsible going to look really strong in the upcoming couple minutes here. Of the game, and Demon Drive unfortunately getting caught out by Team Ready to Die. Great blink away from Complex and really keep themselves alive. But the Nikki is going to fall high, unfortunately not able to connect that ultimate, but a great double suture is going to be able to maybe get the human, but the human is able to stay alive for so long. The passive on the human is just way too much. And the human just able to sustain himself up with the shields and just the healing from that Omnisafe and from the Vampiric.
Yeah, you have so many melee characters in that comp, and another human trying to do what he can, saving Binjay, but I don't think it's gonna happen as a third party is there. Shinonome, he's trying to run away, but Byung is right behind. There's the blink, there's the thing, there it is, there's the kill. It doesn't matter anymore. Down goes Shinonome.
There's a combo. Wait a second, Luminal
is there. Queen to try disengaging. They're trying to turn things around, but double Night Stack Fork has already been invested, so I don't think Insider's going to look for it anymore. That's not available to them anymore. Tungnam Rocks down to 1 member on their side too. Yeah, this game is a bloodfest. I love it.
Oh, Complex unfortunately getting caught out here by EA. I don't think you get away from the Siren. Great parry to dodge out on the CC, but Vanon is able to get that burst damage. Is going to be able to get the Alex, and Ready to Die unfortunately is in shambles here. Once again, dying. San gonna walk right into Team Unresponsible there. Probably wasn't expecting anyone to be in. Look at the items on Unresponsible. Did you see that?
What?
I think the demo is already full gold, and the Nikki is, yeah, look.
Oh my god, yeah, now if you really
just
wanted
Stage3.
to, I have seen this a couple times for Unresponsible, as long as they make it all the way into maybe day number 4, day number 5, they actually give Levatine. Sorry, not Levatine.
Yeah, they save for blood here. Yeah, Dainsley for that, demo's a huge swing, and oh no, Ready to Die losing a member so early. That's going to be a minus 200. They already lost 350. You can look at the items for Team Ready to Die. They got nothing. And, they're going to have to buy back their team. I think that's going to be it for Team Ready to Die here. The tempo loss is just way too big for that team. It's going to be really hard for them to crawl back into this game.
Starting to stack up a lot too. They're already trailing behind when it comes to Sungnam Rocks' point total. It's just not a good situation to be in at all for these players. But all of them are still alive, right? That's the big part for these players. Ready to Die. The Alex is sitting on 500 credits on himself. It's going to be the Kathy that most likely gets the res off. I don't know what they're saving the credits for on the Alex, but if they want to use it, Kathy's going to have to res. Denied the res inside of school. They're going to have to do it somewhere else, as Demon Drive is just sitting inside that zone. Bowser is really sending it over onto Yona.
They're looking for Yona here, yeah. Yona's so far away.
Trying to chase this through. He has maybe one more laser. He does end up getting it, and the Astro Burst is
great
enough.
Astro Burst.
Tags at the outer edge of the hitbox, and down goes Yona. Byung will not be chased on through. It's a 1-for-0 already. Clean fight from Sungnam Rocks.
Yeah, Team Insider, they just completely split up there, and Sunglam Rocks is just getting more and more kills. It's going to be so hard for these other teams to get to that breakpoint now. 11 kills already, looking a little doomed. I think Sunglam Rocks might have already secured it, but a great taunt there coming out for the side of Team Order, but third party is here. Sunglam Rocks is in the fray, as looks like both teams are just going to back on out of there.
Everything invested to get out. Now they have to deal with a team that's inside Forest. Does Order even know about this? Look at the investment.
Oh, huge double
EMP Barrage is pretty decent, but the response from the human ultimate is actually not that bad.
Oh my god.
And the double agent combo. That's a beautiful exclusive to get out, but holy.
Hyde is just playing out of his mind. A huge double suture, and then hitting the ultimate as well, getting so much damage. Oh no, I think this is going to be it for Team Order. They try getting out of there. Curry does end up investing the electric shift on forward, but I don't think this team has much chase potential. So it looks like Sanctum Rocks is just going to back away. Team Order is going to get out with their lives.
Team Order is also poor. I saw their transitions earlier. It's not looking that good.
Yeah.
And they have to spend 200 to bring back the Human. Another fight potentially brewing as the Energy Blackfield invested from the Theo. It does spread the Sparknade a couple of times, but everybody from Youngju Whales
they're not able to connect into any.
Back away. Yeah, I think the Sparknade
Cenophine's going.
But where is Cenophine going? This guy's...
Yeah, he is chasing quite deep there, but yeah, looks like Team Wales is going to be able to get out of there. A lot was invested on the side of Team Always Incheon though. They don't really have the blinks onto Luminal anymore, and Luminal is going to get caught by EA. EA is going to get a lot of damage off. There is the Charm is going to force him back on out of there. Luminal is actually going to be able to trade one, but there's going to be no more damage for the side of Team Always Incheon. But wait a second, Tenas is going to be able to get so much AoE damage, and they're going to be able to get Fauna down. And Wales is going to be forced to retreat here as Cenophine hits the Spring Trap. I think Green Apple should die here. Does end up getting the dash, Cenophine. Oh, not going to be able to get it. But Always Incheon actually be able to win that one out despite Luminal falling so early.
They will still have enough credits to maintain the...
Oh, are they going to let him rest? Oh, they are. Oh, okay, Luminal cancel it.
Yeah.
Cancel it last second.
This is still fine because now you get the... Yeah, see, look at the numbers of calculation that they did. They still get the blood call in.
Oh my god.
Going in from Lily. All right, the fight's going to begin. The Human Ultimate is huge! As it tags down to Nikki, Lily's going to get taken down. Double Agent doesn't matter when it comes to players dying. That drop going to miss. Shinonome is just unleashed.
Oh, they get him!
The cut down with the emergency surgery.
Hide. Oh my god.
Oh my days. He's going to have to try doing
Oh,
more.
Eddie gets one as well.
It's going to go on through. Minjae just does not want to deal with this whatsoever. The res is going to come through 2 for 2, but it's going to go in favor of Ready to Die. It's a minus 200, minus 400, never mind, for Team Order, as another team starting to fly on in. It's still a minus 200 for Ready to Die regardless, but I think at least you were able to salvage one.
Yeah, Hyde is just playing out of his mind on this Cathy. He doesn't want his tournament run to end just yet. He's just able to get so many nice double searchers. Perfect surgery there, and it looks like Minche is going to get caught, and I think that's going to be it for Team Order. I don't think this Mike can get on out of here. I'm responsible is going to be able to pick up a kill, and that's it. Team Order unfortunately going down in 8th place, and they are only our... Looks like they are a 5th place team, so they're definitely not going to have enough to qualify here.
Yep, thank you so much for playing. Team Ready to Die, they're split apart. Complex left by himself. He is in a complex situation. As his name states, will get taken down minus 200 to Team Ready to Die. Then the Fiend picking up a box for himself. Yeah, this is a game. Hyde, in really low timer, is going to be forced to use the emergency surgery. He's trying to get an angle on. What the heck? How is he
they
still
get
alive?
him.
The Ghost Fire doesn't even kill him. What the heck? It's a 1 for 0 trade so far. Belzer still has a lot of control over this, but the Alex is going to deny the res.
They cancel.
Oh, the blink attempt from Lily. Complex cannot do anything about this unless can he? Hyde. He's trying to fight it out up against Satan. Explosion shot's going to go.
Wait, he's going to get him?
Can they get the kill over onto Satan at least? Yes,
he gets
they
him.
do they get the kill? Yes, they do!
And the third party is here.
Is there, and the third party comes in. Somehow Rocks just got rolled by Hyde.
Oh my god. Hyde is just playing like a demon. He is just completely soloing these teams. And look at the item difference. I'm pretty sure Ready to Die was just so much farther behind compared to Team Sanctum Rocks, and they just get completely outplayed there. And here is the engage from... looks like Wales. They are going to be able to get the Johan completely isolated. Fauna is actually going to be able to get themselves alive as well with that perfect White Lily to get them out of there. And that is a disaster for Team Responsible. They're going to have to buy back their... Oh, they actually do have a kiosk. They do end up getting the call back in here. Team Ready to Die. They're all back in for the 3v3 here. Hyde is just going to get that red box, and they're actually just going to back on out of there as a third party is here. This time it's going to be from Team Unresponsible. Team Ready to Die is going to come back as well because they know these two teams are going to be fighting it out here. Team Wales is completely split, and it is going to be Team Green Apple. Or Green Apple is going to be able to force them back away. Is he going to be able to get out of there? I think Green Apple is going to be able to get out as well. I think I think all members of Team Wales should be able to live here.
Yeah, I think so too. Tria is trying to get the loop around, but they don't want to risk the timer anymore because there's still a lot of pathway they have to get out of, and there's another team to fight it out. There's a Suture again, but too much distance has been made.
Oh no!
Can they get the kill at least over on the high? Yes, they can. There's the timer reset back over on. Nikki goes down as well. E8's gonna get taken down, but Complex just has to completely book it. Yangju Wales, they turned around the situation that could have been devastating for them.
Yeah, unfortunately this time Hyde just not able to find an angle in, just wasn't able to connect any of the sutures there that did end up costing them. I think that's gonna be it for Team Ready today. You can see their credit counts are not gonna be able to get any reses back up here. Wales, they need to get out of here. Look at the timers.
Yeah,
they gotta
they
go.
just have to wait for the hyperloop to spawn out. 8 seconds left for the IRM.
Oh, they should be good.
Should be able to just go.
4?
Hey, I think she's alive. I think she's alive
they're
just
out.
barely. Yes.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
Fraction of a second, IRM will be able to keep herself alive. That darn transition time. You know what I mean? From the VLS over to the hyperloop. Ready to die. Will get wiped as Complex gets found out. 10 kills. That's not going to be enough. Thank you so much for playing tonight. But we are still moving on as Team Always Incheon with the blood sample, with the wick buff as well. They're trying to push on in. This might be Team Unresponsible wiping in just a moment as the third party comes around as well. Lulun trying his best to get away. The parry is good. Is
that timer? Oh, they don't really have much.
Not looking good.
They're gonna have to
4
use the
seconds
jump
being
pad
loaded
here. Oh no, they're gonna jump straight onto Demon Drive as well. And they're gonna be forced to use ultimate. They're gonna try getting on out of here. The Great Blink away, and oh my god, all members of Team Unresponsible and Team Demon Drive get out safely.
How? My goodness, they're all alive, but Unresponsible, they are down every single piece of utility they could ever think of, including timer at this point. Always Incheon pushing in towards the eastern side of the map too, or whatever is left of it. This should be good amount of control. I don't really think there's a good team comp to be able to knock down something like a blood, something like a wick buff Theo in this lobby right now. Maybe outside of Yangju Wales if they get a burger flip on it, but Insider maybe. They're nowhere around here though, so they're chilling.
Team Always Incheon. Oh, there's a burger flip. Actually gonna really isolate the Lennox. Lennox is gonna be able to live in time. And there's a charm once again, and yeah, the Lennox is completely locked down, but Luminal is gonna be able to get a lot of damage back. Lana really chunked down half HP, but third party is here. Unresponsible is here at the perfect time, and they get 2 members, or they're gonna be able to get E8 there, and Luminal's gonna fall. I think Senaphine's going to fall very shortly as well, and that's going to be it for Team Always Incheon. I mean, they already secured themselves a spot. They're already in first place. Senaphine is going to be able to get on out of there. Maybe they could get the res from Lumi. They should have enough money with Luminal's credits alone. Oh, wait, Lumi is actually going to come down as well. I think they actually might be able to get a res here.
Yeah, they did get the res at least over onto the IRM because he did end up falling.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, they get it. Wait, Demon Drive should know. Are they coming?
Full credits. They're trying to get the res. Luminal. Oh, he can't get the res over onto the Lennox, but they still have the 2 core members of the team. Do they have the ultimates available? What is it? Energy Blast Field should be up in just a second. The shield's actually doing quite a lot.
Oh my god.
This is all damage.
Luminal's getting a lot of damage.
The shield is about to be up in just a second too. Here we go.
Oh, it's not enough.
Centipede already fell down, but the
wait, you got one?
shield is actually pretty good.
Okay.
The empowered laser does not tag over onto shield. And that's it for Team Always Incheon. We will not be seeing a 7 out of 8 tonight, unfortunately. Good practice though for Always Incheon, 11 kills. Not that bad of a result. Demon Drive still looking for more. Sungnam Rocks is still miles ahead of what they have. I think they might have to get like every kill remaining in the lobby for Demon Drive to even have hopes of trying to keep themselves in this lobby. That's a lot invested. Trying to jump over on Fauna. That is going to be what they're going to try to do. Faith and Wavering not going to be enough. Wait, never mind. Faith and Wavering was on the other side. Green Apple, he's probably going to take the fall too, as yeah, he's probably not getting away from it, or at least backing away themselves. But without Fauna, their damage output is definitely on the lower side. Demon Drive,
too much
AoE
damage. Ooh, Demon Drive, they do end up getting a kill there, so they will have 11. I think they can still get in, but I think Sam Rushes has way too many kill points here, so it's going to be a little too Might be a little unobtainable here.
If they get 2 more kills in second place, they at least tie, and then we come down to the tiebreaker between them and Seongnam Rocks. But I don't know what the other team scores are looking like, but here we go.
Oh,
That's
great
a beautiful
exclusive.
Twins Rush is also good, though. The paint colors are rotating really nicely. Jinhawar will be able to keep himself safe, but that's a lot invested from both of these teams. E8 on the backside is trying
Oh,
to
E is causing so much havoc.
yeah, for Team Unresponsible. The
Great
kill
double
is
charm
gonna
as
go in
well.
favor, but look at the kill. There it is. Johan's going to get taken down. Kachu's in trouble. He's going to get taken down in just a second. Never mind. The shield is going to keep him alive. But I just don't think the sustain is there anymore. Nulung X by himself is not going to be able to handle everybody from Team Demon Drive. And with that, I think Demon
That's
Drive
huge.
has overtaken Seongnam Rocks.
That is huge for Team Demon Drive, and now we're gonna come down to our final 3v3 here, and I think you're right. Seongnam Rocks did end up going down in like 5th or 6th place, so even just placement points alone, I think that does end up making up the difference.
This might be bad. This might be bad. Insider. The only way Seongnam Rocks. No, it's possible. Okay, so I don't know what is gonna happen, but I have a very strong inkling that Seongnam Rocks did not make it into knockout stage 5, which would be absolutely wild despite the performance they had today. Demon Drive. They are calling items, and Team Insider knows about this. We've seen what they've done in the past. Does Demon Drive know to keep an eye out for this? They should. They played up against it, actually fell into it a couple times too. If they dotted this again, that is going to be
Blood tree by it. I think they might get a little too complacent here. Team Insider is in the perfect angle here. They don't see him. They don't see him. Oh, they just barely spot him in, and now they should be okay here. Insider is just going to completely walk away, take zone control, as Team Demon Drive is going to be forced to push into them here.
Okay. Demon Drive, play it slow. You have plenty of time to work with. Information is pretty sparse when it comes to it for Team Insider. Good use of the Vision Plant as well. Demon Drive, win it out, guys. This is going to only secure your spot into knockout stage number 5. Let me see it. The Queen's going to land on the Sheer, but no follow through just yet from Team Insider. That's going to be another Night Fork landing over onto Jinhawar. That means both of the Night Fork stacks are going to be gone for the time being. That's
here's an engage. Oh my god, that is...
They do end up getting the kills for it, but the human still is alive. The damage output not there. Executioner bonus going to come through. Good dodge on the explosion shot from Sheer, but he's taking so much punishment. Can he get the kill?
Get one? He does get one.
He can, but there's the counter kill as the pull on Anchor is going to come online. Shiko will get taken down by the Queen, but that extra kill for Demon
That one
Drive.
might matter.
Yeah,
I think that one might have been the decider between them qualifying and not, because I think that Rocks was still up by, I think, 6 points for them into the leaderboard, and I think they did end up getting 1 or 2 placements. I think that might have mattered, but we're going to have to see what the final leaderboard come in very shortly here. It's going to be really close between Team Demon Drive and Team Seongnam Rocks.
Absolutely. Goodness gracious. What a great set of 2 series that we watched tonight, Super. Knockout stage number 1 was chaotic at the start, but really, once again, always in tune with an incredible performance tonight. 6 out of 7 games they won going into that final zone. Unfortunately, the last one, they were playing an off-comp, so it happens, right? They were just getting a little bit of practice in. Insider also doing extremely well today. Their consistent performance has not been failing them with this Nikki Adela composition.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, great consistent games all around. Obviously, team always in Chun, winning out, I think, 6 out of the 8 games today. So they just a complete dominant performance from them. Just decided to have some fun on the last one for today. And I mean, their team comp did, or their Theodore team comp did end up looking pretty good as well, but just, they just weren't able to have a nice, consistent game for the last one.
After all, the reason why they're practicing something like this is because moments of Season 6 final game, right, for the season finals, that Chapel fight into Team FN Sejong as Luminal getting caught out by that Spark Nade. He needs something else, right? If he's going to be going up into teams later down the road, especially with the prospects that we're seeing for Always Intern right now, they'll probably make it into finals and go up against those kind of teams. He needs to have other compositions prepped in case that Shuichi's just not going to work out. We've seen it in the past where they make it all the way to finals and then they just kind of flub it due to various reasons. It's one of the reasons why Luminal did end up picking up the Theo, especially when that Shuichi was a bit weak during Season 5, Season 4.
Yeah, I think, teams have played into Luminal Shuichi plenty of time, so they have a lot of experience and a lot of practice on how to, sort of play around it and counter it. So, so surprised Luminal did end up picking up another character, which is obviously going to be that Theodore. Theodore, you know, such a premier mage in the ERM scene, right? We see this character time and time again, such a prominent backliner who's, you know, able to provide so much for their team, able to get that pick potential, have really nice engage with that ultimate, and then, you know, having that extra sustain as well.
Love to see it. Another couple players, Senephine, really good today. Kyungkwae, once again, just being so consistent as ever on that Mai. Team Oisincheon looking really poised to go into the latter half of the knockout stages, continuing on their streak of doing that. Other teams, I already talked about Insider, but I also really want to say Demon Drive has been just kind of fighting their way, clawing back to victory, trying to get themselves nestled in that 4th place spot, always in the last game, right? They're always at the very cusp of getting eliminated, but then in game number 4 is able to just barely pull it out, as we saw during knockout stage number 3. Most likely, just from our calculations alone, we'll be able to do that again in knockout stage number 4. So I want to give another round of applause to Team Demon Drive as well. They're keeping themselves in.
I think they should be secured as well with that game, but I'm not sure because Sanctum Rocks, they were like 6-7 points above them.
Might be
and
tiebreaker.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that extra kill actually mattered, but we're gonna see very shortly here. I'm pretty sure that one kill that the Sylvia got, Sure got, actually brought them over the amount of points they need for Sanctum Rocks. I think Sanctum Rocks probably had more kills on them as well.
That's brutal, man. Belzer on the one game he managed to play, or on the one series he managed to play the Yuki, he gets his team wiped. Oh no, the Marcus, Justina, and the Kadia combo, one by one, those team compositions will fall. If we do end up seeing Sanctum Rocks in knockout stage number 5, I hope I get to see Belzer on that Yuki again. Game number 3 just wasn't it, right? I think that...
Yeah, it's because of that Marcus got banned, right?
Yeah.
So he was basically forced off of that team comp, and then they went back to the original, you know, Yuki, Rio plus Hyejin. It looked pretty good, but I think unfortunately didn't really just work out in their favor. I think yeah, they were overextending in a lot of their team fights there. I don't think it was really the Yuki that game, you know.
Yeah,
what's
and
the problem?
Rocks, whenever they ran that comp, it's actually the same now as it was in season 6. They don't really get kills on it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think they made it to a final zone, but the overall kill count, most of it came through in that final temp zone where it was an absolute fiesta between 3 different teams. It's not exactly ideal, is it, in a tournament format like this?
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, we'll have to see, right? If they do pull it out into later stages, because you know, Marcus being that prominent character, we're probably gonna see more bans on Marcus maybe in the later stages.
Yep.
Justina, Kadia as well. We actually didn't really see too many teams picking it this weekend, but obviously we still have 2 more days of Eternal Return for you guys tomorrow and on Sunday.
Yeah, make sure you guys join 2 hours earlier than today. It was 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Starting tomorrow for the rest of the weekend, it is going to be 4 a.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you guys remember that. For Knockout Stage 5/6, that's going to be happening tomorrow. And the finals, that'll be happening on Sunday. So please mark your calendars, set your alarms 2 hours earlier than it is today. Also, real quick for you guys, I actually have to go very soon, so we're just going to take a look at the scores. Probably maybe stay until we see who's going to be playing tomorrow. They should have the graphic for that coming up soon, which is why it's taking a bit. But as soon as that happens, we are going to end the stream for tonight. So once again, thank you all so much for joining us today. It was a fun series. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. Hope you guys saw the effects of that luminal coin going crazy.
It was. Oh, they didn't actually make it by 1. They didn't make it by 1. They didn't make it by 1. I actually thought they made it by 1, so they actually had to win. They actually had to win that 3v3 at the very end there. That is a heartbreaker for Team Demon Drive. But it's going to be Team Sanctum Rocks that did end up securing their spot.
Was it an 11-point difference? I thought it was a 9-point difference. I thought they just made it up with the placement points alone, but no, you're right. Sanctum Rocks with 1 point.
Yeah, it was a 9-point difference. Yeah.
Oh, that is so depressing for Team Demon Drive. Unfortunate. Wait, it -1 or something? Because
no. The placement between 6.
It's 7. It's not 9 anymore.
Yeah,
oh
it's not
my
9.
God,
Yeah, yeah.
It's changed, guys. I'm also starting to kind of feel the pain of this thing. Oh, Demon Drive. No, they just needed one more. Actually, no, they would have lost the tiebreaker anyways. Okay, well, congratulations to Songnam Rocks. The only way they would have gotten it is if they won the game. But Songnam Rocks, congratulations for making it through. Good job. I know it was a little bit close, but it is what it is. Always Incheon, Insider, and Yangju Whales will also make it in. So, unfortunately, when it comes down to it, we're going to lose a majority of the teams that are starting out from knockout stage number 1, but Insider is still in. You can see it. Insider, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, and they make it onto stage number 5. So, we have ourselves a pretty interesting story that is being set up for us, Team Insider, that they have that miracle run.
Looks like it, because yeah, they just been performing really well. They've been able to consistently get into that top, into that first place or second place position, and it's been working out really well for them. They just had a really nice, consistent series for Knockout Stage 3 and for Knockout Stage 4, and now they are going to Knockout Stage 5 here. But yeah, they've already guaranteed themselves some circuit points, so they have to be happy about that.
Yep, 100%. And now, also, one small thing, as you can see, Knockout Stage 4, we lost more Knockout Stage 4 teams than we did the ones coming from beforehand. So really well played from all of those teams. So, with the banners of the events flying over on the KR side of things, that is going to do it for us today, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. Unfortunately, if you don't have your drops, well, it sucks to suck. Join us earlier. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours now, I think. No, it should be about 4 hours and 45 minutes because I started to stream a little bit late today. My bad about that. But yes, we'll see you guys back here tomorrow for Knockout Stage 5 and 6. Once again, 4 a.m. Eastern Time. Somebody said do it in GMT. That's cringe. No, I don't feel like it. I could have said it in UTC, but I'm a little bit nicer than that, right? EST is a little bit more localized for people who are in the States or I guess in Canada, over on the NA side of things. So, suck it. But we'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you guys.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. And yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow back here 2 hours earlier, remember. For Knockout Stage 5 and 6.
Yep. Have a good night. Have a good rest of your Friday, everybody. We'll see you guys later.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. I love you guys. I'm just kidding. Don't clip everything I said. I was just kidding.